Chapter 1751. This is not the place for you to come. Devil Master, this has nothing to do with you. Shun Juli's voice was harsh and urgent. I will purify them. You will only be a hindrance if you come in. Get out. Get out now. I will say it again. Let me in. Imo stared straight at him and refused to give in. Shun Juli suddenly looked straight at her. There was no emotion in his eyes, only hatred and indifference. Devil Master, are you always so confused? Or is it that you've rekindled your feelings for me and want to get me back? Don't you care about Lizine anymore? She and I are already married. His words were very vicious, and the hatred in his eyes was more like a thorny whip. Imo's eyes were dark, and her face was slightly pale. She still said the same thing. Let me in. Shun Juli secretly took a breath. Ning Xiuma, don't make trouble for me. To tell you the truth, after I seal this place, everything I owe you will be cleared. I will go back to the Tianxi continent and live the life I used to. There will be nothing between you and me. Nianma is your child. I have done you wrong, so I will resurrect him and return him to you. In this way, we will not owe each other anything. Why do you still want to be entangled? Imo pursed her lips and turned a deaf ear to his harsh words. She only asked in a low voice, You don't want me to go in, do you? She occupied the position that the ghosts should occupy. The wandering ghosts in the outer circle were naturally unwilling to give up. They circled around behind her and stretched their claws. The purple evil spirit gathered behind her was getting thicker and thicker. It was getting fiercer and fiercer. It was about to solidify. If she did not have a wizardry barrier to protect herself, she would have been devoured by these ferocious creatures at this time. The purple evil and the dead souls were extremely dangerous. Once she stayed with them for a long time, even if she had a protective wizardry barrier, it would bring irreversible damage to her. Shun Juli looked at her pale face and suddenly sneered. Ning Xiuma, are you so shameless? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. I don't want to see you again. This was the harshest thing he had said to her since they met. Imo had been holding onto the lotus bud barrier with both hands, but now she slowly let go of it. She smiled gently. Okay, I'll scram. Shun Juli, don't regret this. Her charming face was pale, and even her once captivating red lips had been pursed into a pale white. Shun Juli suddenly looked away and said coldly, I have never regretted it. Get the hell out of here. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of light in her right palm and a dagger appeared. His heart suddenly sank. Before he could say anything, Imo had already cut open his left palm. Blood flowed out instantly. The surrounding purple demons seemed to have smelled the taste of the best delicacies and rushed to her palm one after another. Shun Juli's face changed dramatically. He knew that once the purple demons got in her body, she could only wait for death. At this moment, he had no time to think too much. He raised his sleeve, and the wizardry barrier in the direction where Imo was standing suddenly cracked open. Imo pressed one hand on the gap, and her body swayed. She directly entered the wizardry barrier. The lotus bud closed the moment she entered. Of course, there were some strange-looking ghosts that followed her in. They opened their mouths and attacked Imo desperately, trying to suck the blood flowing from her palm. Chapter 1752. A beam of white light shot out and hit those ghosts, causing them to be annihilated. You're crazy. Shun Juli was simply flustered and exasperated. Imo closed her eyes slightly. Yes, she was crazy. She had gone crazy the moment she met him so many years ago. He was so crazy that he couldn't control himself. The 8 chaotic evils in the enchantment seemed to have smelled a real delicacy. They let out a few ear-piercing screams and pounced on her. Sure enough, her flesh and blood was the real treasure to them. The god's flesh and blood was just a substitute. Imo pursed her lips and smiled. She did not know if she was laughing at this damned fate or at her own inexplicable feelings. She raised her hand, and the sky splitter sword struck again, slashing at the first evil beast that attacked. Her sword was invincible. That day when Yi Qianli held it in his hand, she used his not-so-skillful swordsmanship to stab Shun Juli. Not to mention that she was personally attacking now. Its power was not to be underestimated. She thought that this sword could split this monster into two. Even if it did not split into two, it could at least cut a big hole in its body, right? She did not expect that when her sword stabbed into the monster's soft and slippery belly, it was like stabbing into oil. She did not feel anything at all. When she retracted her sword, there was not even a white mark left on the monster's body. This angered the monster. Its fangs grew 10 feet in the wind, and it stabbed at IMO. 3 of the other 7 monsters also gave up on Shun Julie. They also flashed their fangs and rushed towards her. Fast. IMO had never seen such a fast monster. Suddenly, something flashed in her mind. She curled her lips and smiled, but her eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. The Sky Splitter's sword in her hand suddenly struck out. A rain of blood suddenly flew around her body. The rain of blood turned into small crimson swords and shot towards the 4 monsters. There was an earth-shattering roar in the enchantment. The 4 monsters were turned into hedgehogs in the blink of an eye by these small crimson swords. They howled and fell. Before they fell to the ground, they turned into ashes and scattered. Shuema, stop. Shun Julie's voice sounded like it was going to split apart. His body swayed, and he finally managed to get around the monsters that were still surrounding him. He ran towards her. His running speed could not be said to be slow, but right now he had lost too much of his internal energy, so he was a bit slower than Amo. They watched as her figure flashed and dashed towards the other 4 evil beasts. Fresh blood burst out from her body once again as another round of blood swords shot out, nailing the remaining 4 evil beasts to the ground before turning them into ashes. In the blink of an eye, the 8 ferocious beasts disappeared without a trace. The Lotus Bud enchantment finally quieted down. Amo's entire body was bathed in blood, and his face was pale. He stood there swaying, but there was a smile on his lips. Shun Julie, if you want to completely destroy these evil beasts, you don't just have to offer the flesh and blood of the gods. There's also the blood of the demons' hearts. Shuema. Shun Julie did not care that she was covered in blood and directly hugged her. His voice was anxious and angry. Who told you to do this? His fingers trembled as he felt her pulse. She raised her hand and struggled to avoid him. She slightly closed her eyes. I think, this way, we don't owe each other anything. She even struggled, as if she wanted to escape from his grasp. Shun Julie hugged her so tightly that it was as if she would disappear if he let go. Shuema, let me see your injuries. His voice was very hoarse. Chapter 1753. His voice was extremely hoarse, and his fingers that were touching her wrist were extremely cold. The 2 moves she used just now were the unique skills of the Devil Clan, but they were also moves that could kill 1,000 enemies and hurt 800 of her own. The blood sword that burst out was condensed from her heart's blood and magic power, and its lethality was not ordinary. It was a move that could be used to perish together with the enemy when there was no other choice. This kind of move could only be learned by the Devil Clan, who had extremely high magic power. It was a bit similar to the demonic disintegration technique. Once used, it could certainly destroy the enemy, but it would also be used up along with the loss of heart's blood. Many years ago, there was once a Devil King who was chased into a corner by his pursuers and was forced to use this move. He killed hundreds of immortal cultivators, and his soul was annihilated. Shun Julie never thought that IMO would use this move on the 8 evil beasts as soon as they came in. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. At this moment, she was lying in his arms, gasping for breath. There was a trace of a stubborn smile on her lips, but her eyes were about to close. Shun Julie, this way we don't owe each other anything. She murmured, I want to save my face. If you don't want to be with me, just throw me out. Shun Julie's face was snow white, and his heart seemed to be torn apart in an instant. He hugged her, who was almost floating, and said, Shuema, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt her, but he wanted to let her go, but he didn't want her to die here. The 8 chaotic beasts were the root of the purple evil. Usually, they could only be sealed, but they couldn't be completely killed. There were only 2 ways to kill them. The first was to use the flesh and blood of God. God would use a special curse technique to cover his flesh and blood, turning it into blood lotus petals that would scatter in all directions. These evil beasts would eat these petals, and when they ate a certain amount of flesh and blood with the curse, the 8 evil beasts would explode and die. Of course, God would also cease to exist. At the last moment, God would use his last breath to turn into a heavy rain, completely purifying the remaining purple evil chi between heaven and earth. In the future, there would be no more purple evil chi, and the world would be peaceful again. As for the second method, it was a little more complicated. It required the gods and demons to work together. The gods would sacrifice their own flesh and blood and wait for the 8 evil beasts to devour half of the god's blood before using the demon heart sword technique to kill these evil beasts. And what IMO used just now was the heart sword technique. To use this technique, the first thing one had to do was to sever one's own heart meridian. Then, one had to use a special technique to expel the blood from the heart meridian out of the body and turn it into a blood sword. No demon king who used this move could survive. Right now, Almo's pretty face was deathly pale. Lying in his arms, she already looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. Shinjuli's face was pale. He hugged her tightly and called her name by her ear. This name had long been engraved in his bones. Shuama, Shuma, Shuma. At the same time, he pressed his palm on her back and channeled his psychokinesis into her body to connect her severed heart meridian. Amo struggled in his arms again and wanted to break free. I don't want to get you back. I just don't want to owe you anything. I want to use my own method to be even. Go back to the Tianxi continent and live your own life. Go find Zine. I don't want to take revenge. I don't want to take revenge. I just want you to not let her appear in front of me again. Tears seeped out from the corner of her eyes, gradually wetting her curly eyelashes. However, her little mouth stubbornly pursed. Chapter 1754. Although she was lying in his arms, her body was trying to stay away from him. She even tried to break away from his hand that was connecting her pulse. You don't want me anymore. Shinjuli, if you don't want me anymore, just stay away from me. Her tears and her words were like a knife, twisting and turning in Shun Julie's heart. He hugged her and hugged her to his chest. Shuamal, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said just now. How can I not want you? I'm never giving up on you. It's just, without Lazine, I would have dealt with her a long time ago. After I found out the truth, I dealt with her. Shuamal, I only like you. I only love you. There has never been anyone else. Listen to me and let me heal you, liar. Liar. You said that you were married to her, and you even blocked the lightning for her. IMO was half awake and half confused. Her little hand was holding his sleeve stiffly. Her fingertips were clearly touching his collar, but she refused to grab it. She felt wronged. You sent me flying because of her, and my stomach hurt. My stomach hurt so much at that time, but you didn't care about me. I was a jerk at that time. Shuamal, I'm sorry. Shinjuli felt as if there was a lump in his throat, and he couldn't speak. Naturally, he knew that his slap that day had caused her indescribable harm, whether it was physical or mental. He explained to her as he transferred his telekinesis into her heart. Lu Ziyin and I weren't married. I blocked the lightning for her because I owed her father a favor, so I had to help her pass the lightning tribulation. He tried to summarize the matter with Lu Ziyin as he rubbed his face against her tear-stained face. Shuamal, the person I've always liked is you, and I've never thought of marrying anyone else. Come, be good and let me connect your pulse. She seemed to have accepted his explanation. Her stiff body showed signs of softening, and she was no longer so against him healing her. He took the opportunity to channel his psychokinesis deeper. Shuamal, be good. Follow my psychokinesis. I will cure you. She was already half asleep, as if she had sunk into those old nightmares. So many people wanted to kill me. No one cared when I had a high fever in the inn. No one cared when I cried. No one cared when I fainted in the bathtub to reduce my fever. No one cared when I almost drowned. The children were hungry, and so was I. But I couldn't find anything to eat. Her tears flowed out again. Shun Julie's lips trembled as he lowered his head to kiss her gently. He hugged her even tighter. Shuamal, it's all my fault. At this moment, she was no longer the cold and distant Devil Master. Instead, she was like a child who had been wronged. She unknowingly spilled out all the grievances of the past. Shinjuli connected her heart with one hand and held her in his arms with the other. From time to time, he would wipe away her tears with his lips. Her tears were salty and a little bitter. The temperature seemed to be able to directly burn his heart. Hearing his repeated apologies, she finally stopped resisting him. Her small hands unknowingly clung to his clothes tightly, as if she had finally found the support of her soul. She leaned her head against his chest and murmured, "Great God, I'm cold. Hug me. You haven't hugged me for a long time." Shunjuli could only hug her even tighter. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and his heart rose and fell like a tide. How long had it been since she called him Great God? How long had it been since she leaned on him like this? Chapter 1755. She was obviously in a daze. "Almighty God, please don't abandon me again. I am afraid that you will abandon me. I am pregnant with your child. No, I can't use the child to threaten you. You want me because you like me, not because of the child." Shuama. Shunjuli's lips touched the corner of her lips. How long had it been since he hugged her so intimately? His lips touched her lips that were a little dry because of excessive blood loss. His heart ached as if he was drowning. He never liked to explain himself. "Shuama, I have always wanted you because I like you. Shuama, I am afraid that you will abandon me. Shuama, hang in there. Think about me and our Nianma. He is still waiting for you to go back." As he spoke, he forcefully infused her with his psychokinesis to keep her alive. He could not let her die. If she died, then what was the point of all the sacrifices that he had made? What was the point of him saving the world? It was only because she was in this world that he wanted the world to be safe and sound. She also wanted to be safe and sound. His psychokinesis surged into her body and forcibly connected her heart. However, without her cooperation, the heart meridian would not heal on its own under the support of his psychokinesis. She did not know if it was because of his last sentence or because the blood in her heart was flowing again. Her brain finally woke up from the half-drowsy state. She struggled to open her eyes to look at him. Her pair of eyes were misty and dark, as if they had been washed by water. From the initial confusion, they gradually became clear. It was as if she had finally struggled out of the nightmare of the past. Looking at his pale face, she said, "If." She wanted to push him away, but she could not bear to. She had been longing for this embrace for too long. Now, she was finally here, and he was hugging her so tightly. It was like many years ago, before the two of them had broken up. Although he did not confess his feelings, he often liked to hug her. She also liked to nestle in his arms. In his arms, she felt like a drifting boat that had finally found harbor. It was a warm and peaceful feeling. He was the only one who could give her this feeling. No one else could. She wanted to push him away, but she couldn't help but lean against him and stare at him. "What you said just now, was it true? You didn't lie to me when I was about to die?" She lowered her eyes again. "You've always liked to lie to me. You even erased my memories." Shunjuli. It seemed that not only had all her memories of Ning Shiwama returned, but even the memories that had been erased had also returned. No wonder she didn't believe him. Although she was still skeptical of him, she was like a little kitten curled up in his embrace. Her little mouth was still proudly pursed, but her little hand was unknowingly grabbing onto his lapel. He was like a child who was afraid of being abandoned. He stubbornly expressed that he was not afraid of being abandoned because he was already used to being abandoned. However, he still yearned to be taken in and didn't want to be abandoned. She probably didn't realize how contradictory her actions and expression were. Her expression made his heart ache, but he couldn't help but laugh. Just as the corner of his lips rose, it was filled with sorrow. This was his treasure. He had always wanted to hold the treasure in his hands. He didn't know when he had accidentally lost it. Now he finally found it again. Chapter 1756. He lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. "It's true. It's truer than real gold. Shiwama, I've wronged you. I've done a lot of wrong things and caused you to suffer a lot. Can you forgive me?" His cool lips kissed her forehead, but she felt a scorching heat. That scorching heat flowed down her forehead and into her lungs, making her lungs feel warm as well. Her heart didn't hurt as much anymore. You told me to get lost and said you didn't want to see me. She pouted. I'm wrong. He kissed her again. You said I was muddle-headed and that we didn't owe each other anything. She wanted to settle the score. Yes, I was muddle-headed. I was wrong. Julie kissed her again. His kiss and words warmed her heart. She wiped her eyes, but she couldn't hold back her tears. Her tears burned him. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, her eyebrows, and her eyes. He kissed away her tears. Mama, don't cry. I've wronged you. I'll let you hit me and punish me, okay? He wanted to say this for a long time, but he didn't have the chance. Now he finally said it. It turned out that the almighty great God also knew how to say sweet nothings. Although this was something any man could say, when it came from his mouth, the unfairness and grievances in Mo's heart finally subsided. She was still very reasonable. She also remembered some of her own things. I'm also in the wrong. I also hurt you. Recalling her coldness and behavior towards him in Mo Palace, her heart ached. She raised her hand and touched his back. Your injury. He grabbed her hand and held it. I'm fine. That injury has already healed. The two of them held each other's hands and felt each other's warmth. Mo arched into his arms. I threw your flowers and hurt you. It's okay. Those flowers were originally for you. It doesn't matter what you do with them. I've hurt you so many times. It's only right that you hurt me, not to mention that it's just a superficial injury. As Julie spoke, he channeled his telekinesis into her. He could feel that her mood was gradually stabilizing, which was a good sign. I even destroyed your flower bed. Mo began to reflect seriously. Julie's eyes dimmed slightly, but he quickly smiled. Mama, let's not talk about this anymore. It is more important to heal you. Do you still want to see little Nyima? Of course he wanted to. Thinking of his son, who was like a pink dumpling, Mo's spirits were slightly lifted. That's right, she couldn't die. She still had a son. If she died like this, little Nyima would be very sad. She had yet to play with him as his biological mother. Her desire to live increased greatly, and her eyes shone slightly. Seeing her bright eyes, Julie knew it was time. Come, Mama, follow my telekinesis. You can use. He recited the incantation to connect her heart and veins. She blinked her eyes and agreed without hesitation. Okay. She wanted to live. Her son was waiting for her, and Julie was also waiting for her. She stared at his face. His face was too pale, and she was a little worried. How are you? She did not forget that when she first came in, the evil beasts were already half full. In other words, at least more than half of his divine power was lost. I'm fine. Julie kissed her eyes and slowly moved his hand to her chest. Mama, you can't delay any longer. I have to start now. In order to connect her heart and veins, she must actively cooperate. Chapter 1757. Mo tried her best to ignore the awkwardness of his palm pressing on half of her breasts. She closed her eyes and began to sense his power. She also mobilized her remaining power to cooperate with him. Just now, when she had rushed into the black hole in a moment of hot-headedness, she was actually prepared to die. When her memory was restored, she could hate him and blame him. Even if they were strangers for the rest of their lives, she would not mind. However, she realized that she could not face his death. The moment she realized that he did not come up, she felt as if the sky had collapsed. On the way to the ceiling point, the scene of him desperately trying to save her kept flashing in front of her eyes. His embrace, and his farewell, his hesitation, his patience, and his paleness. Everything about him turned over in her heart. Sometimes, whether a person was good to another person or not was not determined by his words, but by his actions. When everything followed instinct, one could tell whether a person cared about another person or not. At that time, in the milky white wizardry barrier, he could not hide his nervousness for her. Although he later said that everything was for the sake of the big picture, if she thought about it carefully, his words and actions were obviously insincere. Some things needed to be sensed by heart, not just by listening to him. He obviously cared about her very much. Mo's mind was sharp. Subconsciously, she actually understood it. However, because of the past, she did not want to forgive him for the time being. Not forgiving him did not mean that she wanted to see him die. Therefore, she rushed down directly. If he disappeared in the black hole, she would not be able to get out. In the wizardry barrier, she used the mind sword technique because she knew that this method could kill the 8 evil beasts. Secondly, she also had the idea that they would live and die together. She would rather die first than watch helplessly as he was eaten to death by the evil beasts. Now that he was not dead, and she had the hope of surviving, she naturally wanted to live. Otherwise, little Nianma would be an orphan. He was still so young. After all, he was only a few months old. His unreliable parents had already made him so sensible. If she died like this, she would feel sorry for her child. Thinking of this, her desire to live became stronger. She tried her best to cooperate with Shun Jiuli's telekinesis. The two of them were used to cooperating, so they were not unfamiliar with each other at this time. He could actually conjure up a bed and let her lie on it while he treated her, but she didn't know if it was because his skills weren't up to par or because he didn't want to put her down, but he kept her in his arms. His blue robe was wide, and her body was petite and exquisite. Lying in his arms, she almost sank into it. One of her arms was still wrapped around his waist, and she felt very comfortable lying in his arms. Every girl liked to be protected by the person she loved, and to have a pair of strong arms to lean on when she was tired. Mo was no exception. Shun Jiuli was the only person she wanted to rely on. No one else was good enough for her. The misunderstanding between them hadn't been completely resolved yet, and Mo wasn't someone who would believe everything someone said. Under normal circumstances, if Shun Jiuli explained it to her, she would certainly not believe it. At most, she would be skeptical. In reality, there were many husbands who had an affair and were caught in bed by their wives. Even if he swore that they were just chatting under the quilt, it was naturally not credible. Chapter 1758. There were too many misunderstandings and worries between her and Shun Jiuli. In fact, it was not something that could be explained with just a few words moreover. In order to not make her hate him and to restore their relationship as soon as possible, he even erased her memory once with such a bad record. It would be difficult for her to believe him with just a few words. But she would rather believe him now. As long as he explained, she would believe him. After all, she understood his character and personality. Subconsciously, she was willing to believe him. Subconsciously, she was also looking for a way out for her feelings. Connecting her heart was actually very painful. It was not much worse than when her heart was in pain, but she felt that it was bearable. Sweat dripped from her forehead. She pursed her lips and did not say a word. Is it very painful? Shun Jiuli looked at her in his arms. If it's painful, just scream. I won't laugh at you. He reached out a hand and put it beside her lips. How about I let you bite it? Mo remembered the scene when he treated her heart before she was sealed. It clearly happened not long ago, but now that she thought about it, it felt like it was a lifetime ago. Her gaze fell on his fingers. There were still 2 rows of clear teeth marks left by her. How was he letting her bite it? He was clearly letting her see the evidence of his crime. Mo glanced at him. Why didn't you remove the marks on it? Such a small injury was just a matter of wiping it away, but he let it be so obvious. Shun Jiuli looked down at her and smiled. This is a memento that you left for me. Of course, I have to keep it. Then should I make this more memorable? Mo picked up his hand and put it in her mouth, pretending to bite it. Her small mouth was soft. When the tip of her tongue touched the skin of his palm, he felt a burst of numbness spread from his palm to his heart. How was this biting? She was clearly teasing him. In addition, one of his palms was still pressing down on a certain key part of her body. Moreover, the woman in his arms was the woman he had loved for 3 lifetimes. It had been a long, long time since he had hugged her like this. It had been a long, long time since he had been so close to her. No matter how much of a gentleman he was, he still had a strange feeling in his heart. His eyes darkened, and his originally pale face turned red. Something surged in his chest, as if it was about to surge up to his throat. He was shocked and quickly suppressed it. He secretly took a deep breath and kissed her forehead. Be good. He was still treating her. Although her heart meridian had been connected, it was still not firm. He still needed to use his psychokinesis to comb it over and over again. He still could not be too distracted. Under normal circumstances, this kind of treatment would be nothing to him. But now, although she didn't need Mo's help anymore, the pain she felt from being combed over and over again wasn't fake. In the arms of her lover, she was especially weak. She hugged his arm and sounded a little aggrieved. "It hurts," Shun-Julie apologized. It was necessary to feel pain when he combed her heart meridian. It would be wrong if it didn't hurt. If she felt pain, it meant that her heart meridian had been successfully connected. However, looking at the sweat on her forehead, he couldn't bear it, but there was nothing he could do. "Bear with it a little. It'll be fine soon. Kiss me. Kiss me, and it won't hurt anymore." Although she was sweating from the pain, she was in a good mood and looked at him with watery eyes. Sick people were the most important. She liked it when he kissed her. Before he lost his memories, she had snuggled up in his arms more than once and acted coquettishly. Chapter 1759. When he was being pestered by that little girl, she even took the initiative to climb into his bed and nestle beside him. She could be brave in front of anyone. She could be invincible in front of anyone. She could be lofty in front of anyone. Only in front of him, she could completely let go of herself, just like a child. Facing her watery eyes, he naturally could not reject her. He lowered his head and kissed her face again, just like the wings of a butterfly. Brushing past her cheeks, his breath was slightly cold, with a faint, unique fragrance. When it touched her face, it made her heart feel like it was being brushed by a spring breeze. She closed her eyes in satisfaction, as if the pain had really lessened a lot. She did not want to take the initiative to kiss him yet. That would have to wait until she had completely forgiven him. Now, she would treat it as giving him a little sweetness and also giving herself a little sweetness. Although she was still sweating from the pain, the corners of her lips could not help but curl up like a bean pod. Shun-Julie looked at her calm and beautiful face, and there seemed to be a flash of pain in his eyes. He really could not bear to part with her. How good would it be if time stopped here? He wished that he could cast a spell to stop time and stop it at this moment. At this moment, there was only him and her here, hugging each other. He wanted to dream of such a moment, even in his dreams. But he could not. His skills were not good enough now. So he could not stop time, and he could not stay with her for a long time. Since he already knew the result, he should not have provoked her again. He should not have let her have any hope. He should have treated her coldly and let her hate him to the core. Not like now, when he gave her hope, but it could only be a mirage for a moment. This kind of behavior of giving people hope and then destroying, it was the most cruel. He knew this clearly, but he still could not control himself when he saw her using that kind of self-destructive skill. He only wanted to be good to her, to not let her cry, to not let her feel pain, to really hug her, to kiss her properly. At this moment, they were still in the lotus bud. The remaining purple fiends outside were still biting on the bud. The door to hell was still half open, waiting for the bud to enter. Although the 8 ferocious beasts that produced the purple fiend had completely disappeared, the amount of purple fiend that flowed back out was too much. He had to use his divine power to purify it, or else they would recuperate for a few hundred years and breed new 8 ferocious beasts. The new 8 ferocious beasts that appeared had no natural enemies. Even if he and Mo worked together, they would not be able to seal them again. Therefore, he still had to do what he had to do. What's more, he had already planned everything in detail. Some of the necessary steps had already been taken. Even if he regretted it now, there was no turning back. The gears of fate had already reached the final juncture, and even he could not restart it. Imo was too tired. She was really too tired today. First, she accompanied the children to play. Then, she went to explore the big array. She even got injured. After a short rest, she followed the large group and went through all the difficulties along the way. She did not know how many battles she had to go through to reach the seal. In the middle, she even had a heart attack and almost lost her life. It was not easy to seal the big array. She was ejected into the sky, but found that Shun-Julie did not come up. Then, she desperately rushed back down. It took her a lot of energy to rush back like a boat against the current. In order to enter the lotus bud, she cut herself. After entering, she even used the forbidden technique to kill the 8 ferocious beasts. Chapter 1760. Thinking of this, she had almost no time to rest. She had almost lost her life twice, especially the last forbidden technique, which had consumed most of her magic power and more than half of her physical strength. At this moment, lying in the arms of her lover, she could not hold on any longer. Her upper and lower eyelids kept fighting. If it wasn't for the pain in her heart, she would have really fallen asleep. Shuema, are you sleepy? You should take a nap. Shinjuli had finally smoothed out her heart pulse. She could not withstand too much stimulation at the moment. Otherwise, her heart pulse would be broken. She had to rest for a while. If he could, he would force her to rest for a few days and stay by her side all the time. But now he could not. He could only stay by her side for an hour at most. Ayamo was indeed sleepy. She hugged one of his arms and said, "Almighty, I am asleep. You won't leave me alone, right?" She forced her eyes open and looked around. "Why don't we go out and rest? This is not a good place to rest." She wanted to get up in his arms. Shinjuli held her down. "Be good. You can't move now. You have to rest for an hour." In this world, he was probably the only one who could say be good to her. It was as if he was coaxing a child. If someone else said that to her, she would laugh and then slap the person away. Then, she would step on the person to make them behave. But now, when she heard him say that, she felt very happy. She was really hopeless. Hopelessly in love with someone, hopelessly wanting to accept everything about that person. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows. Then, she looked around. Except for the wizardry barrier, everything outside was purple. The purple evil spirit had swallowed the entire wizardry barrier. Now, she felt as if she was in the purple evil spirit's stomach. The earth-shattering, collapsing noises outside had already stopped. Presumably, the huge black hole had already been filled up, and he and she were most likely trapped under the mountain. She wondered if little Nianma would be like the agarwood on the treasure lotus lamp when he grew up and would try to save his mother if they could not get out of this place. She couldn't help but smile again, and even her eyelashes curved. Although Shinjuli was full of worries, seeing her like this, he was in a good mood. He raised his hand and pinched her cheek. "What are you laughing at?" "Amissimo. Back then, you actually raised him in a rock. He practically popped out from crack in the rock. He's already comparable to the Monkey King. I wonder if this brat will have the ability to wreak havoc in the heavens like the Monkey King when he grows up. How could her thoughts be so scattered at such a time?" Shinjuli couldn't help but laugh. "He does have that ability. I'm much more capable than Sun Wukong's master. Naturally, my disciple won't be bad." He looked down and brushed her neat bangs again, teasing, "You are the best proof. Not everyone can train a good-for-nothing into a genius. Tisk, I'm not trash. At that time, I was an unpolished jade wrapped in the jade annulus of Eclan. You have found a treasure by taking me as your disciple." Amo picked up one of his hands and fiercely bit it. Of course, it looked like the bite was heavy, but the bite was light. Only 2 rows of shallow teeth marks were left. "Well, you have indeed found a treasure. That's why I have good eye. I can see through your useless appearance and see the genius inside." Shinjuli flicked her little mouth with his finger. Chapter 1761. The two of them were teasing each other, and everything was so natural. It was as if before they broke up, this was how they got along with each other, snuggling up to each other. It turned out that even a normal conversation could be so warm. For this moment, both of them didn't know how long they had been waiting for. She remained in his arms, her face pressed against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. Occasionally, she would play with his fingers and squint her eyes slightly, like a cat under the sun, enjoying his caress. The darkness that once blocked her heart seemed to disappear bit by bit as they leaned against each other. In the depths of her heart, which had always been bleak, there was a little bit of sunlight penetrating. In fact, there were still some questions and grievances hidden in her heart, but she didn't want to ask or mention it at this time, so as not to break this rare peace. Supreme divinity, she didn't know what to think, but she used the honorific again. "What are you calling me?" Shun Julie narrowed his eyes slightly. Anyone could call him Supreme Divinity, but she couldn't. If she called him that, his heart would hurt. Mo hugged his waist to comfort him, but still asked the biggest question in her heart. Almighty, have you recovered your memories from 50,000 years ago? Did we really have an earth-shattering fight? Who won the end? Ever since she met him, this guy was high above and inviolable. Even when he was young in Mo Palace, his temperament was not to be underestimated. Although he never fought with her, she knew in her heart that if they really fought with all their strength, she was afraid that she wouldn't be his opponent. Maybe the her from 50,000 years ago could. If she recovered her memories from 50,000 years ago, would she also recover her skills from that time? How powerful was her skills at that time? Originally, she wasn't curious about her from 50,000 years ago, but now she was a little curious. Shun Julie's eyes deepened slightly, and he raised his hand to ruffle her hair. We are evenly matched. These few words were so perfunctory. Mo didn't give up. Then who's the stronger one? Xiuma is the stronger one. Shun Julie answered without hesitation. He had been defeated by her for 3 lives, so naturally, she was the stronger one. Mo looked at him. Why did she feel that he was coaxing her? Then what was my name then? Mo settled for the next best thing. She only had the concept of a Mo from 50,000 years ago. She felt that it was impossible for a dignified devil master like her to have such a casual name. Xiuma, Shun Julie answered. Mo didn't react for a moment. You were called Xiuma at that time. She was wearing a dress that was as red as blood. She was also a demon, so she named herself Xiuma. So Xiuma is my real name. Mo rubbed his forehead. But why do I only remember calling myself Mo? Shun Julie chuckled. Mo is the name you use when you want to do something bad. You want to create a sense of mystery. Mo raised an eyebrow at him. Why did she feel like he was trying to trick her? Alas, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to get much information from him. If she wanted to completely understand herself from tens of thousands of years ago, she had to recover her memories from tens of thousands of years ago. Because she had sealed her memories with a spell, she had forgotten whether she had memories from tens of thousands of years ago when she was reborn. If she wanted to solve this question, she had to undo her self-seal. Strange. This purple evil spirit only allowed her to recover her memories from her life as Ning Xiuma, but it didn't allow her to recover her memories from the past. Chapter 1762. Should he unlock the seal and look at the memory from more than 50,000 years ago? It would take 2/3 of the time. It seemed that it was not worth it just to look at the memory. Mo's recovery speed was faster than Shun Julie expected. After only a little more than 15 minutes, her pale face had a hint of redness. When she spoke, she was getting stronger. At this speed, perhaps after half an hour, she would be able to escape without his help. However, in the current situation, would she escape alone? When the misunderstanding was not resolved, she was willing to follow him. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, if she knew the truth, she would not leave. There was a high chance that he would die with him. If he was selfish, he would want her to accompany him even if he died. No matter where he went, he wanted her to accompany him. If possible, he would tie her to him. However, he could not. All the sacrifices he had made were for the sake of letting her live a good life, a life that was free and at ease. Otherwise, why would he do all this? Moreover, they had a little Nianma. Nianma was still so young. He could not let him lose his parents. Otherwise, the little boy would cry to death. Thinking of his son's terrible crying skill, Shun Julie felt a little troubled. He looked at her in his arms. She was probably really tired. After talking for a while, she was so sleepy that her eyelids were drooping. However, she still tried to stay awake and chatted with him. Her little hand was holding his big hand. Their fingers were intertwined. She was holding his hand tightly. If his hand moved slightly, she would be aware. She was now the Devil Master. Her sixth sense was very sharp. He was now an arrow at the end of its flight. He was afraid that he would not be able to plot against her. When he let her in and treated her well, he already had the idea of erasing her memory again. He wanted to completely erase this part of her memory and erase the memory of her previous life. Then, when he really disappeared, she would not be in pain. She would not be in so much pain that she wanted to die. She would be able to live happily again. If he succeeded, she would fall asleep. He would take advantage of the time when she was unconscious to send her out of this dark underground and back to the surface. He believed that there would be someone waiting for her on the ground. When she woke up, this memory would disappear. She would only remember that she had sealed Zi Sha. At most, she would remember the promise of 1,000 years between them. Time was the best medicine to heal all wounds. Even if he did not return after 1,000 years, she could still accept it. Moreover, what he wanted her to remember was the hatred that could not be quelled. She kept talking to him, as if she wanted to say all the things she had been holding back for so long. He was also talkative and made all kinds of jokes with her. He kept hugging her very, very tightly, but he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The most he did was kiss her forehead, the tip of her nose, her eyelashes. He never dared to touch her lips again. Xiuma, are you sleepy? If you're sleepy, lean on me and rest. You'll recover faster if you sleep. He smiled and coaxed her. Xiuma put her arms around his neck and looked into his eyes. Almighty, why don't you kiss me? Shun Jiuli was a little stiff. He sighed softly. You can't be too stimulated now. Before he finished his words, he was covered by her cold lips. This was the first time that she took the initiative to kiss him since they met. Chapter 1763. Shun Jiuli's body stiffened. His heart was beating like a drum. He wanted to push her away. Xiuma, it won't be too exciting if I take the initiative. Almighty, kiss me, she whispered beside his lips. Then, her small mouth kissed him again. She used the tip of her tongue to push his lips open. She hugged and kissed him like a female overlord. There was a faint taste of blood in his mouth. It was the taste of blood that he couldn't swallow in time. She didn't feel it and only focused on kissing him. She used the tip of her tongue to pry open his teeth and danced with his tongue against his. It was a typical French kiss. She was the one who took the lead. She kissed him passionately and crazily, as if she could warm his cold lips and restore his vitality. After the kiss, she buried her head in his chest and panted slightly. Xiuma, he called her with a trembling voice as if he had sensed something. Her little face was buried in his chest, and he could feel the wetness slowly spreading from there. Was she crying? He raised his hand and wanted to do something, but he stopped when he felt the wetness. Idiot, why are you crying? He forced a smile. I'm happy. Her face was still on his chest, and her voice was a little muffled. Shun Jiuli let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't delay any longer. He raised his hand, her hand groped over and held his hand tightly. Then, she pulled it in front of her. Almighty, I'm sleepy. Let me hold your hand and sleep. Okay, he replied and let her hold his hand. How could he not like the feeling of their fingers intertwined? This was also the last time he would hold her hand. Naturally, he wanted to hold her hand for as long as possible. She was probably really tired. She fell asleep very quickly. However, her sleeping posture clearly showed that she didn't feel safe. Not only was she holding his hand with one hand, but her other hand was also holding his clothes tightly. He looked at her and stared at her without blinking. It was as if he wanted to engrave her appearance in his mind. A moment later, he closed his eyes slightly and raised his other hand, gently hovering above her head. A faint white light emitted and enveloped her. Xiuma, I'm sorry. Forgive me for erasing your memories again. Forget about me. Forget about this, then you can live a better life. You have to be happy, and I have to be happy as well. While he was casting the spell, she had been sleeping peacefully. He didn't know what kind of sad dream she had, but tears started to seep out of the corners of her eyes and rolled down one by one. Shun Jiuli wiped her tears with his trembling hands. This was the last time he would wipe her tears for her. There would never be a next time. In the future, no matter how much she cried, he would not be able to control her anymore. When mortals died, they would still have an afterlife to look forward to. However, he was a god. His death would truly cause his soul to scatter. He would truly disappear from this world and cease to exist. Xiuma, live on. Take our son and live a good life. His hand that was wiping away her tears gradually became transparent, and the talisman on his blue robe also began to flicker. He watched as his hand began to disappear inch by inch. It began to turn into a small stream of flowing light. Once this sign began, it would be very fast. His body was like an ice crystal, cracking and disappearing. After a moment, Shun Julie's figure had already disappeared. The lotus bud suddenly broke and mixed with the flowing light that was originally rotating in the bud. This flowing light lifted Shuama up like a lover's embrace, enveloping her and flying out. Chapter 1764. Her tears fell drop by drop, but she never opened her eyes. She just slept peacefully and slept. Shue Ilan was wandering around outside like a madman. He was still looking for a passage to enter. Shunjuli was Shuama's obsession, and she was his obsession. He wouldn't give up until he saw her come out or her corpse. Because the seal was successful, most of the people in the 6 realms left. There were also a few loyal subordinates of Mo Palace who didn't leave. They were with Shue Ilan and were searching around the mountain. Suddenly, a faint light flashed from the side of the mountain. Shuama's figure appeared out of thin air. A stream of light supported her as she made a small circle outside the mountain. Then, she landed on top of Mountain Rock. Momo, Devil Master. Everyone saw her from different directions and rushed over. Shue Ilan ran at the front and rushed to her. When he saw her open her eyes, he stopped and said in a trembling voice, Momo. She was crying. Tears rolled down her cheeks like beads from a broken necklace. She slowly stood up and watched the stream of light that lifted her up circle around her 3 times before it spun away and flew into the clouds. A heavy rain fell. The heavy rain was like a heavenly river pouring down. Rushing downward, Shuama knelt down in the rain without saying a word. Her hands dug into the grass beneath her. The rain washed her face. It was as if his hands were helping her wipe her tears again. The rain seemed to carry the cold fragrance of his sleeves. The sound of the rain seemed to be his reminders, reminding her to live well, to live on. Shinjuli, we promised each other. 1,000 years. I'll wait for you for 1,000 years. I'll wait for you to come back. I'll take our son and wait for you to come back. As long as you come back, I won't hold it against you for wiping my memories again. Only when you come back can I be happy. Only then can my son and I be happy. Yes, her memories hadn't been wiped away. She was the Devil Master. Even when she was at her weakest, her senses were far sharper than normal people. When she was in his arms, she had already sensed that his body temperature was abnormal. His body temperature was dropping lower and lower. However, in order to not let her sense it, he was still desperately using spells to recover that little bit of body temperature. His heartbeat also slowed down, and then it stopped. That was the true 5 decay of heaven and man. No one could reverse the situation, not even her at that time. She couldn't do anything for him. The only thing she could do was to not let him worry about her. She knew that he was worried about her. She knew that he wanted to wipe away her memories so that she could be happy. Thus, she fell asleep according to his wishes, giving him the opportunity to perform the final memory-erasing technique on her. She didn't want him to leave, so she didn't open her eyes, but she couldn't control her tears. She didn't want him to. She wanted Momo. She was the Devil Master. As long as she was unwilling, no one could truly erase her memories. Shue Ilan stood beside her in a daze, looking at her crying. From beginning to end, she didn't make a sound, but her tears kept flowing down her face. Along with the continuous rain, it was as if the world was also crying with her. This kind of silent crying was the most heart-wrenching. The rain fell for 3 days and 3 nights. She knelt in the rain and cried for 3 days and 3 nights. No one could persuade her, and no one could really get close to her. They could only watch her cry. Chapter 1765. 3 days later, the rain finally stopped. A rainbow rose from the horizon, and the green hills were washed clean. The heavy rain washed away all the dirt of the mortal world and purified all the remaining purple evil in the world, leaving nothing behind. Shuama slowly stood up. Her knees seemed to be numb from kneeling, and she swayed as soon as she stood up. Momo, Shue Ilan, who had been accompanying her in the rain, rushed over and wanted to support her. However, she stepped back a few steps like flowing water, and Shue Ilan missed. He stood in place and looked up at her. Momo, there were no more tears on her face, as if she had cried all the tears in her life in the past 3 days. Her small face was plain and clean, but her eyes were clear as if they had been washed by water. It was a pair of ink-black eyes, and they were no longer red like gemstones. Standing there like this, she didn't look like the former Devil Lord, but like Ning Xuema in the past. This kind of her made Shui Ilan feel a little strange, especially the expression on her face. He stood there and didn't dare to go forward. He paused for a moment before asking, Momo, where is he? He also saw the flowing light that carried her up 3 days ago. He was a demon emperor, and he was experienced and knowledgeable, so he vaguely guessed something. He only asked this to confirm it from her mouth. Xuema didn't answer. She turned to look at the surrounding mountains and rivers. Divine power could create all things. Every blade of grass, every tree, every rock, and every mountain should have his breath. Tears wanted to come out again, but she held them back. He was gone, and there was no one to wipe her tears for her. She wouldn't cry again unless he came back. I will wait for him. Xuema smiled, but there seemed to be tears in her smile. But there was also an unshakable determination. It was only 1,000 years. She could afford to wait. Shui Ilan's heart finally sank. He turned to look at the surrounding scenery, as if trying to find that person from these sceneries. Although he knew that it would be cruel to ask, he still asked, what if he still doesn't come after 1,000 years? Then we'll wait for 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 5,000 years until he returns. He can't bear to part with me. She looked up at the rainbow in the sky and smiled. Shun Julie, I know you can't bear to part with me, so you must come back. Xuema left with those loyal demon generals. When she left, her gaze finally turned to Shui Ilan. Then she smiled and said, Shui Ilan, I can treat you as a friend, a true friend. Her smile was pure, but her eyes were calm. When she looked at him, it was as if she was looking at a friend. Shui Ilan's heart ached, but he also smiled and only replied with one word. Okay. He stood where he was and watched her figure slowly disappear into the air, but he no longer had the courage to chase after her. He knew that no matter how long he chased after her, he would never be able to catch up to her. She only had that person in her eyes. At most, he could only be considered as her friend. He could only be her friend. He stood there for a long time, not moving for a while. After a while, he smiled and said, Shun Julie, although you are dead, this king is still very envious of you. He looked up at the sky and couldn't help laughing. So, I even envied a dead person. His laughter sounded like he was crying. His laughter echoed in the valley, startling countless birds. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around. His gaze fell on a woman who had just come out from behind a rock not far away. Chapter 1766. The woman was wearing a light red dress, looking elegant and refined. She calmly looked at him and calmly said, Do you want to have a drink? This woman was Fairy Ice Jade, who had worked with him before. He never thought that she would not go back with the other deities and would instead be waiting here. Shui Ilan's subordinates had already been sent away by him, so he was the only one here. Seeing Fairy Ice Jade suddenly appear, he felt a bit unhappy. Was this woman here just to see him make a fool of himself? His lips curled into a smile that could topple cities, but the words he said were vicious. Fairy, are you waiting here just to seduce this king? Fairy Ice Jade froze and raised her brows to look at him. What did you say? Shui Ilan slowly walked over and looked down at her. You willingly waited here in the heavy rain and appeared when this king was in dire straits. Is it because you think this king will be grateful to you and agree to drink with you? Fairy Ice Jade's face turned slightly pale. I just want to drink with your excellency. Shui Ilan's smile became even more enchanting. Then what happens after we drink? He slightly moved closer to her. This king has heard of a phrase called messy sex after drinking. Do you want to have messy sex after drinking with this king? These words could be considered an insult. Fairy Ice Jade's face turned pale. She raised her hand to push his handsome face away. Shui Ilan grabbed her hand and moved closer to her. He said in a soft voice, It's a pity that this king is not interested in you. suddenly throwing her away. Fairy Ice Jade was thrown back a few steps. When she finally stood up, her face turned red. Shwe Elon. Shwe Elon's figure floated and suddenly moved in front of her. Raising his hand, he grabbed her chin and looked in her eyes. Who do you think you are? Is the name Shwe Elon something you can say? Ice Jade Fairy's pretty face turned green and white. Suddenly, a faint purple light flashed on her body. Shwe Elon's finger trembled as if it was shocked by electricity. His finger loosened. But Ice Jade Fairy had already retreated a few steps like flowing water. Your Excellency thinks too much. Bingyu doesn't have any thoughts about your Excellency. However, on account of our previous cooperation, I would like to invite your Excellency for a drink. Since your Excellency has no such intentions, Bingyu will not force your Excellency. Goodbye. She turned around and flew away. Shwe Elon stared blankly for a moment. Looking at his own hand, he seemed to have underestimated this woman. Her kung fu was much higher than what he had seen in the sealed land. She had hidden her true strength. Where did this woman come from? This thought flashed through his mind for a moment before he tossed it aside. No matter where that woman came from, it had nothing to do with him. As long as she didn't get in the way of him and Momo, he wouldn't care about her. He stood there for a moment and sighed softly. He really wanted to find someone to have a drink with. Xiaomo returned to Mo Palace first. She went straight to the small courtyard where Shun Julie used to live to see the flower. Then she stood at the entrance of the courtyard in a daze. The heavenly fire flower that used to be in the flower bed was no longer there. There were only a few messy, withered leaves in its original place. Himu! Himu! She called out. Manager Himu had been following behind her worriedly. When he heard her call, he hurriedly showed himself. Your subordinate is here. What about the flower? Himu, what about the flower? Her voice trembled slightly. Manager Himu looked at the flower bed in a daze. It was still fine a few days ago. Your subordinate doesn't know how it disappeared. Chapter 1767. Strange. Although the heavenly fire flower was rare, it didn't have any use. Who would steal it? Go and investigate. Xiaomo only gave this order, and Himu left as if his but was on fire. She slowly walked to the place where the heavenly fire flower used to grow. She slowly squatted down and paused for a moment. Then, she used her hands to dig at the soil. He treasured the flower so much that day. Perhaps it had some use, but she destroyed the entire area. Only one flower was left. Now that he was gone, was the flower also going to disappear? She came here directly, hoping to find some hope from the flower. She didn't expect that even this hope would be lost. She unwillingly dug at the ground with her hands, but she didn't find anything. Other than the few dried leaves on the ground, she couldn't find anything else related to the flower. She stood up with her hands full of mud and looked at the flower bed in a daze. She seemed to see him standing there, taking care of the flower, almighty. She reached out to hug him, but she hugged nothing. Illusion? It was just an illusion. She stood there like a fool for a moment. Then, she bent down to pick up a dried leaf. The leaf was so dried that there was no green at all. It was as if it had been baked by the scorching sun many times. She raised her hand and carefully touched the leaf, afraid that she would accidentally drop it. A leaf was a leaf, and it was a dried leaf. She closed her eyes slightly and carefully put the leaf in her storage space. She then studied the soil in the flower bed. The soil here was no different from other places. She could almost study all kinds of chemical composition, but she still couldn't find anything. However, the heavenly fire flower could only grow here. Perhaps there was a special reason for it. Shun Julie should know, but it was a pity that he would never tell her personally. She stood up and looked around. The courtyard was empty. After Shun Julie left, Butler Himu didn't let anyone else live here. It had been empty all this time. Too much time had passed, and she had thrown away everything related to him, so she couldn't smell any of his scent here. She walked into the house again. The house was also empty. She couldn't find anything related to him. She looked at her hands. She was so decisive at that time. It was unusually clean. Now, it was difficult for her to find anything that belonged to him in this house. She sat on the bed. This bed was not the one she had slept on before. It was just an ordinary wooden bed, and it was a little uncomfortable to sit on. She sat on the bed for a long time with her eyes lowered. No one knew what she was thinking. Or perhaps, until now, her mind was still in a mess, and she hadn't found a real clue. She knew that she should go to Fanteon Palace to see her son, but she didn't know how to face him. Furthermore, her mental state was extremely weak right now. Her eyes were extremely dry, her head was extremely painful, and her heart was extremely stuffy. After all, her heart meridian had just been broken. Just moving a little more would cause her heart to hurt. It hurt so much that it felt like it was going to break again. She couldn't let it break, and she didn't want to die. His wish was for her to live well. How could she not comply with his wish? Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, she would try to survive. She had to adjust her mentality before meeting her son. Otherwise, he would be even sadder to see her like this. Chapter 1768. She didn't need to look in a mirror to know that she was as pale as a ghost. She waved her sleeves, and a set of bedding appeared on the bed. It was exactly the same as the one Julie had used before. Yes, although she was disgusted at that time and wanted to chase him away, she had only been here once. But strangely, she remembered all the decorations in his room, including the color of the bedding. Now, she made a new set of bedding and crawled into the bed. She hugged the bedding tightly and fell asleep in a daze. She didn't know how long she slept. When she woke up again, it was already a day later. She stretched her arms and legs and sat up on the bed. Then, she looked out of the window in a daze. This room was really too small. It wasn't even 1/3 the size of her bedroom. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to his bedroom in the Sun Moon sect. The room was narrow and small. It must have been hard for someone like him to be cooped up in such a small space for more than a month without any complaints. There were many things that she couldn't think about in the past. Whenever she thought about it, her heart would hurt as if it was being torn apart. She hugged the bedding and thought, why didn't I treat him a little better back then? Even if it was just a little bit. The bedding didn't have his scent. Even if she hugged it, her heart would still feel empty. She lowered her head and thought for a while. In the end, she didn't give up and carefully searched the room for a long time. Her efforts paid off. She finally found something related to him. It was a small piece of cloth with a drop of blood on it. It should have been left behind when he was injured. She found it in a crack in the room. She felt as if she had found a treasure. She gently held the piece of cloth that was no bigger than a fingernail in her palm. There was a little bit of a scent on it, but it was just a little bit. She held the piece of cloth in her palm for a long time. Then, she put it in her storage space. Shuamal felt that she was probably suffering from hysteria. She wandered around the Mo Palace like a wandering ghost for an entire day. She went to all the places he had been before, searching for anything related to him as if she was searching for treasures. Unfortunately, she was too heartless at that time. After breaking off the engagement with him, in order to cut off all his thoughts, she destroyed or threw away everything that belonged to him. Now, it was very difficult to find them even if she wanted to. However, he had lived here for more than a month after all. If she looked carefully, she could still find some clues, such as the cup he used to drink from, the vase he used to put in, and even the dried flowers he gave her that she casually threw into the trash. Those things were small and insignificant, and most of them no longer had the aura he once left behind. However, as long as he had touched them, she could not help but collect them. When he gave her flowers, she had never seen them before. She had no idea what kind of flowers they were. At that time, he sent her flowers every day. She only thought that it was a way for him to pick up girls. Now that she thought about it, he was so persistent in sending her flowers. Perhaps he had a purpose. These flowers might have some special meaning. Because too much time had passed, the flowers that were once thrown into the trash can no longer exist. She summoned manager Himu and asked him where the trash was dumped. Then, she went straight there. After rummaging through the trash, she finally found some flowers. Of course, flowers were delicate things. After being thrown into the trash for so long, most of them had already rotted away. She searched for a long time and only found a few petals or a single branch. She could barely see their original appearance. She studied each one for a while but still couldn't find anything. Chapter 1769. She pondered for a moment and turned to ask Himu, who had been following beside her, "Who is the one who knows these flowers the best in the 6 realms?" Himu was very knowledgeable, so he immediately answered, "Mother Earth." Shuama did not know much about the people in this world, so naturally, she did not know who Mother Earth was. She casually ordered, "Go and summon Mother Earth. I want to ask her something." Manager Himu was in a dilemma. Devil Master, Mother Earth does not belong to the 6 realms. She does not listen to anyone. She cannot leave the land. If you want to see her, you have to find her yourself. The place where Mother Earth lived was a little special. It was deep underground. To find her, one had to use the Earth escape technique to drill dozens of miles into the soil. In the middle, one had to pass through several layers of rock and magma. It was very difficult. Even with Yi Tianli's high level of kung fu, he would have to put in a lot of effort to enter her underground palace. He would have to shed a layer of skin just to find her. Although Shuama's kung fu was much higher than Yi Tianli's, she had just reconnected her heart. If she went there now, she would probably lose her life. Her life was exchanged by Shanjuli. It was very precious. She could not lose it, or else she would be sorry to him. Shuama placed the flowers, branches, leaves, and leaves into her storage space. She planned to rest for a while before going to look for Mother Earth. Now, she should go and see her son. When Shun Yinma was forced to return to Fantian Palace by his father, he still had a lot of resentment in his heart. He had promised to give him a month's leave, but it was canceled because he and his mother went on an adventure. It was canceled. Not only that, his father also gave him a lot of homework. The names of those homework assignments were relayed to him by Zhe, the divine beast that guarded him. One by one, he said that if he didn't read and learn them well, he wouldn't be allowed to leave Fantian Palace. Shin Yinma was a smart child, but it would be difficult for him to memorize more than 1,000 books with more than 100,000 words. When Shun Yinma saw the books, he only felt that his head was buzzing. He wanted to bargain with his father, but the only directed audio spell that his father left for him had automatically burned. He could not contact his father for the time being. She was planning to bargain with her father when he returned so that he could not torture children like this. This kind of force-feeding education was not right. It was not conducive to the healthy growth of children. After he returned to Fantian Palace, he flipped through the books. Most of them were written by his father. He didn't know when his father had written them. Shin Yinma was very annoyed when he saw the books in the room. To express his dissatisfaction, he deliberately picked out a few books that were written by his father and threw them on the ground. He left a bunch of small footprints on the books to represent his anger. Then, he ran out of the study room to play with the mythological beasts. He had a lot of fun that day, and it was the first time that he was allowed to play like this. He felt very happy, but at the same time, he was also a little worried. His mother had already contacted him and said that it was very safe, so he didn't have to worry. At that time, he was indeed relieved, but after playing for half a day, he thought of his mother again. When he tried to contact her again, he couldn't get in touch with her. The voice transmission talisman remained motionless as if it was dead. This made him feel a little uneasy, but he did not take it to heart. Thanks to his father's force-feeding education, he knew that the voice transmission talisman did not work in some forbidden places. That place was very strange. His father and mother must have joined hands to explore that place, so it was not strange that they could not get in touch. Chapter 1770. Moreover, his father and mother were the strongest people in the world. With the two of them working together, what difficulties could they not overcome? What else could be difficult for them? After playing for a whole day, he still did not see his father come back until the sky was completely dark. He tried to contact his mother again, but he still could not reach her. However, he began to panic as if he was about to lose the most important thing. It was a strange feeling. He did not know anything, but he began to feel sad and inexplicably wanted to cry. The 8 mythological beasts who stayed with him had their own duties. One of them could even cook. Among them, Tengshi was a master of cooking. Therefore, although Shin Yinma stayed alone in the Fantian Palace, he did not starve. Although the food cooked by Tengshi was not as good as his father's, it was still acceptable. Although Shun Yinma had been used to sleeping alone these days, he knew that his father was in the palace and was not far away from him. However, this time, after dinner, he played for a while. When his father did not come back, he began to feel uneasy. He tried to contact his mother again, but failed. He could not help but want to run out of the palace to have a look. However, the distance between the Fanteon Palace and the mortal realm was not ordinary. When he came back, the 8 mythological beasts were there to pick him up, but it took nearly a day. If he wanted to go there again, he was afraid that he would not be able to reach it in a short time. Moreover, his father had told him that he could not leave the Fanteon Palace until he had memorized the books and really mastered them. The 8 mythological beasts were his guards and also to monitor him. He could not leave the Fanteon Palace for a while. He had no choice but to climb in a bed and sleep. In his half-awake state, he seemed to see his father standing in front of his bed and looking at him. He was shocked. In his dream, he still remembered that he had not done his homework and thought that his father was there to punish him. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative. He pouted and looked as if he was about to cry. "Father, why are you only back now? I am afraid to be alone in the palace. Where's my mother? Is she okay now? What is the purple smoke? It can make animals crazy. Have you gotten rid of it?" He asked a series of questions in one breath. He thought that his father would at least answer him, but he did not expect that his father's figure began to gradually disappear. He jumped in fright and pounced forward, but he pounced on empty air. His body felt cold, and he woke up. His little heart was beating wildly. This was the first time he had dreamed of such a father. He didn't know why, but he broke out in a cold sweat. Her eyes stung, and she had the urge to cry out loud. Before he could come back to his senses, the Fanteon Palace suddenly started raining heavily, and the sound of the rain was like the world was sobbing. He lay on the bed in a daze for a long time before running out barefoot. He went straight to his father's bedroom and banged on the door with all his might. "Father, father." The door of the bedroom was tightly shut. It was unusually cold, and there was no sign of it opening. His whole body was drenched, but he did not care and screamed desperately. "Father, please open the door. I'm scared." Yinma was scared. "You back, right?" He shouted over and over again until his throat was hoarse, but not a single person came out. Originally, in order to train his courage, his father would not open the door for him at night, no matter how much he cried. Now it was the same. He scratched the door for a long time and suddenly found a problem. Originally, the door of the bedroom was always covered with a thin wizardry barrier, regardless of whether his father was there or not. As long as his father did not want to open the door for him, it was useless no matter how hard he scratched. However, the wizardry barrier was no longer there. Chapter 1771. As long as his father did not open the door for him, it would be useless no matter how hard he scratched. However, the wizardry barrier was no longer there. There was only a lock hanging on the door. "Father." Shun Yinma stared at the lock for a moment. He was disappointed. His father had not returned yet. Otherwise, he would not have hung a lock outside. In the end, he did not give up. He jumped up and took off the lock. Then, he pushed the door with all his might. The door creaked open. Shun Yinma's heart was beating fast. He had not been to his father's bedroom for a long time. Usually, his father would see him in the study room or the living room. He pushed the door open and walked in. The room was quiet. There was no one in the room. The bedding on the bed was neat and clean. The layout of the room had completely changed. The jade screen and the antique shelf were gone. Instead, there were rows of cabinets. In the cabinets, there were neatly arranged bottles of different sizes. Medicine bottles. Shun Yinma recognized a few of them. They were similar to the golden sword medicine. He was naughty and playful, so he often bumped into things. It was normal for him to get bruised. Sometimes, when he bumped into things badly, his father would apply some of the ointment on him. It was very effective and almost relieved the pain. Usually, his father would put these things in his storage space. Why were they all here this time? There were so many of them. Moreover, each bottle was labeled with a name and a simple description of the effect. That tag was also in his father's handwriting. It was a beautiful and flamboyant handwriting, just like his father. Shun Yinma looked at the rows of medicine bottles in a daze. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. He unconsciously walked around the room and felt that there was something missing, but he couldn't remember what it was at the moment. After thinking for a while, he rushed out again. Although he was young, he was a real genius. In addition, Shun Jili taught him well. Therefore, Shun Nianma could already set up a wizardry barrier at a young age. Although it was raining heavily outside, if he did not want to get wet, he could still set up a wizardry barrier to avoid the rain. However, he was too anxious at this time. He did not care about the rain and ran back to his bedroom. She hurriedly opened her wardrobe and was stunned. Inside his wardrobe was a small storage space. At this moment, there were rows of his clothes, underwear, outerwear, training clothes. There were hundreds of them. In the future, he could wear whatever he wanted to wear, as many as he wanted to wear. Shin Yinma always had a bad habit. He was unwilling to wash his dirty clothes. He often wanted to throw them to his father, saying that he was still young. It was enough for his father to not let him carry and comfort him. Therefore, his father should wash his clothes for him. Anyway, it was just a matter of a cleaning spell. However, in order to train his self-care ability, his father never washed his clothes. He even prepared very few clothes for him, only 3 sets of clothes. If he wore one set, he had to wash it himself. If he didn't know the cleansing spell, he had to wash it by the lake. Shun Yinma was also angry. He said that he did not want to wash his clothes, but he did not wash them. He deliberately walked in front of his father like a dirty monkey. As a result, he was thrown out by his father into various mud pits, which made him roll on the ground like a mud monkey. Shin Yinma could not stand being so dirty, so he had to wash his clothes with resentment. Of course, he was very active in practicing the cleansing spell. Chapter 1772. Now that he had almost practiced the cleansing spell, although he might not be able to make it as spotless as his father, he could still remove the obvious stains. Why did his father suddenly prepare so many clothes for him? He ran over to take a look. There was even a natural silk robe that he desperately wanted at that time. In the cupboard under his clothes, there were some new toys that he liked to play with. However, his father did not let him play with them. These toys were strange. There were wooden birds that could fly, slingshots, guns. There were also some that he could not name. They were all placed in the cupboard, as if waiting for the young master to play with them. Shin Yinma was stunned. He did not see these things before he went to bed. He clearly remembered that he had changed his clothes after he came back from the other continent. At that time, the cupboard was still normal. How could there be so many new things after he woke up? Was his father back? He secretly left something for him and then left. Father! 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 Shin Yinma rushed out of the door and began to wander around the Fanteon Palace to look for his father. He shouted while looking for him. The 8 mythological beasts were all attracted by his shouting. Shin Yinma naturally asked if they had seen his father. Unexpectedly, the 8 mythological beasts shook their heads. No, little master, the Divine Lord did not come back. Yes, little master. If the Divine Lord came back, we would be the first to know. Little master, don't shout. The Divine Lord did not come back. The 8 mythological beasts tried to persuade him. Shin Yinma naturally did not listen. If his father did not come back, then what was going on in his cupboard? His father must have come back. He ran wildly in the heavy rain for the whole night and went everywhere. However, he still could not find any trace of his father. He stood in the courtyard with his whole body wet. The fear in his heart was overwhelming, but he did not dare to cry out loud. It seemed that if he cried out, the things that he did not dare to think about in his heart would become a reality. He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. His father did not come out now. Perhaps it was to punish him for not studying. He desperately tried to find a reason for his father not to appear, then ran back to the study. The book he threw on the floor was still there, and there were even a few pages with his small footprints on them. He quickly picked them up and stacked them neatly. He even washed his hands to freshen himself up. Then he spoke to the void. Father, Nianma is obedient now. I'm going to study now. You can come out now. I will study hard and practice hard so that my father will not worry about me anymore. It was quiet all around. Naturally, his father did not come out. Father? Come out. Nianma's cleaning skill had improved again. If you don't believe me, you can come out and take a look. Nianma's clothes were wet just now, but now I can dry them in the blink of an eye. You can come out and check on him." Shun Yinma racked his brains to think of a way to force his father to show up. However, he thought of no less than a dozen possibilities, but there was still no movement. He had been running in the heavy rain for the entire night, so he felt a little dizzy at the moment. He touched his head and pursed his lips. "Father, Nyema has a fever. I'm sick." He plopped down on the carpet and panted a few times with a red face. "Father, Nyema is very uncomfortable. Father, come out and give me a hug." The wind blew in from the window, making the curtains dance. It also blew on Shun Nyema's body. Chapter 1773. The wind blew in from the window and made the curtains dance. It also blew on Shun Nyema's body. He shuddered and looked around anxiously. Although his kung fu was good, he was still only 2 or 3 years old. He was also very cute, so he looked very cute when he was lying there. It made people want to kiss and hug him. This was his trump card. When he was too naughty and caused his father to be unhappy and ignore him, he would use this move to prevent his father from punishing him. His father would often lose his cool and come to see him, touch his forehead, or even pick him up and pat him in his arms. His father's medical skills were amazing. Naturally, he would quickly find out that he was pretending to be sick. Therefore, he would often punish him even more severely. For example, he would punish him to run 10 laps around the Fanteon Palace. When he found out that he was lying, he would make him run 20 or 30 laps. Shin Yinma was so punished that he would cry for his father and mother. He did not dare to use this trick to tease his father. He did not know if his father had seen through his little trick or he really did not come back. After waiting for a long time, he still did not get a hug from his father. He pursed his lips and cried, "Father, it's true this time. Nyema is sick. Father, come out and hug me." He lay on the ground and cried until his voice was hoarse. In the end, he even threatened, "Father, if you don't come out, I will cry myself to death here. If you come out, I will not cry. If you come out, I will be willing to run 30 laps." Of course, his father did not come out. He would never come out again. He did have a fever. The more he cried, the heavier his head became. He cried and cried until he fell asleep. He really had a fever. The fever made him dizzy. When he woke up, he called his father and said that he was not lying. He opened his little hands and waited for his father to hug him. Originally, the 8 mythological beasts were not allowed to enter the study. However, Shinyama cried for too long and did not come out to eat. The 8 mythological beasts called him from outside, but he did not respond. In the end, the 8 mythological beasts had no choice but to let Bai Zhe, who was more sensitive, in to see how the young master was doing. As soon as Bai Zhe went in, he saw Shun Nianma lying on the ground with a red face. He was shocked and quickly carried him. His small body was burning like charcoal, causing Bai Zhe to tremble. The 8 mythical beasts could transform into anything. In fact, all of them had the ability to transform into humans. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Supreme Divinity would not allow them to transform into humans. Moreover, these mythological beasts also believed that their original forms were the most beautiful and were unwilling to appear in other forms. Therefore, they usually stayed in their original form when they were with Shan Yinma. It was not easy for them to carry a baby in their beast form, so Bai Zhe had no choice but to transform into a human. Bai Zhe's human form was extremely beautiful. His white robe was elegant and charming, and he looked very scholarly. Shin Yinma opened his eyes in a daze and saw a white robe. He immediately grabbed it tightly. "Father, Father, you've finally appeared." Bai Zhe was scared out of his wits. He did not dare to pretend to be a divine lord, so he quickly explained, "Little master, I'm Bai Zhe, not a divine lord." However, Shin Yinma was already in a daze due to the fever. He still refused to let go of his father. "Father, Yinma is sick. Don't leave me." Bai Zhe had no choice but to carry him out and try to reduce his fever. Fortunately, before the Supreme Divinity left the Fanteon Palace, she had given Bai Zhe some medicine. It was mainly used to treat children's illnesses. Chapter 1774. Bai Zhe had to admit that the Divine Lord's medicine was very effective. Not long after Bai Zhe fed him the medicine, his fever gradually subsided. Shen Yimma woke up and looked at Bai Zhe, who was guarding his bed. He could not stop crying. He was so sick this time, but his father still did not appear. His father was so cruel. Shen Yimma was very frustrated. He had used all kinds of tricks to force his father out, but he still could not force his father to come out. He had been lying on the bed for a long time. He did not want to eat or drink anything. Bai Zhe did not dare to force him. It had to ask the flying serpent, who was good at cooking, to make a lot of delicious food. It wanted to let this grumpy little brat have a good meal. However, Shen Yimma was determined this time. He pursed his lips tightly and said that he would not eat. He wanted to force Shen Juli to come out by going on hunger strike. He would be happy even if his father came out and gave him a good spanking. In just 3 days, the little guy was very sick. He had the physique of a demigod, so it was not a big deal even if he did not eat or drink. However, he was still a child after all. He was usually a little foodie, so he could cry if he did not eat. Therefore, when he did not eat for 3 days, the 8 mythological beasts were very anxious. They were worried that something bad would happen to him due to hunger. Just when he was feeling helpless, there was a movement at the gate of the palace. It seemed that someone had come in. The gate of the Fantion Palace was usually closed to the outside, so outsiders could not come in. Who was it that came in at this time? Shen Yimma, who was lying on the bed and looked like he was about to die, suddenly jumped up and ran out. Father! Shu Ma had just opened the gate of the Fantion Palace and walked in when she saw Shen Yimma rushing over like a small cannonball. Father! However, when he saw who it was, he was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly rushed over. Mother! Shu Ma's footsteps paused, and her heart suddenly twisted. She tightly held him in her arms. After not seeing him for 3 days, the little guy had lost a lot of weight. His eye sockets were sunken in, and his originally tender and delicate skin had become somewhat pale and shriveled. She subconsciously felt the little fellow's pulse. Are you sick? After waiting for 3 days, Shen Yimma finally found a family member. Naturally, he would not let go of her. He pressed his face against Shu Ma's face and pouted as if he was about to cry. I was drenched and fell sick. Why didn't father come out to see Yimma? Shu Ma hugged him tightly. His unintentional words were like a knife stirring in Shu Ma's heart. She kissed her son. Come, mother will take a look at you. She carried him and walked inside. Shen Yimma's eyes were looking behind her, as if he was trying to find someone else. Mother, where is father? You didn't come back together? Shu Ma paused for a moment. Your father is injured. He's recuperating in seclusion. He won't be back for the time being. In the end, she still couldn't bear to tell her son about Shun Juli's actual situation. The child was still too young. It would be too cruel to tell him such an outcome. Moreover, she didn't believe that Shun Juli would really disappear. She had died twice, and even her soul was scattered once. Didn't she come back in one piece? Perhaps Shun Juli was the same. This time, it might be a trial for him. His soul was scattered here, and perhaps he was reborn somewhere else. Perhaps he was now looking for the way to the celestial devil continent. He would come back. It was just a matter of time. Didn't he say that it would be 1,000 years? Although he had erased her memory a few times, he had never lied to her. It must be the same this time. Since he said that he would come back after 1,000 years, he would definitely come back. Chapter 1775. Shinjuli, you have to come back. You can't break your promise to me and my daughter. Shenichin's promise was worth a lot of money, wasn't it? However, Shun Yinma was not as gullible as other children. He widened his eyes and asked, Father is injured? Is it serious? Where is he? Shuama put him on the bed and rubbed his head. It is a little serious, so he needs to be isolated. As for the location of his seclusion, your father has never told anyone about it. Don't worry, Nyima. When he recovers, he will come back to see you. Shin Yinma blinked his eyes and still did not give up. Where else is better than the Fantion Palace? It is full of spiritual power and quiet. No one will disturb him. Is father afraid that Nyinma will disturb him? Is that why he won't come back? Nyinma will be good and will not disturb him. Mother, I miss father. Can you ask him to come back? She felt as if there were countless needles pricking her heart, but she could not show it in front of her son. Xiaoma kissed her son's little face. Good boy, Nianma. Get well first. She was also a doctor. When she felt her son's pulse, she knew that he had caught a cold. She was good at treating this. She was busy with the child. She was now the child's mother. She could not afford to be sad and dispirited. No matter how painful it was, she could only cry in a quiet place. She could not be weak in front of her child. After all, Shinyama was still a child. When his parents were not around, he would feel lonely and afraid. Now that his mother was back by his side, his heart finally calmed down a little. He held Xiaoma's arm and asked, Mother, Father came back 3 days ago and brought so many clothes and toys for Nianma, but he did not see Nianma. Xiaoma's arms stiffened slightly, and her heart suddenly jumped. 3 days ago, Shinjuli had just passed away. Did he come back? Your father has always loved you. What clothes and toys did he send you? Shinyama told her about his wardrobe. Xiaoma did not speak. She slowly walked to the wardrobe and opened it. She looked at the small clothes and played with them for a moment. Shinyama might not understand, but Gu Shijio did. These things were prepared by Shun Juli a long time ago. However, he set up a small wizardry barrier here. When he was alive, with the wizardry barrier, Shun Yinma would not be able to find the things in the wizardry barrier. Once he died, all the barriers he had set up would disappear, and the child would naturally be able to see them. It seemed that he had prepared everything in advance. Strange, the eruption of Zisha also happened suddenly. Could he have predicted it in advance? Did she foresee where he would immortalize? She knew that Shun Juli's fortune-telling ability was extremely powerful. In her previous life, he had never made a mistake in his fortune-telling. However, didn't he also say that fortune-tellers shouldn't tell their own fortunes? Not only was he unable to divine his own future, he was also unable to divine hers. How could he have predicted this in advance? She thought of Shun Juli's many strange behaviors when he was sealing Zisha, such as the first time he wore such a robe, his indifference to her, and his distance from her. It was as if he had predicted the outcome in advance and reacted accordingly. When he first came to the celestial devil continent, he still wanted to pursue her again. He did not hesitate to lower himself to live in her small courtyard and send her flowers every day, regardless of rain or shine. She tried all ways to force him to break off the engagement, and even used the method of marrying a concubine to make things difficult for him. Chapter 1776. She tried her best to force him to break off the engagement. She even tried to make things difficult for him by making him a concubine. When he agreed to break off the engagement at that time, it was more like a retreat in order to advance. Otherwise, he would not have tried so hard to persuade her to come to the Fanteon Palace after his identity as the Divine Lord was exposed. Of course, he was not really cold to her. The real coldness seemed to have begun when he returned to the Fanteon Palace. Could it be that he had recovered some of his memories in the Fanteon Palace? Did he know that he would not live for long? Was that why he was cold to her? Perhaps there were some secrets hidden in the Fanteon Palace. Xiaoma had always been a very calm person. Previously, Shun Juli's disappearance made her panic. Now, as time went by, she slowly calmed down and tried to analyze it seriously. Mother, did father come back? Little Nianma looked at his mother, who was lost in thought. Xiaoma secretly took a breath and turned around. Yes, your father came back. He will be in isolation for a long time. He is worried about you, so he brought you these things. Nianma, you must be good. Don't let your father down. Look at your little face. Come, eat something and sleep. Little Nianma finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been tossing and turning these past few days and was indeed tired. Now that his mother was by his side watching over him, his heart had some support. What's more, he had also received news from his father. His little heart that had been on edge for a long time finally relaxed a little. Sure enough, after eating some things, he fell asleep. After settling him down, Xiaoma sat in front of his bed for a while and then walked out. After thinking about it, she went directly to Shun Juli's bedroom. This was the first time she entered his bedroom in the Fanteon Palace. The layout was quite similar to his bedroom on the Lotus Hill. Even the appearance of the bed was similar. It was a lotus white jade bed. The clean bedding, the clean room, The familiar environment and the lingering familiar smell made Shuama's eyes slightly dry. There seemed to be something surging in her chest. Her throat was blocked, but she did not cry. She had already shed all her tears in those 3 days. Now, no matter how sad she was, she couldn't shed a single tear. Her gaze landed on the rows of medicine bottles. She recognized most of them, some of which she had even obtained before. These were all things from Shun Julie's storage space. At that time, no matter what kind of injury or strange illness she suffered from, he would conjure the right medicine for her to take and apply it for her. Some of the commonly used small bottles could be felt with her eyes closed. She remembered that when she asked him out of curiosity how much medicine he had on him and how many good things he had on him, he would rub her hair and say, "Take a guess?" Now, she didn't have to guess anymore, because all the medicines were placed here. There were more than 1,000 kinds, and it was a dazzling array. There was even an alchemy cauldron in the corner. It looked ancient and full of charm. There were 2 books beside the cauldron. He took the 2 books and took a look. The books recorded all kinds of alchemy rules, and they were extremely detailed and comprehensive. The words on the books were also his handwriting. It was so familiar that it seemed to be carved into her heart with a knife. There was no need to ask. These alchemy rules were left for her by him. Looking at the ink, it was also new, less than a month old. She held the 2 books and slightly closed her eyes. "Shun Julie, you've really prepared everything for your funeral." Monday Roll Tickets. Chapter 1777. Shun Julie, you've really prepared everything for your funeral, just like your usual strict temperament. However, why didn't you tell me if you had already anticipated this? If I had known that sealing the egg would cost your life, I would have joined hands with you from the beginning. No matter how difficult it was for you, I would have stuck by your side. If that was the case, would the final outcome be different? A person would be particularly strong after having a child. If it were not for little Nianma, she might have been so dispirited that she did not even want to live anymore. However, with little Nianma by her side, for the sake of the child, she had a hold on no matter how bitter her heart was. She had been rushing for the past few days. At the moment, she was exhausted. However, she looked at the big bed and pursed her lips. She did not want to lie on it. "Shun Julie, I will wait for you to come back and give me a status. I have been entangled with you for so long, and we even have a child together. However, you have never sincerely said that you would marry me. If you don't come back, I will not sleep in your room or your bed." She turned and left his bedroom. She walked around nearby and tidied up a side chamber. She casually made a bed and lay on it. She wanted to rest first. Initially, she wanted to take a nap on the bed. However, she did not expect to fall asleep so sweetly. In a trance, she seemed to have a bunch of messy dreams. There were countless scenes in the dream. In the dream, she climbed out of an egg. Her legs were weak, and she could not stand steadily. Her heart was full of hunger. She could not wait to bite her own eggshell. Out of nowhere, a hungry wolf appeared and bared its fangs to bite her. She was born with a kind of strength, so she did not know how to be afraid. When the wolf pounced on her, she threw herself on the wolf and directly tore its neck with her small hands. She leaned on its neck and drank its blood. The hungry wolf was drunk in the blink of an eye. She wiped her mouth and got up. It seemed that she was still hungry. She instinctively looked for food. Rabbits, bears, tigers, deer. She ate whatever she caught along the way. Of course, she only drank the blood and did not eat the meat. As she drank more and more blood, her mobility became stronger and her running speed became faster and faster. The animals in the forest were no match for her at all. Perhaps it was because of her natural hostility. The wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards all ran away when she passed by, not daring to meet her face to face. At that time, she had just drunk the blood of a fat wild boar and felt a little bloated, so she lay on a big tree and basked in the moonlight. Inadvertently, he saw an elephant in the distance, followed by a baby elephant. The baby elephant stretched out its small nose to drink milk from under the mother elephant from time to time, and the mother elephant patted it with her long nose. The scene looked very warm. She lowered her head and looked at herself. She was all alone, and no one came to care for her. For the first time, her little heart was not troubled by hunger. For the first time, she longed for something other than blood. For example, the desire to be caressed, the desire to be embraced. Of course, this desire didn't last long in her heart, because she was hungry again. She seemed to have a strong digestive ability. If she did not drink blood for half a day, she would be starving. However, she could not find anything to eat later on. After enduring for a day, she was so hungry that she was dizzy. When the poisonous sun shone on her, she was a little dazed. While she was lying on a big rock in a half-conscious state, she heard the sound of a zither. Although she was ignorant at that time, she could still listen to the sound of nature and was intoxicated. For the first time in her life, she felt that the forest was very pleasing to the eye. The poisonous sun above her was also very beautiful. Chapter 1778. For the first time in her life, she felt that the forest was very pleasing to the eye. The poisonous sun above her head was also very beautiful. She ran towards the sound of the zither and found a very pleasing-looking man in white sitting on top of a tall mountain rock. There was a zither on his lap, and the wonderful sound of the zither was coming from there. What made her even happier was that there were a lot of animals here. They were all around the big rock, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they listened to the zither music. Thus, she unceremoniously pounced over. While pouncing on a deer, she lay on its body and sucked its blood, while perking up her small ears to listen to him play the zither. Just as she drank a few mouthfuls of the sweet blood, the zither music suddenly stopped. She looked up in surprise. Before she could see the person's movements, her small body flew up. After she crawled out of the eggshell, she had been running around the forest looking for food. She did not take a bath and did not wear any clothes. At that time, she was still in a confused state and thought that she was an animal. Which animal wore clothes? When her small body flew into the air, there was a flash of white light on her body, and the mud on her body disappeared. When she fell into the man's arms, there was an extra set of clothes on her body. There was a delicate fragrance on the man's body. It smelled very good. She leaned on his body and smelled it. Of course, she did not feel comfortable with the extra clothes on her body, so she stretched out her small hands to tear them off. Although she was small, she was very strong. The sturdy cloth was torn by her in the blink of an eye, and she became a naked doll again. Her arms and legs were free again, and her attention returned to him. The smell on his body was too good. She could not help but hold his hand and want to bite it. But he pinched her small mouth, and she could not bite it. He stared at her ruby-like eyes and frowned slightly. Demon. It was the first time she heard a human voice, so she followed his voice and said the first word, Demon. He smiled slightly, and his eyelashes curved slightly. She felt that his smile was very beautiful, so she also smiled, and her eyelashes also curved. After laughing, she wanted to bite his hand. There is actually such a pure demon. Your pair of eyes are very beautiful. He raised his hand and stroked her head, smoothing out her messy hair. When she was born, her hair was very long. In just a few days, it had grown long, almost reaching her ankles. Using his hand as a pair of scissors, he trimmed her hair. The front of her hair was neat, covering her full forehead, revealing only a pair of ruby-like eyes. "Who are your parents?" he asked, his voice as melodious as a cello. She did not understand what he was saying. She was very obsessed with his blood and still tried to bite his hand, wanted to suck his blood. His hand pressed on her back, and she didn't know what he was probing. Then, he looked at her with some surprise in his eyes. "You're actually a natural-born devil." His fingertips emitted a white light, as if he wanted to do something to her. She felt that the white light was very beautiful, so she smiled at him with curved eyelashes, revealing a pair of small canine teeth and a pair of small dimples. The man's finger paused, and he looked at her with a complicated gaze. A moment later, the white light on his finger disappeared, and he sighed. "Since the heavens gave birth to you, there must be a reason. You're so cute, so you can't do much evil." He looked down at her, and she also looked up at him. Her big eyes blinked, and they were incomparably pure. There seemed to be a faint smile in his eyes. "Little fellow, you probably don't have a name. Why don't I give you a name?" Chapter 1779. She didn't understand, so her eyes were still staring at his finger. She curled her lips and said, "Hungry blood." This was the word she would say when she was born. Blood demon? The man looked at her bright red lips. Shwa, mo, she repeated with her tongue stuck out. His eyes flashed slightly. Then let's call you Shiwama. It's elegant, and it also alludes to your identity. She was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't want to talk nonsense with him, mainly because she didn't understand. She tiptoed and wanted to bite his hand, but she couldn't bite it, so she settled for the next best thing. He turned his wrist and suddenly pointed at her forehead. You're so cute. It's not good to just suck blood. A drop of blood from his fingertip fell between her eyebrows. A white light flashed, and the drop of blood formed a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows. It was strange that after the cinnabar mole appeared between her eyebrows, the hunger that had been following her like a shadow disappeared. She also seemed to have gained intelligence. She suddenly learned to think and speak. She tilted her head and looked at him. Shiwama, well, from today onwards, you'll be called Shiwama. The man floated up, put away the zither, and put a set of clothes on her. It's not good for a little girl to be naked all the time. She stood on the ground, and for the first time, she didn't feel that wearing clothes was too ugly. She even turned a circle in front of him. He looked down at her. Do you want to go back to Fantion Palace with me? Or continue to stay here? She repeated the last sentence. Continue to stay here. He raised his hand and rubbed her head. You're right. You're born from heaven and earth, which is quite similar to me. It's better to be free. He led her to a mountain spring. Drink this when you're thirsty. He also hunted a few game and taught her how to barbecue. Eat this when you're hungry. She blinked her eyes and learned from him. She learned quite quickly. Only when it came to barbecuing game did she have no talent. When it didn't taste good, she turned around and ran away angrily. After this scene, there were a few more fast-forwarded shots in quick succession. Imo saw that the little girl no longer lived by sucking blood. She began to cultivate in the mountains. She was indeed a demon born from the heavens and earth. She automatically absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. Thirsty to drink mountain spring water, hungry to eat barbecue game. Shinjili came to see her every 10 days or so. He was quite capable. No matter where she hid, as long as he wanted to find her, he would be able to find her. He often brought her clothes and pastries that he made himself. He even taught her how to use the cleansing spell. Of course, he also taught her some life skills. Just like that, 3 years passed, and he suddenly stopped coming. She was already used to him coming over every few days. When he didn't come for a long time, she would be disappointed and feel as if she had been abandoned. But after all, she was a devil born from heaven and earth. Even if he did not come, she would still grow very quickly. Although he wasn't very tall, he was very capable. There were a few monsters in the mountains who were curious about her. Occasionally, they would find an opportunity to bully her, but she beat them until they pissed their pants. Furthermore, she went straight to their cave abode and defeated all the demons in the cave abode. Then, she became the cave master of the cave abode and took in the demons as her underlings. After that, the shots changed faster. Every shot was a history of her battles. After every shot, she had more followers. However, Shun Juli's figure was no longer in these shots. The next time he appeared was on a sunny afternoon. Chapter 1780. At that time, she was sitting lazily in the arms of a handsome big demon. Behind her was a luxuriously decorated cave. Luminous pearls, emeralds, rubies, all kinds of shiny gems were embedded in the cave. Behind her were 4 subordinates who were massaging her shoulders and fanning her. Not far from her, there were also 4 other small demons who were roasting game for her. She was already the boss of this area. All the demons in the mountain area recognized her as the king. She lived a glorious life. Her life was very simple. She cultivated, ate, and beat people up. Whoever bullied her, she would beat them up. Whoever bullied her subordinates, she would beat them up. So as she beat them up, she became the boss of the people being beaten up. Her team was growing bigger and bigger like a rolling snowball. The demons that filled the mountains were all her subordinates. With more subordinates, it was inevitable that things would get messy. At that time, she was illiterate and naturally did not know how to manage things. She only knew how to teach those who disobeyed her a lesson. So as long as these subordinates did not offend her, it was fine. The others formed gangs and ran amok, making the area a mess. She did not know all these until he came. She was dozing off when she suddenly sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked into the sky. The person floating in the sky was an old friend that she had not seen for a long time, Shun Julie. He was still wearing his loose white clothes. His handsome features were more dazzling than the sun behind him. When the female demons in front and behind her saw him, they were all stunned. Those who were roasting forgot to roast, and those who were fanning forgot to fan themselves. His gaze did not look at anyone else, but directly fell on little Shiuma's body. She was indeed young. After 100 years, she still looked like a 4 or 5-year-old child. Her eyelashes were unusually long, her eyes were unusually bright, and her facial features were exquisite like an ink painting. She used a big demon as a pillow and sat in his arms. He lowered his eyes and looked at her expressionlessly. She still recognized him. The moment she saw him, she smiled and showed her little dimples. She opened her little arms and asked for a hug. She liked to be hugged by others. Ever since Shun Julie hugged her in the beginning, she would always open her arms for him to hug whenever he came. He also habitually picked her up and held her in his arms to teach her some knowledge. After this habit was formed, he stopped coming. Therefore, she would find someone else to carry her, such as a great demon by her side. Furthermore, she had to find a great demon that looked pleasing to the eye to carry her. She had let many big demons hug her, but she always felt that no big demon's hug could make her feel more at ease and comfortable than his. Now that she saw him again, she immediately remembered the comfort of his embrace and habitually opened her arms to him. A faint light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, her small body flew up and spun in the air. After the faint white light of the cleansing spell flashed, she fell into his arms. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and sniffed his body. She liked the smell of his body. With such a soft and cute child in his arms, his expressionless face showed a hint of helplessness, and the lines on his face finally softened. He touched her arms and legs and said to himself, "Why are you still so young?" She ignored his surprise and was very happy to see him. She pulled his hand and pulled him into her cave. He did not refuse and followed her in. He was almost blinded by the colorful gems in the cave. Chapter 1781. This cave was obviously the nest she was living in now. It could only be described with one word: colorful. All kinds of gemstones were embedded in the walls of the cave. Even her bed was covered with gemstones. She stood proudly on the ground, desperately looking up at him. She tugged at his sleeve, waiting for him to praise her. Shun Julie's lips twitched slightly. Which nouveau riche designed such a dazzling design? He looked down at the little girl beside him who was blinking her big eyes. He felt that he had found a reason why she could not grow up. How could she sleep well if she slept in such a dazzling place every day? If a child could not sleep well, they would not grow up. He looked down at her and rubbed his eyebrows. "I think it's time to teach you how to read." He looked at her as if he was looking at a small white poplar that was supposed to grow into a towering tree that was running toward the crooked tree. She opened her arms and wanted him to hug her again, but he shook his head. He felt that he had raised this bad habit of hers. It had to be changed. Since it had to be changed, it had to be done by herself. He taught her that girls should not be hugged by others, especially by men. She was more obedient to him, and she also felt that other people's hugs were not as comfortable as his. He threatened her by saying that if he saw her being hugged by other men again, he would never hug her again. As expected, her bad habit of being hugged by others was cured. She did not let other big demons hug her anymore. Since then, he came more frequently. He still came once every 10 days or so. Every time he came, he would bring a set of books. Of course, every time he came, he would teach her how to read. She was no doubt a genius. She could read very fast and almost never forget. He could teach her hundreds of words a day. A few days later, she would be able to read books on her own. He did not teach her the principles of being a person. He let her understand everything by herself. He was delighted to find that as she became more knowledgeable, the dazzling layout of her house began to change silently. Those colorful gemstones gradually disappeared and were replaced by some interesting furniture. She liked luxury and shiny things, so her house was also close to the luxurious and stylish direction. This was not in line with his character, but he did not force her on this point. Everyone had their own taste. As long as there was taste, as long as there was style, it was fine. With this knowledge, her horizons were broadened. Her daily routine was no longer limited to eating, sleeping, and fighting. She began to try to manage her subordinates. For example, there were various kinds of assignments, such as infeffing subordinates big and small, and letting them perform their own duties. Nothing could be accomplished without rules, so she began to set them up slowly. He even slowly formulated some laws for the demons to abide by. Of course, as long as she went out of the law, she would cross the bottom line of some great demons, and there would be an uprising against her. In the process of pacifying the rebellion, she also learned the art of war. Thus, she wrote more and more laws and orders, and they became more and more standardized. This demon region was finally no longer in a mess, and the demons were no longer blindly committing evil. Perhaps it was because she was a natural demon, but although her management methods and wisdom were becoming more and more mature, her growth was extremely slow. After thousands of years, she still looked like a 7- or 8-year-old girl. The little demons who had grown up with her were long gone. Demons were not immortal. Most demons only had slightly longer lifespans than humans. Chapter 1782. Demons were not immortal. Most demons had a lifespan that was only slightly longer than humans, but it was only 400 to 500 years. Of course, demons with high talent and good cultivation could seize the fortune of the sun and the moon, and they could cultivate into an immortal body for thousands of years. But those were rare, and they had all grown up a long time ago. They grew up to be great demons, married and had children, and even became grandmothers and grandfathers. She was the only one who still looked like a baby. She felt a little lonely. She had also asked Shunjuli, who often came to visit her, about this problem. Shunjuli touched her head. Shuema, you are a natural demon. You are different from other demons. It is normal for you to grow slowly. Don't worry. Shuema looked at him with her big round eyes. Is Julie also a natural demon? Did he grow slowly before? Shunjuli's eyes deepened slightly. He touched her head again and did not say anything. He was the opposite of her. He was a natural god and grew very fast. He looked like this when he was born. Shunjuli did not tell her his full name, so she always called him Julie. It was the first time that a natural demon appeared in this world, so he did not know what the growth pattern of this demon was like. But although this little girl grew slowly, she still grew, didn't she? More than 1,000 years had passed, and she grew from a naked baby to a 4- or 5-year-old child. Maybe in a few thousand years, she would be able to become an adult. Although she was small, she was very intelligent. The demon world was gradually unified by her, and she became the Demon King. Although she was a natural demon, her nature was not evil. Plus, Shunjuli, the god, taught her from time to time, so she did not do any big bad things. At that time, the 6 realms were still in chaos. From time to time, there would be wars between the realms, causing a bloody storm. Whoever had the hardest fist and the most ability would be the boss. The realms fought each other for a good territory, and blood flowed like a river. The demon realm couldn't defeat the celestial realm, so they came to the demon realm to take over the territory of the demon realm. They accidentally met Shunla and recognized her as a natural demon. If a devil wanted to become stronger, devouring its own kind was the fastest way. Therefore, the battle between devils was very fierce. There were several devil kings in the devil world, and the devil kings also fought with each other. One of the demon kings was relatively weak. His territory and underlings were snatched away by others, and he unintentionally escaped to the demon realm. When he saw the snow-white and tender little Shuema, his first thought was to devour her. What he didn't expect was that Shuema, this little girl, would have such a high level of demonic power. Instead of devouring her, he was beaten black and blue by her. Fortunately, she didn't know how to devour devils to increase her cultivation. Otherwise, this devil king would have died in her hands. Since he was no match for her, the demon king had the idea of tricking her into joining the demon race. He wanted to use her ability to seize territory for himself and restore his former glory. Although this Devil King's ability was not great, his eloquence was very good. After a series of eloquent words, he finally persuaded the bored little demon king. She was not interested in becoming the king of the demon realm. What she was most interested in was that this abject Devil King told her that the Devil King who occupied the largest territory in the demon realm had a strange flower in his hands. This flower had the effect of making people grow. She was worried about her inability to grow, so this news was simply a timely rain for her. Therefore, without saying anything, she abandoned the demon realm on a rainy day and went directly to the demon realm. Chapter 1783. Little Shuimo really lived up to his expectations. Not long after she came here, she took back the territory for the fallen Devil King. The other Devil Kings were naturally dissatisfied and joined forces with other Devil Kings to suppress her. But her kung fu was not ordinary, and no one in the Devil world was her opponent. The result of her crusade was that these demon kings were gradually taken care of by her. She was thinking about that strange flower, but the demon king who owned that strange flower was extremely powerful and had many experts under him. If she were to fight him alone, she would naturally be no match for him. Therefore, she needed to have a force that was on par with her. Therefore, she quietly took care of the other demon kings one by one. When the Devil King reacted, the little Devil Kings in the Devil world were almost cleaned up by her, and their little claws were reaching towards him. The biggest war in the history of the Devil world was caused by the confrontation between little Shuima and the powerful Devil King. After that war, the powerful Devil King died in battle, and his territory and subordinates all belonged to little Shuima. Little Shuima became the Devil King and was respected as the Devil Lord, becoming the veritable king of the Devil world. These things were easy to say, but not easy to do. From a moment little Shuima entered the Devil world until she unified the Devil world and became the Devil world's lord, she experienced thousands of years of bloody wind. After she entered the Devil world, she never saw Shun Julie again. She didn't know if he didn't find her, or he felt that she was enough to take care of herself, so he didn't look for her anymore. In the dead of night, she still missed his embrace. But the idea of growing up was firmly entrenched in her heart, so she couldn't care about anything else for the time being. She didn't know that the man in white who taught her growing up was a god, and she didn't know that he was actually standing on the opposite side of her. After she unified the Devil world, she finally got the strange flower. After eating it happily, she finally grew up in a month as she wished. From a 6 or 7-year-old little girl to a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She happily returned to the demon world, wanting to let Julie see her grown-up appearance. But after returning to the demon world, she remembered a very serious problem. She didn't know Julie's identity and origin, and she didn't know where he lived. He had always been the one looking for her, and she had never been able to find him. She had also asked around in the 6 realms, but no one knew who Julie was. It was as if he had really disappeared. She had waited in the demon realm for 3 years, searching for him for 3 years, but he never came back. He was truly missing from her life. She was now the king of the monster realm and demon realm. She could call the wind and summon the rain in the 6 realms. She was having a good time. The only thing that made her unhappy was that she didn't seem to be growing any longer. Originally, she had grown slowly, but at least she had grown. However, ever since she ate the flower and turned into a 12 or 13-year-old girl, she stopped growing. She didn't notice this problem at first. When she did, it was already another 500 years later. She hadn't grown a single centimeter in the past 500 years. What appeared in the mirror had always been that sweet little Loli. At first, she thought that the environment in the Devil world was not good, so she returned to the demon world. She lived in the demon world for another 500 years, but the reality still made her despair. She began to look everywhere for a way to grow up. She used all kinds of strange methods, but there was still no effect. One of her senior subordinates, a former Devil King, heard a special prescription from somewhere. He said that the Devil Lord's growth might be related to the imbalance of yin and yang. Chapter 1784. The Demon King also said that as long as she married someone, she might be able to break the curse of not being able to grow up. Other than the Devil Lord, this Demon King was one of the strongest in both the demon realm and the demon realm in terms of martial arts and fame. He said that because he wanted the Demon Lord to marry him. He also hinted to the Demon Lord that she should marry the strongest cultivator. The stronger the cultivator, the easier it would be for her to grow up. What he didn't expect was that although the Demon Lord believed his prescription, she didn't want to marry him. She was thinking about the man who helped her, but that man never appeared in her life again. She couldn't find him at all, so she turned her attention to the strongest cultivator in the Six Realms. At that time, she was already very famous in the Six Realms. Even the Celestial Realm didn't dare to offend her. At that time, it was rumored that the most powerful cultivator in the Six Realms was the supreme god of the 36 layers of heaven. She thought that the supreme god might be good, but she didn't know if he was old or ugly because the supreme god almost never appeared in the world. Even when he occasionally appeared in the Six Realms, he always wore a white jade mask. No one knew if the person behind the mask was ugly or not. Until one time, when she went to a flower appreciation party in the Celestial Realm, she happened to see the Supreme God walking out of a door accompanied by the Celestial Emperor. At that moment, she felt like she was struck by lightning. At that moment, she was overjoyed. Although he was wearing a mask, although the powerful divine aura around him caused everyone present to lower their heads and not dare to breathe, she still recognized him. Julie. So he was the Supreme God. She was the Demon Lord. Since she came to the Celestial Palace, the Celestial Emperor had to give her face. Therefore, the Celestial Emperor walked to her and bowed to greet her. Her eyes fell on the Supreme God, standing not far away. The Supreme Divinity was also looking at her. She couldn't see his expression under the mask, only his deep blue eyes that were as deep as a lake. When he looked at her, his eyes were calm. She couldn't tell if he recognized her or not. Shuima was no longer the ignorant child who was born more than 2,000 years ago. Although she was still fierce, she wasn't reckless. She curled her eyelashes and greeted him. Divine Lord, long time no see. The Supreme Divinity nodded faintly at her, then turned and left. She was still a little disappointed. To be honest, she still missed his embrace, but he didn't seem to recognize her anymore. It didn't matter. It would be the same even if she made him get to know her again. Therefore, she sent someone to propose to the Pantheon Palace of the 36th heaven. These things were all jumping scenes in Mo's dreams. In her dream, she knew that this was her past life, the past life that belonged to the Devil Lord Mo. Therefore, she stood in the void obediently as a spectator and concluded from time to time. In fact, she had always wanted to know what happened to her 50,000 years ago. She didn't expect that she would be able to dream about it on the first day she came to Pantheon Palace. Although these dreams were a little messy, and sometimes they were even scattered all over the place, it was a good thing that she had a strong mind that was good at summarizing. She was actually able to organize these fragmented dreams in an orderly manner. The last dream was exceptionally clear. Gioli was playing chess alone on a cliff when she suddenly appeared in front of his chessboard. Divine Lord, have you made up your mind? He didn't even raise his head. Consider what? Chapter 1785. You didn't receive my marriage proposal? She raised her eyebrows and sat down across from him. I did. It's not bad to use as a piece of paper, he answered casually. You? She looked like she was about to get angry, but then she smiled and said, It's okay. A gentleman is like jade, and a beauty is easy to find. It's okay if you're a little reserved. I won't give up. She sounded like a playboy who was flirting with a good girl in public. She was full of the spirit of an indomitable spirit to marry a beauty. Huh. He put the chess piece in his hand on the chessboard and looked up at her, who was a head shorter than him. You're quite brave. She picked up a black chess piece. She was small but high-spirited. I've always been brave. There's nothing I can't get when I want to do something. Shunjuli looked indifferent. Am I the thing you want? She spun the chess piece on her fingertips and smiled like a blooming flower. It's a slip of the tongue. You're the person I want. Why don't you consider my condition carefully? I'm very good-looking, and I'm good at martial arts. I'm also a good match for you. Why are you dissatisfied with me? Why do you have to choose me? Shun Julie put down a white chess piece. You're the strongest man in the world. When I, the Devil Lord, choose a son-in-law, I naturally have to find someone of equal social status who is worthy of me. She answered confidently. She didn't know why her words angered him. His face turned cold. I'm not interested in you. You can leave. Hey, what do you want to do to make you agree? Give me a straight answer. She was a little impatient. He no longer paid any attention to her and continued to play chess. A crimson light flashed, and she slashed her sword at him on the chessboard. He lowered his head and seemed to have eyes. He waved his sleeve and wrapped it around her sword. He waved it again, and she took a few steps back. He didn't say anything. He packed up the chessboard and turned to leave. She didn't give up and jumped in front of him to stop him. What's wrong with me? She was in such a hurry to stop him that she almost fell into his arms. She hurriedly took a few steps back. She realized that she was too short and needed to look up at him. Suddenly, she felt that she wasn't imposing enough. She jumped onto a rock next to her and barely reached the same height as him so that she could look into his eyes. Shinjili didn't say anything. He just looked at the big rock under her feet and then looked at her again. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was obvious. He seemed to dislike her for being short. Her small face blushed slightly, but she still raised her head to look at him. Although I'm a little short, as long as we get married, I will grow up. Shun Julie had wanted to leave, but he stopped when he heard her words. Can you grow up after getting married? Who told you that? You're in a hurry to get married because of this rumor? His tone was really not good. She seemed to feel that she had let it slip, so she rubbed her eyebrows in annoyance. You don't have to care who told me that. Just tell me, do you agree or not? If you agree, I won't let you suffer too much. I'll bring a large dowry. I heard that you are looking for the Mirage Pearl to make chess pieces. I have collected a set. If you agree to be my husband, I can give it to you as a betrothal gift. Oh no, as a dowry. I don't need to live in your Fanteon palace. We only need to sleep together once a month. You can do whatever you want at other times. You can even take concubines. Chapter 1786. She gave him her conditions, which were unprecedentedly generous. She was the type who understood the principles of the world. The more Shun Julie listened, the angrier he became. When she was done, she waited for him to give her an opinion. Shun Julie only said, "In your dreams." Then, he left without looking back. She chased after him. Hey, Julie, why don't you give me any conditions? If you think we need to sleep together too many times after we get married, we can change it to once every 2 months. But we have to persist for a longer period of time, 6 years. He suddenly turned around and walked directly in front of her. She was caught off guard and fell into his arms. Her forehead hit his chest, which made her a little dizzy. When she was about to take another step back, her waist was suddenly hugged by him. The pleasant smell that she had been longing for filled her nose again, and her 2 arms automatically wrapped around his neck. This was an action that she had often done when she was a child, and this time, she was exceptionally proficient in it. He didn't push her away this time. Instead, he raised his hand and lifted her chin. His breath was dangerous. He was very close to her. Do you know what sleeping together is? She blinked and looked at him. Doesn't sleeping together mean a man and a woman sleeping together? You see, my body is so small, I can't take up many beds. Also, I only sleep one night every 2 months. Even if you're not used to it, you won't be tired. You won't lose out if you become my husband. She didn't know why, but she felt that his breath was a little dangerous this time. It made her heart beat inexplicably. When Shun Julie heard her words, his expression was not as cold as before. He looked at her in his arms. Although she had grown up a lot, she still looked like a child. Although she had become the Devil Master, she was still very naive in some aspects. He had no intention of marrying anyone, including her. Moreover, the reason she gave was so ridiculous. He put her down and took a step back. He said indifferently, I won't marry you. Don't waste your energy. He turned around and left. She proposed so sincerely, but was still rejected by him. Shuama's stubborn temper rose. She shouted behind him, Shun Julie, I won't give up on you. If I say I want it, then you must get it. This man was too stingy. She was only going to sleep with him once every 2 months, and she had even given him such generous conditions. Yet, he kept rejecting her. She wasn't happy at all. The more he acted like this, the more she wanted to conquer him. Shinjili did not look back. Naturally, he did not take her threat to heart. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. Ning Xiuma, who was watching all this in her dream, couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. Her EQ was so low in her previous life. To chase a man like Shun Julie using such a simple and crude method, it would be strange if she could catch up with him. In the void, she looked at herself standing there with her fists clenched. She couldn't help but want to go up and teach her a lesson. But as soon as she took a step forward, the scenery changed. The palace walls were made of green jade, and the lofty buildings within the gates were faintly discernible. The words Fanteon Palace were faintly discernible above the gates. Xiuma, who looked like a lowly, was sitting in front of the palace gates. There were bouquets of fresh flowers in front of and behind her. She was lying on the white jade bed in the midst of the flowers. She supported her head with one hand and flipped through a book with the other. She looked quite comfortable. Obviously, she was preparing for a long battle here. She couldn't enter Fanteon Palace, so she simply made a bed in front of the gate and waited for that person to appear. Chapter 1787. Fresh flowers couldn't be kept fresh, and the bouquets began to wither in less than a day. The petals fluttered around her body, creating a beautiful scene. She sneezed, rubbed her nose, and said to herself, "It's been a month, and he's been cooped up in the palace all this time. Isn't he afraid that he'll grow hair?" She felt a little itchy on her body, so she raised her hand to scratch it. Just as she scratched twice, she suddenly seemed to sense something. She looked up and saw Shun Julie flying over from a distance. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of her Fanteon Palace. She was stunned for a moment, then cursed in a low voice, "Damn spy." Obviously, her spy's information was wrong. Shun Julie wasn't in the palace, but had gone out a long time ago. As a result, she had been waiting here like a dumb goose for a month. Changing flowers every day for a month, she heard that Shun Julie would always go out in the morning, so she would prepare a bouquet of flowers every morning. Now that it was already night, the flowers had already withered. But now that she finally met him, she didn't want to give up. So after being stunned for a moment, she picked up a bouquet of flowers and jumped in front of him, Shun Julie. She was short, and the bouquet was the largest. With such a hug, she was almost drowned in the bouquet, and no one could find her. In order to pursue Shun Julie, she had spent a lot of money and asked many demons for advice. But most of the demons' courtship was very direct. Basically, both sides would directly roll in the grass nest if they liked each other. If one side didn't like the other, then the other side would use force. If he won, he would directly carry the beauty home. If he lost, he would be beaten by the beauty and never dare to think about it again. These tricks were obviously useless against Shun Julie, so someone found some books for her in the human world. These books were really good stuff. There were many ways to pursue a beauty in them, and one of them was to send flowers. It was said that beauties liked flowers, and it was best to send a bouquet a day. Generally, sending flowers for 10 days to half a month would move the beauty and win her heart. She felt that this method was good, so she implemented it first. She was a devil master, so if she wanted to send flowers, she would naturally send the largest bouquet to show her sincerity. Therefore, every bouquet of flowers she made was so huge that it could drown her. She looked up at him through the gaps of the flowers, only to see him frowning slightly. He quietly bypassed her and raised his hand to open the enchantment of Fanteon Palace. It wasn't easy for her to see him, so she naturally wasn't willing to be ignored. She turned around and handed the huge bouquet to him. "This is for you." Shun Julie's lips twitched. It had always been men who chased after women and gave them flowers. Why was it the other way around when it came to him? What did this little thing take him for? He raised his hand and pushed aside the huge bouquet in front of him. He said indifferently, "I don't care." The flowers were already a little withered, and when he plucked them, half of the petals fell off and landed on the face of the little girl behind the bouquet. Shuama brushed the petals off her face. She wasn't discouraged. According to the story, she had to do it at least a dozen times. She had just given him a serious gift, so it was expected that he wouldn't be moved. She showed a little face that was more energetic than the flowers and said heroically, "What kind of flowers do you like? I'll pick them for you. I don't care about any flowers, so you don't have to waste your time." Shun Julie bypassed her again. However, she pulled his sleeve. "Julie, haven't you always liked me? Why don't you agree?" Chapter 1788. Shun Julie stopped in his tracks and looked down at her little hand that was grabbing his sleeve. "Let go." His voice was extremely cold. If she was an ordinary immortal or devil, she might have let go of his hand after hearing his voice. However, Shuama would not. She was not scared. Her little hand held his sleeve even tighter. "Julie, you gave me a reason. I feel that you like me. You even liked to hug me back then." Shun Julie looked down at her. "Does it mean that I like you because I like to hug you? Devil Master, are you thinking too much?" Just as he said this, his sleeve shook and a furry little head popped out. Its sharp little mouth almost touched Shuama's hand. Shuama was stunned for a moment and let go of her hand. She could see that it was a snow-white little fox with fluffy white fur. It was extremely beautiful. The little fox looked delicate and delicate. After it came out, it climbed onto Shun Julie's arm. Then, with a faint white flash, it turned into a pink little doll. The little doll looked like she was 3 or 4 years old. She had a delicate little face. Shun Julie raised his hand and hugged her. The little doll wrapped her arms around his neck. Then, she turned around and looked at Shuama with a pair of round eyes. Shuama was still holding the half-withered flower in her hand. She looked at the little doll in shock and was speechless. The little doll's posture in Shun Julie's arms was exactly the same as when she was young. They were both full of possessiveness. Shuama's heart suddenly hurt. Although she did not know why it hurt, she knew that it was very painful. She looked at the little doll and then looked at Shun Julie. Shun Julie looked indifferent. "I picked her up in the mountains. She's not bad, right? I have always liked small and soft children. I always want to hug her when I see her." The subtext was that he liked to hug her and educate her because of this reason. He treated her no differently than he treated the little fox doll. Shuama pursed her lips. "She's not as pretty as I was when I was young. I was the prettiest when I was young." As soon as she said this, the little fox doll immediately bared its fangs at her, revealing a pair of small canines. "Her teeth are not as pretty as my tiger teeth." Shuama immediately attacked the fox doll again. She didn't like to see him carrying other children. It felt like her belongings were being taken away by someone else. Shun Julie probably didn't expect that she would notice this. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he said indifferently, "Different flowers enter different eyes. I like her now." Shuama's self-esteem suffered another blow. She pursed her lips even tighter. She paused for a moment before discussing with him. "So you like girls this small? Actually, I can also become as small as her." She was afraid that he wouldn't believe her, so she simply turned around. As expected, her body shrank by half, and she became as small as 3 or 4 years old. Just like when he saw her before, she looked up at him with a pair of big round eyes. "Look, I'm still prettier than her." She was the cutest and most beautiful when she was young. When they walked in the mountains, even the fiercest gorillas wanted to hug her. It could be said that she was the killer of all creatures. Shun Julie looked at the little lowly demon master on the ground and felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Before he could speak, Shuama spoke again. "I remember that you liked me like this. You would hug me every time. After we get married, I can share a room with you like this. Share a room with him like this?" That scene was too wretched. Shun Julie refused to imagine it. Chapter 1789. Ning Shuama, who was hiding in the void as a bystander, had the urge to buy a piece of tofu and slap it to death in her previous life. At that time, she was so stupid that she was cute, but also so brave that she was cute. When one's martial arts were too strong, one's brain would often be too lazy to think. In her previous life, Shuama was born to be a strong martial artist. She would beat those who disobeyed her until they became obedient. No one could go against her. Therefore, it was not easy for her to see the dark side. She was also straightforward in her actions. For example, this time, she had set her sights on Shun Julie. She would chase him to the end. The method she used was so straightforward that one could not look at it directly. Ning Xuema could not help but blush. Her gaze fell on Shun Julie again. She could clearly understand that she was dreaming and remembered everything that happened before she fell asleep. She could no longer see him in reality. It was not bad to see him in her dream. Although he could not see her in her dream and would not communicate with her, she felt that it was a gift from the heavens to be able to see him again. Zhuang Xingxiao was a butterfly in a dream. Who could differentiate between the dream and the real world? The Almighty in the real world had completely left her. That reality was too cruel. She did not want to return to reality for the time being. She looked at the Almighty below. Although she knew that it was an illusion in her dream, she still looked at him greedily. She even flew down to his side and stretched out her arms to hug him. However, she hugged empty air. Her arms swept past his body. In the end, she could not have any physical contact with him. The little fox doll in Shun Julie's arms suddenly sneezed. She raised her small hand and rubbed her nose. Itchy. Her voice was soft and tender. Shun Julie looked at the almost bald bouquet in front of him. After Xiaoma became smaller, she was not willing to throw away the bouquet. Now, she was completely covered by the flowers. Your flowers made her uncomfortable, Shinjili said coldly. Little Xiaoma did not react. With a wave of his sleeve, the bouquet of flowers flew straight into the air and disappeared without a trace. It was unknown which trash space he had thrown it into. Little Xiaoma clenched her fists. It wasn't easy for her to get these flowers. Shinjili no longer looked at her. He bypassed her and directly opened the enchantment of Fantion Palace. He didn't even look back at her. The palace gates slowly closed in front of little Xiaoma. Little Xiaoma didn't follow him in. Without Shun Julie's permission, no one could enter his palace. Xiaoma had tried before, but failed every time. Little Xiaoma stared at the closed palace door with her eyes wide open. Her small fists clenched and unclenched, then clenched and unclenched. She looked like she would jump up and smash the door at any moment. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something. Her whole body was like a deflated balloon. She hung her head and returned to her bed in front of the door. She sat there and hugged her knees. After a while, she pursed her lips and muttered, "So I'm not the only child he raised. He didn't come to see me for a long time. He probably went to raise other children." Her voice was a little disappointed. She turned over and laid down on the white jade bed. However, she felt something. When she touched it, she found that it was a purple-red bottle. There was a medicinal liquid gently swaying in the bottle. Where did this come from? She turned the bottle over and over to examine it. The bottle seemed to be made of glass, and she could see her little face reflected on it. When she saw her little face, she was shocked. Chapter 1790. There seemed to be a layer of red bumps on her face. She couldn't believe it. She took out a mirror and looked at it. She saw a baby's face covered with red bumps. God, no wonder he looked at her strangely. She had bumps on her face. She was so ugly. Of course, she was not as good-looking as the little fox in his arms. She even boasted that she was pretty. Ning Xuema looked at her little face in the void and knew that she was allergic to pollen. The small medicine bottle must have been thrown to her by Shun Jili. The pills inside should be anti-allergy medicine. However, Xuema didn't know that at that time. She kept touching her little face and cast spells on it from time to time. Obviously, spells couldn't fool her. So, more and more bumps appeared on her little face. In the end, her hands, neck, and even her body were covered with bumps. She couldn't help but scratch, but the more she scratched, the more she scratched. This was probably the first time she had experienced such a situation. She was a little flustered and took out all the medicines she had on her. However, these medicines were all golden salves, antidotes, or medicines to enhance magic power and physical strength. None of them were suitable for the illness. She fumbled around with the medicine bottles and accidentally knocked the medicine bottle that had once hit her, causing it to shatter with a loud bang. Xuema seemed to have just noticed the medicine bottle. When she turned around, she found that the medicine had spilled all over the floor. She couldn't put it away. She was so itchy that she couldn't help but change her body back to her appearance when she was 12 or 13 years old. She wanted to see if it would be lighter if she changed back to her original appearance. However, after she changed back to her original appearance, the itch got worse. It was the first time she knew that itch could be so deadly. She randomly swallowed a few antidotes and endured for a while. Suddenly, she jumped on the bed. It was itchy. It was so itchy. Now, her eyelids were covered with bumps. She didn't know where to scratch. So, she rolled around on the bed and scratched. She didn't know that her bed was also stained with that kind of pollen. As she rolled around, more and more pollen stained her body, and her allergy became more and more serious. Ning Xiumao, who was hovering in the air, felt anxious for her for no reason. However, she couldn't say anything to remind her to quickly get away from that bed. Perhaps because it was too itchy, tears seeped out from the corners of her eyes. Her body was also covered in bloody marks from her scratches. Her little mouth couldn't help but let out a rather painful groan. She was about to throw caution to the wind. She grabbed the medicine bottles next to her and poured all the medicine into her mouth. Someone suddenly grabbed her wrist. The medicine bottle in her hand was snatched away. She was so itchy that she almost lost her mind. She whimpered and began to struggle. She felt as if she had fallen into someone's embrace. Following that, her entire body felt cold, as if she had been thoroughly cleansed by some cold water. That coolness caused the itchiness to subside a little, and also brought her back to her senses a little. Just when she was about to open her eyes to take a look, her little mouth was pried open. A cold and slightly bitter medicine was poured into her mouth. She swallowed subconsciously. Her throat was so itchy that it almost broke. Now, when the medicine slid down her throat, she felt a cooling sensation and the itchiness subsided. However, other parts of her body were still itchy. Even her eyeballs were itchy. She couldn't help but want to scratch them. Her hands were caught, and even her feet that were kicking and scratching her legs were restrained. She could no longer move. Chapter 1791. Bear with it. It will be over soon. She heard a cold voice. She could not bear it any longer. She was so itchy that she wanted to go crazy. His hands and feet were shackled, and he desperately struggled. Unconsciously, he used his magic power in an attempt to break free from the shackles. Her body was on fire for a while, and then countless knives appeared in the next moment. She used all kinds of methods to save herself. Her kung fu was not weak, and she used all kinds of moves when she was in a desperate state. It seemed that it caused a lot of trouble for the person who restrained her. In the end, the man suddenly pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. "Be good. Don't move." That embrace was warm and comforting, strangely calming her emotions that were about to explode. Her body stiffened, and she wanted to open her eyes to take a look. However, her eyelids were completely swollen. She could not even open her big eyes. Nevertheless, she was familiar with this embrace. Her chaotic mind seemed to have reacted a little. She opened her mouth. "Julie?" The hands holding her tightened slightly, and his breath was slightly heavy. "Bear with it. It won't itch anymore after a while." Subconsciously, she listened to him. Although she still felt unbearably itchy, she really endured it and did not move. Time ticked by. Because she had taken the right medicine, the itchiness on her body gradually disappeared. Her tense muscles gradually relaxed, and her swollen eyes were finally able to see something. What entered her vision was a snow-white robe and the beautiful curve of the other party's Adam's apple. Everything was so familiar. She often saw this scene when he hugged her many years ago. Now that she saw it again, Xiumao felt warm in her heart. She stared at his Adam's apple. She wanted to kiss it when she saw it, but now she wanted to do it even more. She was a person of action. Once she thought of it, she would do it immediately. She suddenly raised her head, and her mouth touched his Adam's apple. Then she rubbed hard. Because she was still itching, she could not control her lips well, and saliva flowed out. She kissed his neck with her saliva. He suddenly froze and waved his arms. As a result, Xiumao, who was lying comfortably in his embrace, was sent flying into the air. She reacted quickly. When her body was in the air, she flipped over and landed on the ground. "Julie, you like me?" She smiled. If it were not for her swollen eyelids, her eyes would have been sparkling. Julie was speechless. He calmly cast a cleansing spell on himself to get rid of the saliva on his neck. Then, he calmly looked at the excited Shun Julie and said, "Devil Master, you are overthinking. I just don't want you to embarrass yourself in front of my palace." "You don't mean what you say," Shuama interrupted him. "I heard that the supreme divinity is usually so cold-blooded that you wouldn't even care if someone died in front of you. Now, I only tickled you, and you couldn't bear it." She did her best to prove herself. In the void, Ning Shuama, who had been watching everything from Shuama's perspective, could not help but touch her forehead. Ning Shuama could only comment on her courtship in her previous life. Her courage was praiseworthy, but her EQ was worrisome. Shinjuli's eyes finally fell on Shuama. She could not tell if he was happy or angry. "Devil Lord, have you always been so narcissistic?" Chapter 1792. So ugly. She's so ugly. The little snow fox at his feet jumped up and down and spoke in human language. Shuama did not say anything and shot out a ray of light. "Smelly fox, shut up. You're the ugly one. You have fur all over your body." She moved too quickly, and Shun Julie probably did not expect her to lower herself to the level of a little fox. He was unable to block it in time, and the ray of light hit the little fox. The little fox screamed and rolled a few times on the ground. It stood up dizzily and sat down on the ground again. Several tufts of fur fell off its body one after another. Its originally smooth, satin-like fur was now bald here and there. It looked very ugly. The little fox cried out and threw itself at the Supreme God's feet. "Supreme God, woo-woo." Shuama was still proud. "You're uglier than me right now. You're still too young to fight with me for a man." Bang. A loud sound interrupted Shuama's words. Shuama turned around and found that her jade couch had been smashed to pieces by Shun Julie. The booklets that were placed at the corner of the couch flew up and scattered in the air. A few pages fell in front of Shun Julie. His eyes were sharp and he saw a line of words. "Chasing a male pet at all costs." Chasing a male pet. She thought of him as a male pet. Shun Julie was such a calm person, but his face was faintly ashen at this moment. He waved his sleeve in disgust, and the booklets scattered on the ground burned and turned into ashes. Shun Julie's voice was colder than the winter wind. "Scram for this deity." With a wave of his sleeve, the broken pieces of the jade couch whizzed toward Shuama's face. Along with the broken pieces, his ice-cold voice sounded. "If I see you pestering me here again, I will kill you." Scram! With Shuama's martial arts, these fragments naturally could not hit her. She waved her sleeve, and the fragments disappeared in the air. However, Shun Julie returned to the palace as soon as she was done talking to him. She was the only one left standing in front of the huge palace gates. Her body had a good foundation. After taking the right medicine, the allergic symptoms had almost disappeared, and her body was no longer itchy. She stared at the palace door in a daze, not understanding why he was suddenly so angry. Wasn't he treating her? He clearly cared about her, didn't he? Why must he reject her? She stood there for a moment, but she still couldn't figure it out. She wanted to sit down and think about it, so she casually condensed another bed. However, she didn't expect that the bed would automatically split into 4 halves as soon as it was placed on the bluestone floor. It seemed that Shun Julie had cast some kind of spell here to prevent her from setting up camp here. She pursed her lips and suddenly thought of something. She took out a mirror and looked at herself. She couldn't help but scream. Reflected in the mirror was a face covered in bloody scars. Streaks and streaks of blood were scattered all over the place. It was a ghastly sight. Needless to say, she had scratched herself when she couldn't bear the itch. She had spent so much on scratching herself. No wonder he looked at her with such disgust. Even she herself was shocked by his distressed expression. She pursed her lips and looked at herself in the mirror. Then, she raised her head and looked at the closed palace gate. Finally, she turned around and flew away. Ning Shuama had always been looking at everything from the perspective of little Shuama. Once she left, she naturally followed. However, at the moment when she left, she looked back at the palace gate. Chapter 1793. Shun Julie had adopted a little fox. Would this little fox be the fuse that would trigger the Great War between the celestial beings and the devil race. Shu Ma would be reincarnated as Shu Mo in the future. She would be reincarnated as a nine-tailed snow fox. Was it related to this? Mother, mother. There seemed to be a call from the distant sky, and there was a hint of panic in the voice. Little Nianma. Ning Xuema was shocked and immediately woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Shun Nianma's anxious little face. When he saw that she had opened her eyes, Shun Nianma burst into tears and directly rushed into her arms. Mother, you scare me to death. A somewhat gloomy and cold side chamber with a simple big bed. These were the scenes that she saw before she fell asleep. There was no little fox, and there was no Shun Jili. Everything that happened just now was just a dream from her previous life. Ning Xuema was a little stunned. She subconsciously held little Nianma in her arms tightly. Nianma, what happened? She just fell asleep. Why was the little guy so frightened? Mother, why did you come here to sleep? You didn't wake up just now. I thought, Mother. Shin Nianma's body trembled in her arms. Apparently, he was really frightened. His father was gone. If even his mother could not wake up from her sleep, little Nianma did not know who else he could rely on. Ning Xuema's eyes were slightly sore. She held the child in her arms tightly. Mother just fell asleep. It's okay. But Mother didn't even breathe just now. I thought of many ways to wake you up, but I couldn't. Shin Nianma's voice was still a little choked. His voice was obviously hoarse. It seemed that little Nianma had used all kinds of methods to wake her up. He almost shouted until his voice was hoarse. Ning Xuema's eyes moved. There was no breath. Was it not a simple dream? She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she couldn't be bothered to think about it. Right now, she had to comfort her son. She was just about to hold her son in her arms to comfort him, but she didn't expect that the little fellow had already left her embrace on his own accord. He placed his small hand on her wrist to feel her pulse, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed for a moment. Then, as if he was relieved, he said, Mother's pulse is normal now. It's not like before, when I couldn't feel her pulse, he couldn't wake her up. There was no heartbeat, no pulse. There was an 80% chance that his soul had left his body to be able to have an out-of-body experience just by sleeping. He was indeed capable. Mother, there is a sense of evil in this room. Don't sleep here. Why don't you sleep in my father's chamber? Shin Nianma always felt that the side chamber was a little creepy. It's okay, baby. Ning Xuema naturally did not want to leave this place. Regardless of whether she was sleeping or having an out-of-body experience, as long as she could dream of her previous life and see him again, that was good enough. It turned out that he looked like this 50,000 years ago. This person had not changed much. Unlike herself, who had reincarnated 3 times and became 3 people, Xuema, Shui Mo, and Ning Xuema. Among these 3 lives, Ning Xuema's life left the deepest impression on her. Little Nianma also came to this world because of Ning Xuema's life. Therefore, she still felt that Ning Xuema's short life was her real life. She also lived a passionate and unrestrained life. She didn't really understand Xuema's life, but in both Shui Mo's and Ning Xuema's lives, she received Shun Juli's love. Chapter 1794. In her first life, Shun Juli actually liked her, didn't he? Otherwise, with Shun Juli's temperament, he wouldn't care even if she was itching to death in front of his palace, not to mention holding her in his arms to treat her. However, it was hard to say whether this liking was love or not. After all, in her previous life, Xuema was raised by him. It was more like he was raising a daughter. His feelings for her should be more like father-daughter love. The little girl that he raised suddenly vowed to marry him for a reason that made people speechless. Any man would not be able to accept it, not to mention Shun Juli, who was an iceberg man who had not been moved for thousands of years. Therefore, it was normal for Xuema to kick an iron plate when she proposed to him. However, she didn't know what happened between the two of them that caused the outbreak of the great war of gods and demons, which caused the whole world to be reshuffled. When Ning Xuema first entered the side chamber, she wanted to make a nest for her to sleep in. She didn't look carefully at the other decorations in the side chamber. At this moment, when she sat up on the bed, she carefully sensed the atmosphere in the room. It was indeed not quite right. It felt a little cold. She walked around the room a few times and found a dusty box on a beam. Her heart skipped a beat, and she took it down. The box was not big and looked very old. It was made of the kind of immortal Phoebe Genon wood. There was no lock on the box, only a hidden buckle. Ning Xiumo looked around the box and could see that it had existed for a long time. Maybe it was an old item from 50,000 years ago. There should be a layer of psychokinesis on the outside, so even the black iron buckle on the box was shining. This thing should be Shun Julie's private collection. Should she open it? She hesitated for a moment and heard a sound. She looked down and saw that the box had popped open automatically, revealing the things inside. Ning Xiumo was stunned. The things inside were a little messy. There were 2 bouquets of withered flowers, a huge ruby ring, a ruby brooch, and a red post at the bottom. Ning Xiumo opened the red post and read it carefully. Her heart skipped a beat. There was a line of words written in flamboyant calligraphy. We gods and devils love each other, and that is to eliminate evil for the people. Although the handwriting was not neat, it was very imposing. Ning Xiumo seemed to see the heroic spirit of the demon lord, who was fearless in this world, when he wrote these 2 lines of words. This must be the proposal post. Unexpectedly, Shun Julie didn't use this post as a paper to ignite the fire. Instead, he carefully kept it. Her gaze fell on the flower, the ring, and the brooch. These things should have been given to him by her in her previous life, right? It was similar to his taste and style in his previous life. She sat there for a long time, lost in thought. Shen Yinma was also looking at the few things. He was young, but his taste was not bad. He was very much like his father, so his comments were very accurate. The surface of the ring is a little rough, and the pin of the brooch is too sharp. The ruby on it does not match. This handwriting doesn't look very cultured. It exudes a sharp edge and lacks meaning. Damn, this little thing criticized the things from her previous life as worthless. Ning Xiumo knocked on Shun Yinma's head. What do you know? This handwriting looks very imposing. Shun Yinma pouted. Yinma's handwriting is better than this. Well, then I will test your homework later. Okay. Shun Yinma's eyes sparkled. The 2 of them talked for a while and finally dispersed the gloomy atmosphere in the hall. Chapter 1795. Mother, is father really in isolation? Shen Yinma finally asked the question that he had always wanted to ask. Yes. Her forced laughter was like a balloon. Her son's casual words were like a needle to her. Even a slight prick could cause her to break into pieces. The pain seemed to spread at any time and was about to drown her. She struggled to smile and got up. Let's go on, Yinma. Let me see how your homework is. Missing someone was like a weed. With a little stimulation, it would spread like a disaster. It made people want to get drunk to relieve their worries. They also wanted to sleep to numb themselves and coax themselves. However, Ning Xiumo could not do these things because she still had a son. She did not have the capital to indulge her sadness. All the pain was suppressed in her heart. She tried to make herself busy and numb herself with being busy. However, when she was free, she would be lost in her thoughts for a long time. At this moment, she was looking at the books on the bookshelf. Almost all the books were written by Shun Julie himself. She casually opened a book and saw his concise and free handwriting. There were old and new books. The new ones were obviously prepared for Shun Yinma, because the content was completely based on his physical characteristics. As for the old books, they were neatly placed. There were Buddhist scriptures, poison scriptures, medical scriptures. There were all kinds of books. A person who had lived for too long and had too much kung fu could not help but feel a little bored. Therefore, Shunjili learned a variety of things. His interests often changed. When he reached the peak of skill, he would write a summary and throw it aside. These books were his summary. Shin Yinma was reciting the books, so Ning Xiuma sat there and read casually. With her current state of mind, she could not read anything. However, it was good to be able to read his handwriting here. She remembered that when she was watching You from the Star, after the male lead left, the female lead missed him very much. She desperately tried to find those who knew the male lead and asked them to talk about the male lead. She listened to it over and over again and cried over and over again. At that time, She was puzzled. Since he was gone, what was the use of listening to those trivial things? Now, she finally understood that feeling. In fact, she also wanted to hear more about Shun Julie from other people. Just like earlier, she tried to tease Shin Yinma by telling him about the things that happened between him and her father. Listening to it once wasn't enough. He wanted to listen to it a second time. Even though it was not a funny thing, she could still laugh out loud. She laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. It was as if she was suffering from hysteria. Until Shun Julie was almost suspicious, she forced herself to stop. She pretended that nothing had happened and sat by the bookshelf to read the books written by Shun Julie. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the bright rays of light shone into the room, casting silhouettes on the people inside. It was such a beautiful afternoon, and the sun was so bright. If he was still here, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. She clenched the book in her hand and bent down slightly, waiting for the pain to pass. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of a book in the corner of the bookcase. It looked a little special, as if it was often taken down to read. What kind of book was it that Shun Julie often took down to read? She curiously walked over and raised her hand to take the book. However, she felt that something was not right. It was not a book, but a mechanism. After all, she used to be a secret agent, so she was very familiar with the mechanism. She held the book and turned it slightly. Suddenly, the bookshelf slowly moved to both sides, revealing a passage. Chapter 1796. She was stunned for a moment. Shun Julie actually made a secret room in his study room. What was his secret room for? When Shun Julie was still alive, all his important things were kept in his storage space. No matter how confidential the documents or things were, he only needed to throw them into his storage space. No one could find them, and he did not have to worry about losing them or being found out. Now, he suddenly made such a secret room. Obviously, he had a premonition that he would immortalize. There were some things that he did not want to let people see, but he was reluctant to destroy. Therefore, the existence of this secret room was born. So, what was it that he was reluctant to destroy? Her heart was beating fast. She had a vague feeling that the things inside might be related to her. She looked back at Shun Yinma, but he was reading. He was focused on nothing and did not even look in her direction. She paused for a moment and walked in by herself. The passage was not long. After turning a corner, there was a door in front of her. Ning Xiuma's face was slightly pale. She recognized this door. It was the door of the side hall where she lived on Tianyin Peak. When she entered the Devil Kingdom, Shun Julie ordered to expel her from his own house. He also ordered the demolition of the side hall where she lived. She did not expect that the door of the side hall would appear here. She reached out and slowly pushed the door open. Then, she stood at the door and held her breath. It was a bridal room. No, it was a bridal room. The bed was red with morning glow. The table and chairs were red, and the quilt was red with the word she. The whole room was a warm red. It was a festive red. Even the luminous pearl hanging above her head was pink. Obviously, this was the bridal room of a newlywed. It was a very luxurious bridal room. The style of the bridal room was the style that she used to like. Even the layout was faintly familiar. Ning Xiuma felt a little weak in her legs. She slowly walked in. Her hands fell on the red bed, and her eyes fell on the quilt. Even if these things were burned to ashes, she would still recognize them. This was the only time when he and she were intimate, and he casually arranged it. At that time, she thought that those things were just illusions that he casually made. She did not expect that these things were real, and now they were here. The past was like smoke floating in her heart. That time, she had said in a fit of pique that she wanted to consummate her marriage with someone else. In the end, his wolf nature had been driven out. He had casually arranged a bridal chamber and carried her in. That was the first and only time he had made love with her. At that time, she was lying on the bed with him. She tried to push him away, but ended up with him. That was how Nianmal was born. However, after that intimacy, she woke up in the side hall of the heavenly sound peak. Everything at that time, including him, had disappeared without a trace. She waited bitterly for him for 10 days, only to be met with a series of nightmares. This memory was both beautiful and cruel to her, because just a moment ago, he had brought her to heaven, and not long after, he had personally sent her to hell. She thought that the wedding room was just a bubble, but it turned out that the things inside were real. It seemed that he had already prepared it in the storage space. He had actually prepared this in his storage space. Perhaps he really had the intention of marrying her back then and wanted to give her a surprise. Shunjili was no longer there. Ning Xiuma could no longer ask what his thoughts were at that time. She just held the quilt and stood in front of the bed for a moment. She got on the bed and shook the quilt. Her heart was suffocating as if she was drowning. Chapter 1797. She just held the gauze curtain in a daze. After standing in front of the bed for a moment, she got on the bed and shook off the quilt. Her heart felt as if it was drowning. There were two wooden figures in the quilt, a man and a woman. Their facial features, figures, and clothes were all vivid and lifelike. It was exactly her and his appearance. The carving could only be described as a work of art. The woman's face was smiling, and there was a shallow dimple on both cheeks. Her small mouth was slightly pursed, and her eyes were curved into crescents. Her long eyelashes were curled up, lifelike. It was not just lifelike. Her expression and movements, from the big body to the small eyelashes, there was not a single flaw. It was simply a miniature version of Ning Xiuma. It was as if this wooden carving could come to life with just a breath of air. The man's appearance was Shun Jiuli, but the clothes on his body had changed. It was no longer his usual white clothes. Instead, it was red like the woman's. The style of the red robe was not that of an ordinary bridegroom. It was his usual style of dressing. There were flowing patterns on the red robe, faintly in the shape of twin lotus flowers. This should be the wedding dress he designed for himself, right? The lines were smooth. It was obviously a wooden carving, but it gave people a feeling of the clothes being blown by the wind. The two wooden carvings were lying side by side. The man's hand was holding the woman's hand in the bridal room. The pair of wooden carvings in the red wedding dress were lying side by side in the wedding quilt. Ning Xuan only felt that her eyes were hot, and her nose was also sour. There was no need to ask. These two wooden carvings were the work of Shun Jiuli. Only by carving a person into the heart and bone marrow could one carve such an image without having to look at the person. It turned out that Ning Xiuma still had some doubts about Shun Jiuli. There were too many misunderstandings between them. Although she had asked him about those things at the last moment, and he had answered her, she had chosen to believe him. However, there was always a layer of gauze in the depths of her heart. Now, those remaining dust-like doubts had finally completely disappeared. He loved her. He had always loved her. He loved her to the bone. He loved her to the point of no return. That was why he suffered so much. He actually wanted to marry her, didn't he? Actually, he really wanted to hold her hand and enter the bridal chamber, right? In Shui Mo's life. Although he had also married her, that wedding was more like a joke. He knew that she came here with ulterior motives and forced him to marry her for an unspeakable purpose. She did not marry him willingly, and he was just going with the flow. That wedding was extremely simple. It was just a ceremony, and he didn't even wear a groom's robe. In Ning Xiuma's current life, he and she were truly in love and even had a child together. However, due to some mishap, he didn't even give her a formal engagement. They owed each other a real wedding, a wedding where they held hands. When he set up all of this, he must have known that they would never have the chance to fulfill their marriage agreement. So he set this up here, a bridal chamber that she truly liked. He finally put on a real wedding robe and entered the bridal chamber hand in hand with her. What was his mood when he set up all this? What was his mood when he was sculpting the newlyweds? Ning Xiuma didn't dare to think about it. She also didn't want to think too deeply. She tightly held the two wooden carvings, her fingertips turning white. Shun Jiuli, I don't want this illusion. Shun Jiuli, I want you to hold my hand and marry me with your own hands. Chapter 1798. Shun Jiuli, since you love me so much, why didn't you let me die with you in the land of purple evil? Why did you have to bear everything alone? If you love me so much, how could you bear to leave me and Nianma alone in this world? Shun Jiuli, we have agreed on 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, you have to come back. I will wait for you to come back and marry me. I will wait for you. You can't break your promise anymore. You said that a promise is worth a lot of money. You have never broken your promise to others. What about me? What about me, who loves you so much? I won't break my promise, right? So you have to come back. No matter what you do, you have to come back. If you break this promise, I will look for you. I will look for you at all costs. Ning Xiaoma sat on the bed. Her heart seemed to be blocked by a cotton ball. It was painful and swollen at the same time. She almost could not breathe. Bursts of hot water rushed to her eyes. Tears seemed to come again, but she held them back. Don't cry. Ning Xiaoma, don't cry. If you want to cry, you have to wait for him to come back. You have to cry in front of him. Don't cry now. She stood up and walked around the room again. She found many old things that she had used before. They were all placed in the side hall of Tianyin Peak. She thought that these things were gone, but it turned out that they were all kept in a storage space and were now placed here. Her gaze fell on a wardrobe in the corner of the room. It was also the wardrobe that she used to use. Could be the old clothes that she used to wear. She walked over and opened it. Then, she stared at the clothes in a daze. There were indeed a few pieces of her old clothes, but more of them were new clothes. There were all kinds of rare materials. Many of them were not even from the Tianxi continent or the Celestial Devil continent. She picked up a random piece and measured it on her body. It was exactly her size. She would find it too fat if she added a little more, and she would find it too skinny if she lost a little more. It seemed that these clothes were bought for her when he was traveling in the 6 realms. However, he could not give them away. She still remembered that he once told her that during the 10 years when she was missing, he had repeatedly traveled through different spaces and subconsciously tried to find her. Needless to say, these clothes were obtained by him at that time. No wonder her clothes were torn after she was injured in the Purple Evil Land, but he could easily take out a new set for her to change into. It seemed that he was prepared. How much did one have to love someone to be able to buy new clothes for her in a hopeless situation? What was his mood when he bought these clothes? She caressed the fabric and closed her eyes slightly. Shinjuli, I like all the clothes you bought. I think they will look good on me. I want you to come back and wear them for me to show you. So you built the secret room to store these things. You knew that you were nearing the end of your life, so you began to treat me coldly. You thought that as long as I didn't recover my memories, I wouldn't care even if you died, right? You didn't expect that I would recover my memory in Zisha's place. So you deliberately said those harsh words to make me continue to despair about you. It was only when I was injured that you finally couldn't control your emotions and treated me well. That's why all your actions were so abnormal, wasn't it? You and I loved each other so much, but there were very few times when we were really happy. There were also very few times when we were really honest with each other. All your contradictory actions were just because you didn't want me to be sad for you. You even wanted to seal my memory again and let me forget you completely. Chapter 1799. You probably thought that by sealing my memory, I would not live in your Fanteon Palace, and the secret of your secret chamber would never be discovered by me. However, Shinjuli, if I really forget you, won't you be sad? Shinjuli, when you die, do you really not want me to be with you? She gripped the male wooden sculpture tightly and pressed her lips against the wooden sculpture's lips. She closed her eyes slightly and suppressed the sweet and fishy feeling in her chest. The room was full of his scent. Obviously, after he sent Nianma away, he spent the rest of his life here. It was a person's wedding hall, a person's thoughts, and a person's determination. Ning Xiaoma wandered around the room, pacing back and forth. She found a thick stack of paintings. Every painting was of her. She was smiling, crying, angry, shy. All kinds of postures, all kinds of expressions. Every painting was vivid and lifelike, and the characters in every painting seemed to be able to walk out of it. She looked at the paintings one by one, unaware of the passage of time and the passage of time. When her heart ached to the extreme, she felt numb. Her fingers carefully touched the paintings as if she was copying the posture of the person when he was painting. It was as if the person was still standing in front of the table and painting. Xiaoma. She seemed to hear a soft sigh in her ear. The voice was so familiar. She stiffly turned around and seemed to vaguely see him standing by the bed. He was wearing his usual wide white robe, and his face was as cold as before. His pair of deep blue eyes were staring at her, his gaze deep and serene. She was stiff in the same place. Her lips trembled for a moment before she called out, "Great Master!" Was it an illusion? It must be an illusion. She wanted to rush over and throw herself into his arms, but she did not dare to. She could only walk over step by step and reach out with her trembling hands. Sure enough, the person in front of her disappeared. Only a sigh could be heard. "Xiuema, take care." It was indeed an illusion. She slowly sat down by the bed and only felt that all the strength in her body had been drained. She sat there and did not want to move. When she was so sad, she could not cry. She didn't know how long she had been sitting there, lost in thought. Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something. She looked up and saw Shun Nianma standing at the entrance. She did not know how long he had been standing there, but his face was slightly pale. Ning Xiuema's heart sank. She quickly stood up and called out, "Nianma." Shun Nianma's big eyes slowly turned and finally fell on Ning Xiuema's face. He opened his mouth and asked, "Mother, father will never come back, right?" He was a sensitive child. In fact, he had this suspicion long ago, but he didn't dare to think about it or verify it. Although he asked, he still hoped to get a negative answer from his mother. He missed his father. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his father never came back. His eyes were wide open, and there was a trace of vulnerability and fear in his eyes. Ning Xiuema's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath and walked over. "Don't think too much. Your father will come back. It will take some time. Nianma, you have to be patient." She raised her hand and wanted to carry the child, but little Nianma turned and ran away. "I have to go to school. Father has left a lot of books for Nianma. Perhaps he will come back after Nianma has finished reading all the books." Ning Xiuema's outstretched hand stopped in midair. She could only stare blankly as her child ran away. Her heart was in extreme pain. Chapter 1800. She closed her eyes slightly and suddenly understood why Shun Julie wanted to erase her memory at the last moment. This kind of pain was the most unbearable. This kind of lovesickness was the most painful. This kind of pain was endless. He wanted to erase her memory because he did not want her to suffer anymore. He did not want her to experience this kind of pain. However, no matter how painful it was, it belonged to her. She had escaped once, and she did not want to escape a second time. She would rather be sober and let the lovesickness gnaw at her heart than live in a muddled state. "Shun Julie, if you don't want us to suffer anymore, come back." Ning Xiuema had always been a person who did not like to wait passively. Shun Julie's death had many mysteries that could not be solved. For example, he did not give up on her before. After he regained his identity and returned to the Fanteon Palace, he suddenly gave up. For example, he had never been able to predict his own fate. This time, it seemed that he had already predicted it. All the arrangements were extraordinarily comprehensive. For example, he should have recovered his memory from 50,000 years ago in the Fanteon Palace. Could his death this time be related to the things that happened 50,000 years ago? For example, the flowers that he gave her were certainly not purely for the sake of pursuing her. Perhaps there were many hidden reasons. For example, in the sealed place, Shun Julie knew that she had recovered her memory. He knew that she still had feelings for him. He should know that if he died, how sad she would be, and how sad Nianma would be. He did not want her and Nianma to be sad. If it was not a last resort, he would not choose this path. What was his last resort? If it was only to seal Zisha, he could have told her all the important things. With her current kung fu, it was not impossible for them to work together. Perhaps both of them did not have to die to seal Zisha properly. Therefore, there should be other reasons. There must be a reason why he had to die. What she needed to do now was to find out the reason. Then, she would find a way to make him come back. During the night, Ning Xiuema was worried that the child would be lonely, so she wanted to sleep with him. However, little Nianma shook his head vigorously. "Father said that I am a man, and a man should be responsible and independent early so that I can take care of my mother and the people I care about. Therefore, I want to sleep by myself. If Father sees that I am so obedient, perhaps he will come back earlier." He was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. Ning Xiuema was speechless. Shun Jili did a good job in educating the child. He had really made all the arrangements for the child's funeral. She walked towards the side hall but Shen Yima stopped her and looked at her eagerly. Mother, can you stay in father's chamber? He has always missed you. If he knew that you were willing to stay in his palace, he might have come back earlier. Ning Xiuma felt sad, but she forced a smile. Okay, I will listen to Yinma. She finally entered his bedroom and slept on his bed. The blanket was filled with his scent, and she felt as if he was hugging her as she laid on it. Her heart meridians had almost recovered, and after resting for another night, she would go to Mother Earth to ask about the origin and use of those flowers. She thought that she would have a dream again, a dream about her previous life, a dream about the Devil Master Shuma. She didn't expect that after she slept. She didn't even have half a dream. She slept until dawn. Perhaps it was because she was sleeping on his bed. She felt a cold wind blowing when she was half awake. She seemed to see him sitting beside her and looking down at her. Chapter 1801. Perhaps it was because she was sleeping on his bed, but she felt a gust of cold wind when she was half awake. She seemed to see him sitting next to her and looking down at her. However, when she subconsciously opened her eyes to look again, the hall was empty. There was no one in sight. Everything was just a hallucination created when she smelled his scent. The first thing she did when she woke up was to see her son. When she came to his bedroom, she found that the little one was not there. Her heart skipped a beat, and she walked to the study room. Before she entered, she heard the sound of reading. The little guy's voice was still very childish, but his pronunciation was clear. He was reading very seriously. The Mythical Beast, by Zay, was guarding outside the door. It was very touched and praised the little master to Ning Xiuma. The little master woke up in the middle of the night to study. He is so hardworking. If the Divine Lord knew, he would be very happy. Ning Xiuma inwardly took a deep breath and suppressed the sudden throbbing pain in her heart. She slightly nodded her head. In fact, she did not advocate such education for children. However, now Nyima wanted to study as soon as possible so that his father could come back. This was the little guy's only hope. He was working hard in his own way. Naturally, she would not disappoint the child. She gave Isaiah a few words of advice and personally went to the kitchen to check the food that Nyima was going to eat. She had to admit that the flying serpent was very talented in cooking. Every dish looked, smelled, and tasted good. It was as good as Shun Julie's cooking. She looked at her own hands. There were also a pair of dexterous hands. However, she was not good at cooking. She closed her eyes slightly. When she went back, she would also practice her cooking skills. At least, she could let her son eat the delicious food that she cooked. When he came back, she could also show her cooking skills in front of him to shock him. This idea encouraged her. People always had to have a belief and hope to survive. Even if they knew that the hope and belief were illusory, they would still choose to believe. Otherwise, how was she going to survive this 1,000 years of time? She first accompanied her son to eat breakfast and told him to study hard in the palace. If he was tired, he could go play with Bai Zai and Teng Shi and the rest. Don't be too tired. Shen Yima leaned on her arm and counted his fingers to tell her his plans, including when to study, when to practice, when to eat, and when to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Ning Xiuma calculated his plan. Combining work and rest, it wouldn't be too tiring, and it wouldn't be too tiring. Not a single second would be wasted. Almost all the time would be used perfectly. This learning plan was perfect. This little guy has a pretty good head on his shoulders. He had already learned how to plan things at such a young age. Ning Xiuma praised him and told him that she was going out and would be back in about 3 days. She asked him not to worry. Now, Shun Yima was like a frightened bird. He was afraid that he would lose either of his parents. Shun Julie's departure had frightened the child. He was trying his best to be sensible in exchange for his father's return. Although he did not say anything, she could see the vulnerability and uncertainty in the child's eyes. If she left without saying goodbye, she was afraid that the little fellow would let his imagination run wild again, and it wouldn't be good if he fell sick again. Little Nyinma was very sensible. He did not ask Ning Xiuma what she was going to do. He only hugged her neck and whispered, "Mother, come back soon. I will be good." She rubbed her son's head and kissed his pink cheeks. "Don't worry, I will come back on time." Chapter 1802. Ning Xiuma actually didn't want to leave her son alone in the palace. If possible, she would rather bring him along. However, she couldn't go out this time. Mother Earth lived in the depths of the Earth's core, and there were many dangers along the way. She had to use extremely profound Earth tunneling techniques and other spells to reach there. It was very unsafe to bring her son along. Now, she didn't want her son to take any risks. He was her only support now, and she couldn't allow any accidents. Mount Jiai in the human world. The mountain was high and steep, and the trees were taller than the trees in the forest. The sky was very high, the clouds were very light, and the wind was very light. Nothing had changed, as if the purple fiend hadn't exploded. Who knew how many species had lost their lives in that catastrophe? The animals that were infected by the purple fiend were obviously destroyed by the explosion of the mountain, and the ones that were roaming around now were no longer the same as before. Ning Xiuma stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at the peak not far away. That was where the eye of the formation used to be, and Shun Jiuli had never come back up after entering that place. 7 days. According to the saying of the human world, today was the 7th day of his death. Ning Xiuma's gaze stared at the peak for a long time. It was as if looking at the peak would transform into the person she longed for. She didn't bring wine, but tea. When he was alive, he loved to drink tea, all kinds of tea. When she was his disciple and followed him to gain experience, she also drank quite a lot of good tea from him. She knew his taste, so this time, she brought the tea that he used to like to drink the most. She sat there cross-legged and personally brewed the kung fu tea for him. She went through the procedures one after another, and she was meticulous. When the first pot of tea was finally brewed, she slowly raised the cup towards the peak. Great God, do you want to drink a few sips? The mountain wind blew, and naturally, no one answered her. The corner of her lips moved slightly. This is your favorite cloud tea. You once advised me to drink more of this tea, saying that it's good for my constitution. How about we drink it together? She poured a cup of tea onto the ground, and the fragrance of the tea spread everywhere. Then, he slowly drank the cup in front of him. She toasted him 3 times before putting the cup down. Gently, she said, "Great Master, we have agreed on 1,000 years. You can't lie to me. Of course, you can come back earlier. The earlier, the better. Nianma misses you very much. He is very sensible. He has been studying hard and practicing so that you can come back earlier." She spoke softly to Gao Feng, as if he was sitting opposite her and drinking with her. She lowered her eyes and smiled to herself. "Guru, that day you asked me to wait for you for 10 days. In the end, I waited for you for 10 years. Do you know? Those 10 years were very difficult for me. I didn't know if you were alive or dead, and I was worried, sick every day, but compared to now, I'd rather not have it that hard. At that time, I had at least half a chance. But now, Almighty, you went back on your words that time, but luckily you came back. You won't go back on your word this time, right? If you go back on your words again, She muttered, for a long time, but couldn't think of anything to threaten him with. Forget him? It seemed that the last thing he did was to erase her memory and make her forget him, so this threat was exactly what he wanted. Would she follow him? He probably knew that she couldn't abandon little Nianma now. She couldn't die now. She closed her eyes slightly and sighed softly. Shun Jiuli, I really can't threaten you, but if you don't come back, I will be very sad. My heart disease may relapse. You don't want me to be in so much pain, right? Then come back. Chapter 1803. Her voice sounded like she was laughing and crying at the same time, echoing in the forest. Suddenly, there was a soft sound behind her. She quickly turned around and saw a person coming out from behind the tree. His red robe was slightly dirty, and his handsome face was slightly dispirited. He stood there with a wine pot in his hand and looked at her in a daze. It was Shuilan. His appearance was rarely sloppy, as if he had not taken a bath or taken care of himself for a few days. His whole body seemed to have been soaked in a vat of wine, and the smell of alcohol was overwhelming. Momo, I knew you would come today. This was the first sentence he said. The second sentence was, do you want to have a drink? His gaze turned to the highest peak in the distance. I know he does not like to drink, but since it is a sacrifice, of course, it should be done with wine. A few cups of weak tea would not seem solemn. Ning Shuima's feelings toward Shuilan were quite complicated. He used to be her closest companion and used to be her guard. He had gone through life and death with her countless times. He had hurt her, but he had also helped her. In fact, he had helped her more than he had hurt her. She looked at him from head to toe and frowned slightly. You have not returned to the Demon Kingdom? Shuilan was obviously a little drunk, but his mind was still quite clear. I have returned. I looked at the flower, and it has withered. His words were too jumpy, and Ning Shuima finally understood what he was talking about. It seemed that Shuilan had previously invited her to the Demon Kingdom to see a kind of flower that did not bloom on time. She did not go because of little Nianma's arrival. She did not expect that he still remembered this. Shuilan, you should go back to the Demon Kingdom. The Demon Kingdom cannot be without a leader. Otherwise, the group of little demons would rebel again. Shuilan stared at her. You are not in the Devil Kingdom. How do you know that the Devil Kingdom does not need you? Ning Shuima was speechless. Shuilan's words were too harsh. She did not want to talk to him anymore, so she nodded at him. Up to you. She wanted to find Mother Earth and didn't want to delay any longer. Momo, Shuilan was drunk after all, so he was a little unsteady on his feet. He tripped over a big rock under his feet and stumbled, almost falling on Ning Shuima. Ning Shuima subconsciously took a step back. Shuilan had already steadied himself. His gaze fell on Ning Shuima, and a hint of pain flashed through his eyes. However, he smiled and said, You don't have to be afraid. I won't do anything to you. I know you've never loved me. He casually sat on a large rock and looked at the green mountains in the distance with a faint smile. I couldn't compete with him when he was alive, and I can't compete with him when he's dead. He raised a wine jug in his hand. Come, shun Julie. Let this king toast you. He smashed the jade wine jug to the ground, smashing it to pieces. The wine inside spilled all over the ground. Shuilan, you're drunk. Ning Shuima frowned slightly. That's right, I'm drunk. I've been drunk for a long time. I also want to sober up. Shuilan smiled. He looked at the shards on the ground and said, Are you afraid of pricking him? I'll pick them up now. He squatted down and started to pick up the sharp jade shards on the ground. Ning Shuima closed her eyes slightly. She only felt sorry for Shuilan now. She couldn't give any response to his feelings. She waved her sleeves, and the sharp jade shards on the ground disappeared without a trace. She then flicked her finger, and a faint white light enveloped Shuilan. When the white light dissipated, Shuilan's alcohol was mostly gone. He shuddered and subconsciously turned back to look, but Ning Shuima had already disappeared. Who was whose obsession? Who could say for sure in love? Chapter 1804. When the white light dissipated, Shuilan's drunkenness was mostly gone. He shuddered and instinctively turned back to look, but Ning Shuima was nowhere to be seen. He raised his head to look at the green mountain and closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking, or maybe he didn't want to think at all. The pursuit of 3 lifetimes was just a flashy bubble dream. He wanted to walk out of it, but he couldn't. The pursuit of 3 lifetimes had become his obsession. Maybe he needed to die to be free. Ning Shuima executed her earth escape technique and traveled underground. Countless craggy boulders came at her, then suddenly disappeared. Her body was like smoke that could enter anywhere, quickly penetrating the ground. Rocks, underground rivers, corrosive soil, even the monsters that resided deep underground were all overcome by her. This underground world didn't belong to any of the 6 realms. Darkness and suffocation were synonyms for this place. If Ning Shuima wasn't a devil master with extremely high martial arts, she wouldn't have been able to reach this deep with just her earth escape technique. She didn't feel anything when she first entered the underground, but after staying for a while, she felt like she was being buried alive. That absolute darkness could drive people crazy. She didn't know how long she had traveled underground when a dark red river appeared in front of her. The river was extremely wide, and if she wanted to continue walking, she had to jump into the river and continue to dive deeper. She thought it was a lava river at first, but when she got closer, she realized it wasn't. This dark red river was extremely cold. Ning Xiuma casually threw a stone into the river, and with a chi sound, the stone disappeared without a trace. It seemed like the water here was 100 times more corrosive than sulfuric acid. Ning Xiuma continuously threw a few things into the water. Everything that came into contact with the water would turn into bubbles. General Manager Himu had once told her that Mother Earth didn't like to be disturbed, so ordinary immortals and devils couldn't reach the place she lived. There were a few dangerous passes to pass. This Red Spring River was one of them. The Red Spring water was even colder than the Yellow Spring water. If one wanted to pass through it, they would have to grab the unicorn that resided in the Red Spring River. They would have to peel off its skin and drape it over their bodies before they could enter the water. Ning Xiuma looked at the bubbling water in the Red Spring River. Where was the unicorn? How was she going to lure it out? Little Nianma was still waiting for her at home, so she did not want to waste any more time. She thought about it and set up an anti-corrosion wizardry barrier on her hand. If her hand was fine, she would cover her body with the wizardry barrier and jump directly. Just as she stretched out her hand, a ray of red light shot over before she could touch the water. Stop! She retracted her hand and, subconsciously, turned around. Shuilan's figure appeared from behind a rock. His expression was solemn. Don't touch the river. Why are you here? Ning Xiuma blurted out. After asking that question, he felt that he was an idiot. Needless to say, Shuilan had followed her down. It was just that she kept moving forward and did not expect someone to follow behind her, so she did not notice him. Of course, Shuilan would not answer her nonsense. His gaze fell on the river, and his voice was indifferent. One drop of the Red Spring water can corrode the bones and never heal. You can't take this risk. It seemed that Shuilan was quite familiar with the terrain here. Ning Xiuma immediately asked him for advice. How do I get across? There is a unique unicorn in this river. You can peel its skin and make clothes to pass through. Chapter 1805. Ning Xiuma frowned. But I've been here for half a day and haven't seen any unicorns. How do we lure it out? Shuilan pursed his lips. I have a way. He suddenly rolled up his sleeves and used his palm like a knife to cut off the fleshy part of his arm. A piece of flesh the size of a child's palm was cut off. Blood immediately flowed out. Ning Xiuma's complexion changed. What are you doing? She raised her finger, and a white light circled around Shuilan's injured arm, stopping the blood flow. Shuilan stared at her for a moment before turning his eyes away. He explained indifferently, using the flesh as bait can lure the beast out. Its skin is not afraid of any sword or saber. Its only weakness is its mouth. If you inject the 3 true fire into its mouth, it will be killed. As he spoke, he had already tossed the piece of flesh into the air. The piece of flesh floated above the river, about half a foot above the water's surface. It was unknown what method he used, but the smell of blood filled the entire space. Ning Xiuma didn't say anything. Instead, she took out a medicine bottle and threw it to him. Apply this. Shuilan didn't stand on ceremony. He took the bottle and applied the medicine to his wound without hesitation. Ning Xiuma had specially refined this medicine for people with devil and yao bodies. It was the right medicine to treat this kind of wound. After a moment, the wound already showed signs of healing. Many thanks. Ning Xiuma spoke. She knew he did it for her. Shuilan didn't look at her. He only replied indifferently. You don't need to be polite with me. He stood by the river, dressed in red. His pitch-black hair hung down to his side like satin. His posture was tall and straight, and his back was elegant and unique. He was like the youth she had met in the past. When he shed his enchanting charm, there was a hint of loneliness on his body. Ning Xiuma moved her eyes away. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. Back then, if Shuilan hadn't saved him, or if she had saved him instead of bringing him into the demonic path, would his fate have been different? She didn't want to think about it, nor did she want to think about it. Her gaze fell on the Red Spring River, and her fingers gripped the hilt of the sky splitter sword tightly. The Red Spring River began to bubble, and a moment later, a strange buzzing sound came from the sky. A wild beast that looked like a pufferfish but was 3 times larger and had a sharp horn on its head jumped out of the river. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and pounced on the piece of flesh. Now is the time. Ning Xiuma flew up and waved the sky splitter sword in her hand. A stream of samadhi true fire that she had long prepared was like a stream of light and a flash of lightning, flying straight towards the monster's big mouth. The monster was also a smart one. Its reaction was abnormally fast. It immediately closed its mouth. Ning Xiuma's three true fire hit its lips. Its lips were as tough as its skin. Ning Xiuma's sure kill attack only left 2 blisters on its lips. It didn't cause any substantial damage. The unicorn was furious. It probably knew that its mouth was its only weakness. Although it was so angry that all the scales on its body stood up, it didn't open its mouth again. With a slap of its tail, a bright red wave of water splashed towards Ning Xiuma and Shui. This red spring water corroded everything it touched. Nothing could stop it, so Ning Xiuma and Shui could only dodge. Ning Xiuma's movements were fast, but Shui Ilan's movements were a bit slower. Just as a small wave of red spring water was about to splash onto his shoulder, Ning Xiuma's figure flashed like lightning. She suddenly pulled Shui Ilan and, at the same time, threw a large stone towards that wave of water. Chapter 1806. The water wave hit the big rock, which instantly disappeared. The water wave was blocked by the big rock and flowed to the ground, corroding a hole and flowing back into the Red Spring River. Shui Ilan's face was slightly pale. He turned to look at Ning Xiuma beside him. If she hadn't moved quickly, his shoulder would have been cut off. Be careful. Don't let your mind wander. After Ning Xiuma threw down these words, she flew away and directly rushed towards the unicorn. Shui Ilan's body stiffened, pain flashing through his eyes. At this time, it was like the time when he and Shui Emo fought side by side. He was her bodyguard, but hadn't she saved his life time and time again? The battle was in progress, so he didn't have the time to think any further. His figure flashed and flew towards the unicorn as well. Lead it to a place without water, Ning Xiuma said. The two tried to lead the unicorn to the shore. However, the unicorn was also very cunning. It seemed to know that it couldn't do anything without water. So once Ning Xiuma and Shui Ilan got too far away from the water, it couldn't attack them with waves, so it wanted to sink into the water. Damn it, it actually had the intelligence of the sand monk. Ning Xiuma cursed in her heart. She steeled her heart and slashed the sky splitter sword across her palm. Blood flowed out and dripped onto the unicorn's head. Since the unicorn liked to eat flesh, she only needed to use her blood to lead it to the shore and then cook it. Her plan wasn't bad, but for some reason, the unicorn wasn't interested in her blood. Her blood had dripped onto its head, but it could still turn a blind eye to it. Fuck! She had the Demon Lord's blood. Even the Demon Lord's blood was despised. Was it just blood? Did it still need meat? If you can't bear to part with the child, you can't trap the wolf. Ning Xiuma steeled her heart and was about to cut off a piece of flesh from her arm. Shui Ilan was already above her. Your blood won't do. Use mine. He also cut his palm and let the blood drip down. The unicorn's small eyes suddenly opened wide, like a heavy smoker who suddenly smelled smoke. With a splash, it jumped out of the water and opened its mouth to bite Shui Ilan's hand. Use the 3 true fire. Shui Ilan shouted. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. He stretched out his arm, and half of his fist actually went into the monster's mouth. The monster clenched its sharp teeth, causing blood to spurt out. However, it could not bite down. The bones in Shui Ilan's hand became harder than diamond. Shui Ilan was unable to break it in a short period of time, and of course, it was unable to close its mouth. Ning Xiuma's heart suddenly tightened. Shui Ilan had sacrificed a hand to create this opportunity for her, so of course, she couldn't miss it. With a wave of her hand, the 3 true flames were released once again. Like a flash of lightning, it drilled into the mouth of the unicorn that couldn't close. Her 3 true flames were extremely pure. How could the unicorn withstand it? With a pitiful cry, it fell onto the shore with a thud. Its body twitched a few times, and then it stopped moving. Ning Xiuma didn't care about the unicorn. She first looked at Shui Ilan's hand, and then she sucked in a breath of cold air. Shui Ilan's hand was completely gone, and only a piece of white bone was left. His face was deathly pale, but he still had a carefree attitude. It's okay. I'm a demon king. This hand can still recover. You go and deal with the unicorn first. Ning Xiuma took a deep breath and only said one sentence. Give me your hand. She had a kind of aura that didn't allow people to refuse. Shui Ilan was startled for a moment and slowly handed over the white bone hand. Chapter 1807. Not only were the unicorn's teeth sharp, but its tongue was also corrosive. It melted the skin and flesh of the hand that he put into its mouth. Ning Xiuma first used a cleaning spell to clean him, then took out the flesh revitalization ointment that Shunjuli had made and applied it on him. Shunjuli had said that as long as his ointment was applied, even if only bones were left, the flesh and blood could be restored. It just needed a slightly longer time. Shui Ilan lowered his eyes to look at her, who was busy with his hand. There was clearly only bones left on his hand, and he couldn't feel anything, but when her little hand held on his bone hand and applied the ointment, he could still feel a warm current surging up. Then, a tinge of sadness flashed past his eyes. He knew that she was treating him purely for the sake of her companions. In her heart, he was at most a friend. Ning Xiuma's hand were fast, and she quickly finished bandaging him. She then instructed him, meditate and heal your injuries for now. I'll skin it. Shui Ilan didn't argue with her and nodded. He quickly explained the main points of skinning this kind of unicorn before meditating to recover. Since Ning Xiuma had been a physician before, her skinning skills were naturally practiced to perfection. After she grasped the main points, she immediately started. In less than an hour, the skin of the monster was peeled off by her. This unicorn skin is big enough to sew 2 people's robes. So one for me too, Shui Ilan said. Ning Xiuma frowned. Shui Ilan, you don't have to follow me. You should return to the surface first. I don't need anyone to follow me. It was dangerous to find Mother Earth, and she didn't want Shui Ilan to follow her into danger. She also didn't want to owe him a favor. Xiuma, if you don't want to sew for me, I can hunt another one after you leave, Shui Ilan said indifferently. What he meant was that he was going to follow her. Ning Xiuma felt a headache coming on. Shui Ilan, why are you so stubborn? Xiuma, I'm not being stubborn, and I'm not being selfish. You're the demon master, the backbone of both the demon realm and the demon realm. It's only right for me to protect you. Don't worry, I know my place in your heart, and I won't cause you any trouble. When he said that, Ning Xiuma couldn't refute him anymore. However, she knew that Shui Ilan had feelings for her. If she continued to be involved with him, she was afraid that this kind of thing would happen more often in the future. She paused and was about to rephrase her words. Shui Ilan spoke again. Xiuma, I'm not here to protect you for nothing. I have a favor to ask of you. Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. Go ahead. As long as it wasn't a matter of forced feelings, she could agree to anything. Shui Ilan stared at her. Xiuma, I know that it's impossible between you and me. In order to protect the Snow Mermaid clan, I'm interested in that Ice Jade Fairy. Ice Jade Fairy also has feelings for me, but she's a fairy, and I'm a demon. According to the rules of the demon realm, fairies and demons can't love each other. Otherwise, she'll suffer from the heavenly tribulation unless the celestial emperor personally promises to marry her. Ning Xiuma was stunned. Shui Ilan finally had the idea of marrying her. She still had a very good impression of that Ice Jade Fairy. It was as if a huge rock had been removed from her heart. She couldn't help but smile. When did you and Ice Jade Fairy meet? Shui Ilan glanced at her face and saw her smile. It was a genuine smile of relaxation, and nothing else. His eyes darkened. Chapter 1808. His eyes darkened for a second, but then returned to normal. When I was sealing Zisha, I cooperated with her. We cooperated very happily. After we came out, we drank a few more times, and we got along very well. The reason I came here to find you is because I want you to stand out and seek justice for us. No problem, Ning Xiuma said almost without hesitation. Don't worry, the Heaven Emperor will still give me face. Then thank you. Shui Ilan smiled. His smile was as beautiful as a spring flower. "We are friends, so you are welcome," Ning Xuema answered quickly. "I am relieved to hear that. Xuema, go and sew the robes. Remember to give me one." At this point, Shui Lan had obviously made up his mind. Even if Ning Xuema didn't let him follow, he would follow behind secretly. It was better to go together, and they could take care of each other. She had no choice but to use the unicorn skin to make 2 leather robes and gave one to Shui Lan. She was still worried, so she looked at his injured arm. "You are now, don't worry. Even if I lose an arm, I can still move as usual, not to mention that it is just a flesh wound." Shui Lan smiled elegantly, but his tone was firm. "Let's go." He put on a leather robe and sealed it completely with a spell. Then, he jumped into the Red Spring River. Ning Xuema followed suit and jumped in as well. In the sealed leather robes, they couldn't see the water with their eyes. Fortunately, their skills were high enough to open their third eye. Their third eye was different from ordinary third eyes. After opening their third eye, they could see the scenery outside clearly. Although the Red Spring River melted everything it saw, it was only for ordinary things. There were still some strange species in the river. When Ning Xuema walked in the water, she found several kinds of animals, including fish and shrimps. Of course, they looked different from those commonly seen on land. Every animal had a mouthful of sharp fangs. Even shrimps could eat meat. The natural selection inside wasn't any worse than the outside world. All kinds of creatures would fight to the death if they encountered one another. Naturally, Ning Xuema's pouches also attracted the attacks of other creatures. A few strange-looking big fishes almost bit open Shui Ilan's leather robe. Fortunately, Ning Xuema followed closely behind and pulled the big fish away with both hands. The big fish's skin could not be broken, so she simply used her palm strength to directly shatter the big fish's internal organs. Then, she threw it out, attracting a few more strange fish to snatch it. Fortunately, Ning Xuema didn't want to swim in the Red Spring River. She just wanted to go through it. The two of them helped each other to drive away the other carnivorous creatures. After a short while, they reached the bottom of the river and dived into the red mud below. The red mud was extremely difficult to pass through even with the ground drilling technique. Ning Xuema was fine, but Shui Lan was not as strong as her, and he was injured. After they got out of the red mud area, the two of them came to a wide undercurrent where they could rest for a while. The two of them took off their tight leather robes. Shui Lan's face was pale, and his red lips were also pale. Ning Xuema glanced at him, then sat down on a big rock. "Let's take a rest." There was no air deep underground. Fortunately, the two of them could breathe with their telekinesis, so they didn't feel suffocated. "How's your injury?" Ning Xuema's eyes fell on the bandage on his hand. There was blood seeping out from it again. "It's fine. I used a little bit of strength when I used the spell just now, so it opened up a little. It's starting to heal now." Shui Lan's eyes were like water, and he smiled casually. Chapter 1809. Ning Xuema was very confident in Shun Julie's medicine. Hearing Shui Lan's words, she was relieved. "I'll lead the way later. Try to use as little telekinesis as possible. Just focus on healing your wounds." "Okay," Shui Lan agreed. He was still in the mood to joke. "Then the capable will have more work. I can just be a follower in the back." The two of them chatted for a while, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Shui Lan lowered his eyes slightly. How long had it been since he had interacted with her without any grudges? "Shui Lan, have you been here before?" Ning Xuema felt that Shui Lan was extraordinarily familiar with the terrain here. Shui Lan paused for a moment and said, "Yes, I was here 50,000 years ago." He sighed again. "The world above has changed a lot, but this place hasn't changed much." 50,000 years ago? He remembered what happened 50,000 years ago. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. Since she had nothing to do, she decided to ask him about what happened 50,000 years ago. Shui Lan didn't hide anything and told her about his experience 50,000 years ago. Ning Xuema remembered her dream about the Devil Lord. When she was the Devil Lord, she unified the two realms of monsters and demons. If Shui Lan was the Devil Lord, There was no reason why she didn't know about it. She asked about the years and counted silently. It seemed that the Devil Lord Shuama was before Shui Ilan. Was Shui Ilan also related to her in that era? She asked, "Did you know me 50,000 years ago?" Shui Ilan looked at her, paused for a moment, and shook his head. "No, I only heard about you." What did you hear about me?" "I heard that you were the Devil Lord, the spiritual leader of the 3 realms of monsters and demons. You were on par with Shanjuli. Anything else?" "I haven't heard of anything else. I heard that you lived in seclusion on the 35th floor of the heavens and didn't return to the demon realm for hundreds of years." Ning Shuama stopped talking. At that time, Shanjili lived on the 36th floor of heaven, but she lived on the 35th floor of heaven. Could it be that she was pestering Shanjili to be her husband at that time? Too busy to care about what happens next? She thought about the character of Shuama in her dream. She didn't seem like a person who really cared about the big picture and was responsible for the rise and fall of the monsters and demons. She unified the demon realm only because those demons bullied her. She didn't want to be bullied, so she dealt with those big and small demons. As for unifying the devil realm, her goal was even simpler. She only wanted the flower that could make her grow faster. Therefore, after she hid in the 35th heaven, even if the monster realm and devil realm were in a mess, she was too lazy to care. Ning Shuama raised her hand and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She hadn't dreamed enough about the dream 50,000 years ago. There were still many inside stories that she didn't know. The two of them rested for a while. Ning Shuama saw that Shui Ilan's complexion finally looked better. She then looked at his hand without batting an eyelid. His hand was no longer bleeding, so he should have recovered. Shui Ilan was a considerate person. He stood up and said, "Let's go." In a cold and dark sea of bones. Yes, there was a sea of bones in front of her. However, the bones here weren't deathly white, but pitch black. Every bone seemed to have been roasted in a big fire, glowing with a gloomy luster. Ning Shuama felt like she was in the 10,000 beast bone pit, where all kinds of bones were present. All kinds of animal leg bones, skulls, arm bones, tail bones, ribs, pelvic bones. They were densely overlapped, but all the tips were pointing upwards. All kinds of bone spurs were like swords, pointing upwards. Chapter 18:10. If the two of them wanted to continue forward, they would have to pass through this forest of bones. Ning Shuama also knew that everything underground could not be judged with common sense. So she first used a shark veil to roll up a piece of bone to take a look. She felt a chill in her heart. This bone was as hard as iron and cold to the touch. Her shark veil, which was impervious to all poisons, only wrapped around it slightly before it began to melt. If Ning Shuama did not let go quickly, she was afraid that a layer of her skin would have melted. This sea of bones was the same as the Red Spring River. They could not go around it and could only pass through it. "We can set up a barrier to pass through here." Shui Ilan spoke beside her and added, "Set up a wood barrier. Be careful not to touch those skulls. It should be fine." Ning Shuama did not say anything and set up a wood barrier for herself first. "I will scout ahead." Before she could finish speaking, Shui Ilan had already rushed to the front. His voice sounded like he was laughing, yet not laughing. "Shuama, you should let your subordinates clear the way. In any case, I have been here once before. I have more experience than you." He took out his sword and flames that were about a foot long appeared on it. From time to time, he would slash the various bones that were blocking the way as he rushed forward. Ning Shuama naturally followed behind him. These bones were extremely strange. They had a very strong regenerative ability. Shui Ilan used all his strength to slash the bones that were blocking the way. However, as the two of them walked in front, the bones behind them would recover to their original state. It was extremely strange. These bones grew at different speeds. Some of the bones that had just been broken, and before they could rush over, they would grow back with a whoosh. They were like sharp swords that almost pierced the two of them. Fortunately, Ning Shuama reacted quickly. If she felt that something was wrong, the sky splitter sword in her hand would attack and slash those bones again. This sea of bones that was rumored to be the most difficult to pass through was actually easily passed through with Shui Ilan's help. When they reached the other side, Ning Shuama let out a long sigh of relief. General Manager Himu had said that there was an extremely strange monster hidden in the Sea of Bones. Every time someone tried to pass through, they would be intercepted and killed by it. Very few people were lucky enough to escape. She had been on guard with the Sky Splitter sword just now, but now it seemed that she was fine. It seemed that the monster had fallen asleep at the bottom of the sea and had not sensed anyone passing through. This time, Shuilon had put in the most effort to get through the Bone Sea. Naturally, he had sweated the most. His red robes were drenched in sweat, and he looked like he had just been fished out of the water. Probably because his sweat had soaked his wounds, there was even a faint smell of blood on his body. As soon as he reached the other side, he immediately sat down. He didn't even have the strength to use the cleansing spell. He raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead and closed his eyes for a moment. Ning Xiuma didn't say anything, but used a cleansing spell on him, making him dry again. Because it was still dark underground, Ning Xiuma couldn't see the color of his robes clearly. She could only faintly feel that his robes seemed to have become even redder. "How are you?" Ning Xiuma gave him a pill to recover his psychokinesis. Shuilon took it and ate it. He then raised his finger and pointed towards the southeast. "Xiuma, that Mother Earth is in Mythical Fire Palace, 10 miles away from here. You can go and find her yourself." Ning Xiuma's heart stirred. So Shuilon had already known her motive for coming here. She looked at Shuilon. "What about you? You're not going?" There was only a mechanism formation in front of them, and with Ning Xiuma's abilities, mere mechanisms naturally couldn't trouble her. It was the easiest place to pass. Shuilon had stopped here. Shuilon's eyes seemed to have water ripples, and he seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling. "What, Xiuma? You can't leave me now?" Chapter 18:11. This scoundrel. He wasn't serious for long, and now he's not serious again. Ning Xiuma couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave. Shuilon's voice rang out behind her. "Xiuma, I have another favor to ask of you." These words sounded quite serious. Ning Xiuma turned her head and asked, "Is there anything else?" Shuilon took out a box from his chest. "Help me ask Mother Earth what kind of flower this is." Ning Xiuma opened it to take a look. It was a kind of purple flower specimen that was the size of the legendary tyrant flower. Folded in the box, it looked like an umbrella. This flower looked very strange, and Ning Xiuma didn't recognize it. She closed the box again and took a glance at Shuilon. "This is the demon flower you wanted me to admire?" Shuilon nodded his head. "That's right. Back then it was like a mushroom pavilion, and the bottom was covered in spores. There were over 100 of them in the demon realm, and they were extremely beautiful, so I wanted you to go and admire them. However, when we returned from Mount Jiai, this flower withered and scattered with the wind. I only managed to save this one. Help me ask, it's rare for a flower to bloom in the demon realm, so it's good to know its species. Since you're here, why don't you let Mother Earth explain it to you personally?" Ning Xiuma was bewildered. Shuilon revealed his signature smile again. "Xiuma, you actually still want me to accompany you, right? In that case, I'll go with you." He acted as if he was about to stand up. "I really feel that it's better for you to squat here." Ning Xiuma felt that she couldn't be too nice to Shuilon. This fellow knew how to take advantage of the situation. If you gave him some face, he would want to open a dye house. Ning Xiuma's figure floated forward and disappeared in an instant. That fellow was exhausted, so it was good for him to rest there. It was just asking about a flower, it was nothing. Ning Xiuma thought so, but she did not look back. Shuilon watched her figure disappear into the distance. He lowered his eyes slightly and focused on his feet. At some point in time, 2 thin black threads had drilled into his feet and wrapped around his ankles twice. They were very similar to Yu Lao's red threads, except that they were black. Moreover, the black thread that wrapped around his feet was flowing with his blood. The other end of the thread wasn't tied to his lover either. Instead, it stretched straight into the depths of the Sea of Bones, as if it was the 2 tentacles of a monster. These 2 black lines were extremely thin. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be seen at all. The Live Fire Palace was a lonely palace. It was built in the depths of a burning swamp. The whole palace was dark, and there was not a single light in it. Ning Xiuma destroyed 3 traps along the way and finally arrived in front of the palace gate. Black plants crawled all over the palace gates, each strand of which looked like a tree root or a snake, sending chills down one's spine. The gate was tightly shut, and the entire palace was filled with these plants. It was as if there were no living creatures inside. It was simply like a place where an old witch lived. What exactly did this Mother Earth look like? Wasn't she lonely living in the depths of this pitch-black underground? Ning Xiuma shook her head secretly and knocked on the door. Mother Earth, Devil Master Xiuma, requests an audience. She said it thrice, but there was no response from inside. It can't be right. Could he not be at home? She raised her hand and was about to knock again, but she didn't expect the door to suddenly collapse inwards, forming a black hole that led straight inside. Ning Xiuma was skilled and daring, so she immediately stepped inside. Chapter 1812. Passing through that pitch-black hole, she entered a huge hall that was filled with brown tree roots. She finally saw the legendary Mother Earth. She thought Mother Earth would be a person that looked like an old witch, but when she saw her appearance clearly, it was still out of her expectations. That was a person that had yin and yang in one body. His upper body was that of a woman, and his long brown hair flowed to the ground. He had a small face with delicate features, full breasts, and a slender waist. However, his lower body was that of a man, and his 2 long legs were abnormally thick. Only the important parts were covered by a large leaf that could barely cover them, making him look abnormally strange. Beneath his 2 legs were not 2 feet. Instead, there were forked tree roots that went deep into the ground and blended in with the surrounding tree roots. Is this Mother Earth a spirit from some big tree that came to life? This was Ning Xiuma's first thought. Her second thought was that this Mother Earth looked familiar, as though she had seen her before. That Mother Earth had a pair of jade green eyes, and she looked at Ning Xiuma. Her gaze seemed to be flickering with fluorescence. Hee, Devil Master. I didn't expect you to come again. Come again? Could she have already come here before? That should be 50,000 years ago, right? No wonder she felt this Mother Earth looked familiar. Ning Xiuma didn't come here to exchange greetings, so she nodded her head. Xiuma is here to ask for guidance. That Mother Earth's gaze was unfathomable, and she smiled. Seeing how you risked your life to come here, I could tell you everything I know. She didn't expect this Mother Earth to be so easy to talk to. Ning Xiuma thought she would make things difficult for her a few times. She let out a sigh of relief and took out those broken petals from her storage space. May I ask, Mother Earth, what species are these flowers? What are their uses? Mother Earth's gaze swept across those flowers, and her gaze shrunk slightly. Where did you get these flowers from? They were given to me by someone. Mother Earth raised her hand, and those broken petals landed in her hand. She looked at those flowers in a slight daze, and after some time, she sighed gently. I didn't expect that person to really gather all these flowers. Her gaze fell on Ning Xiuma, sizing her up from head to toe. Ning Xiuma's heart trembled, and her gaze turned sharp. Are you talking about God Shinjili? Could it be that Shunjuli had given her the flowers because of Mother Earth's guidance? Mother Earth's gaze was distant. He didn't report his name. I don't know who he is. However, that person is an outstanding talent among men. He is very handsome. Why is he looking for you? Ning Xiuma interrupted her. Mother Earth's gaze focused on her body again. You probably don't know my true identity? Ning Xiuma looked at her without saying anything. She knew that she would continue. Little girl, you've probably only heard of this consort's reputation, so you came here recklessly. I'm Mother Earth, the mother of this god-devil continent. I control all the flowers and plants on this god-devil continent, and I'm even known as the medicine god. There's no chronic disease in this world that I can't cure, and there's no flower that I can't recognize. The mother of god-devil continent was also the creator of this continent. No wonder she was called Mother Earth. No wonder she would call her little girl. Since she had a request, Ning Xiuma still had a good temper. After listening to her, she asked in a timely manner, May Mother Earth please enlighten me on the functions and origins of these flowers. Mother Earth took a look at her. Little girl is very impatient. She stopped being long-winded and started to introduce the origin and functions of those flowers. Chapter 1813. Ning Shumo listened attentively and was slightly bewildered. Other than the place where these flowers were produced was special. They were basically all from barren hills and unruly rivers, and they were basically guarded by evil beasts. However, such flowers that were hard to pick had ordinary effects. Some caused hallucinations, some cured poison, some promoted blood circulation. There weren't any other special effects. In that case, why did Shun Julie pick these flowers so painstakingly for her? Just to make her feel touched just because it wasn't easy? Shun Julie wouldn't be so lame. Finally, Mother Earth finished explaining all the flowers she had taken. That pair of lush green eyes looked at Ning Shumo. All right, I've finished explaining all the effects of each of them. Are you satisfied? Lightning seemed to have flashed in Ning Shumo's mind, and she immediately asked, then what's their combined effect? For example, giving a bouquet of these flowers to a certain person every day, what effect can be achieved by giving them for a few consecutive days? Mother Earth's gaze shrunk slightly, and she smiled. Little girl is very smart. There is indeed something fishy about giving them all. Ning Shumo smiled slightly and waited for Mother Earth to clear her doubts. Mother Earth's gaze landed on those withered petals, and she said leisurely, actually, these flowers aren't complete. Ning Shumo raised her eyebrows. Shun Julie had given her flowers for a month consecutively, and even though these flowers were all ruined by her, they were all found back in the end. Even though most of them were just branches or petals. However, she still managed to gather all 30 kinds of flowers, so why did she say it wasn't complete? She waited quietly for Mother Earth to continue. Mother Earth didn't disappoint her and continued. I asked him to gather 36 kinds of flowers to fulfill all his wishes, but I didn't expect him to only gather 30 kinds. What a pity. What a pity. Ning Shumo's heart almost jumped out. What's his wish? Mother Earth examined her again. Were you unable to grow up originally? Yes. Ning Shumo didn't deny it. Have you lost your memory before? Yes. That's it. If these flowers are separated, they don't have many excellent functions. But if they are gathered together, they have two functions. Actually, it has the effect of curing illnesses. If you collect 30 types of flowers and let the patient touch all 30 types of flowers, the last type of flower's pollen can be inhaled into the patient's mouth. If the patient breathes in a breath of God's breath, it can cure the whirling crystal flower's poison and allow the patient to recover to their normal growth rate. Ning Shumo's face turned slightly pale. What are you doing? To treat your chronic illness. This was what Shun Julie said after he kissed her forcefully when he gave her the bouquet of flowers. At that time, she thought he was taking advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of her. It turned out that he was really treating her chronic illness. However, it wasn't her heart disease, but her chronic disease of not being able to grow up. In his previous life, Shumo had indeed stopped growing after eating a type of flower poison called whirling heavenly crystal. In that case, what's the effect if I collect all 36 types of flowers? Ning Shumo looked at Mother Earth's face. Mother Earth smiled. These flowers actually have a strange characteristic. When 2 or more types are collected, a heavenly fire flower will grow where the collector lives. When he collects all 36 types of flowers, 36 heavenly fire flowers will grow in his flower bed. When these 36 heavenly fire flowers are gathered, a red bean blood flower will bloom. Eating this flower can cure any amnesia caused by spells, and you will never lose your memory. Ning Shumo. So this was the effect of the heavenly fire flower that Shun Julie had always been protecting. Back then, when she had accidentally destroyed his heavenly fire flower, his heart ached because of this. Chapter 1814. So this was the effect of the heavenly fire flower that Shun Julie had been protecting. When she accidentally destroyed his heavenly fire flower, his heart ached because of this. Needless to say, the reason he wanted to cultivate the blood flower of red bean was for her to eat, to let her recover all her memories. No matter if it was pain or hatred, he would stay by her side and give her an explanation. Some misunderstandings could only be solved after the parties recovered their memories. However, this memory loss didn't seem to be suitable for her. It was more suitable for him. After all, he slept for 900 years and forgot everything when he woke up. He should be the one eating the blood flower of Red Bean. Then who did he prepare this flower for? For her or for himself? Ning Xiuma thought about it carefully, and her heart suddenly moved. The heavenly fire flower that she destroyed wasn't just 36 stalks. She felt that there were many more. Could it be that he cultivated double the amount? With Shun Julie's intelligence and abilities, it was indeed possible for him to cultivate double the amount. Ning Xiuma stood there in a daze. She finally solved the mystery of Shun Julie's flowers, but she still couldn't find the reason why he had to die. Before Shun Julie returned to Fantion Palace, he tried his best to get her back. He made these flowers to treat her chronic illness and recover her memories. Moreover, she treasured the remaining heavenly fire flower very much. However, after he returned to the Fantion Palace, everything changed. He only wanted to cure her chronic illness and didn't care about the heavenly fire flower that was left in her Mo Palace. This showed that he didn't want her to recover her memories at that time. He even deliberately gave her the cold shoulder, making her feel even more indifferent towards him. This also showed that after he recovered his memories from 50,000 years ago in Fantion Palace, he probably realized that he had to die, which was why he did that later on. He arranged everything calmly and met his death calmly. It seemed like the answer she was looking for was still in Fantion Palace. However, she had already turned Fantion Palace upside down. Other than the dreams that she had when her soul left her body, she didn't find anything meaningful. She thought she could find the real answer on this trip to Mother Earth, but she didn't expect that the answer was still in the fog. She couldn't see it clearly no matter what. This made her a little disappointed, but there was nothing she could do. Just as she was about to bid farewell, she suddenly remembered the box that Shui Yilan had given her. She hurriedly took it out and said, "Mother Earth, there's still a flower that needs to be identified." She passed the box over. Mother Earth took it and took a look. Her gaze congealed slightly, and she suddenly raised her head to look at Ning Xiuma. "Where did you get this flower from?" "Demon Realm." "How long has this flower been blooming?" Ning Xiuma roughly counted the days and said, "It's been about 10 days. Mother Earth frowned slightly. 10 days? Doesn't that mean they are everywhere? Does the Demon Realm still exist? Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. The flowers have already withered, but they are not blooming everywhere. The Demon Realm is still as usual. I wonder what this flower is for. It could devour the Demon Realm? Mother Earth said, "Zi Wu Chang." This flower was known as the Flower of Chaos. Once this flower blooms, the purple fiend that can destroy heaven and earth will erupt within 3 days. Once the purple fiend erupts, this flower will bloom all over the 6 realms. The flower spores will infect all living beings in the 6 realms with the poison of the purple fiend, turning them into mindless monsters that only know how to kill. Ning Xiuma was speechless. So this flower was so evil. It seemed that this flower didn't only grow in the demon realm, it grew in other places too. It was just that he didn't get the news. Chapter 1815. This Mother Earth was so knowledgeable. Maybe she knew what happened 50,000 years ago. Mother Earth's gaze landed on Ning Xiuma again. Since this flower has already withered, the purple fiend must have been sealed again, right? Yes. May I know how this purple fiend was born? Ning Xiuma took the chance to ask. Mother Earth smiled, and her gaze was profound. Heaven and earth are out of harmony, and the heavenly Tao is in chaos. That's why this thing is born. Ning Xiuma lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. She asked again, "What do you mean by heaven and earth are out of harmony, and the heavenly Tao is in chaos?" Can Mother Earth give an example? Before the purple fiend erupted, she didn't feel anything wrong with heaven and earth, let alone the heavenly Tao being in chaos. However, Mother Earth suddenly became contemplative. This is a mystery of heaven. It can't be revealed. Ning Xiuma. She faintly felt that she was close to the truth, yet there was still a layer of fog separating her. Mother Earth, Xiuma still has something to ask. If a person's soul is scattered, can they gather back together? Mother Earth replied coolly, You can go and beg the god. Ning Shuama's heart stirred, which also meant that Shun Juli had the ability to revive a person whose soul had scattered. In that case, what if the one whose soul had scattered is the god? Ning Shuama held her breath. Mother Earth paused for a moment, and her reply sent Ning Shuama straight to hell. Gods are born with the will of heaven and earth. Their souls won't scatter. They will only experience calamities and become immortal, disappearing completely. Ning Shuama's face turned pale. Disappearing completely? No matter what method we use, we can't revive them anymore? Mother Earth lowered her eyes, and her reply this time was slightly mysterious. It's hard to say. Heaven and earth need a master. Maybe the god will appear again in 100 years. Ning Shuama. Mother Earth's words were like a shot of cardiac stimulant for her. He would appear again in 100 years? It was even earlier than what he had promised her. Her eyes lit up. This news was more meaningful than any other news to her. Her heart almost jumped out her chest. This was the best and most encouraging answer she had gotten since Shun Juli left. Little Nianma would be overjoyed if he heard the news. In such a short period of time, her mood had risen and fallen twice. Happiness came too quickly. She wanted to confirm it again. Will God really return in 100 years? Mother Earth looked at her shining eyes and smiled meaningfully. Probably. But what? Mother Earth closed her eyes. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Heavenly secret, your sister. Ning Shuama didn't give up and asked her a few more questions. However, this Mother Earth seemed to have fallen asleep and didn't reply anymore. Ning Shuama wasn't too disappointed. After all, she had received confirmation that Shun Juli could return again. This was better than anything else. She couldn't dig up any more solid information, so she got up and took her leave. Mother Earth looked at her back view, disappearing at the door, and licked her lips. A demon with a bit of divine bloodline. That must be a wonderful feeling. Haha, poor little girl. She was destined to not be able to see the return of the god. This little girl probably didn't know the rules of meeting Mother Earth. Mother Earth could only be met once. If she was unlucky enough to meet Mother Earth for the second time, she would have to pay the price with blood. Her life would be left here, unless she moved her body slightly and pulled out a blood-stained root. She dipped her finger in the blood and put it in her mouth. That little demon's blood was also very good. It was very pure. Chapter 1816. Ning Shuama came out and quickly returned to the Sea of Bones. Shuailan was still sitting there, looking at the Sea of Bones. His back looked rather lonely. This guy was really meditating here. Was he not afraid that a monster would come out and eat him? She was in a good mood now, and Shuailan was very pleasing to the eye. She deliberately walked over with heavy footsteps. It seemed that Shuailan was indeed meditating. He only noticed her when she was almost beside him. He turned his head and said, Shuama, you are finally back. Yes, let's go back. Ning Shuama was full of joy that Shun Juli would return after 100 years. She did not notice Shuailan's expression. Shuailan looked at her shining eyes. There was a flash of sadness in his eyes, but he smiled gently. It seems that you have gained a lot. Ning Shuama's eyes curved into crescents as she hummed in agreement. She threw the box back to Shuailan. Here, I've already asked for you. This flower is called. She told him about Mother Earth's introduction of this flower. Shuailan frowned. He thought that the beautiful flower represented a kind of beauty, but he did not expect that the more beautiful the flower, the more poisonous it was. He raised his hand, and a ball of fire ignited from a box. It burned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Ning Shuama was not surprised. It was better to burn such a disaster as soon as possible. Shuailan handled it well. The Sea of Bones had completely returned to normal. If Ning Shuama and Shuailan wanted to go back, they would have to go through it like before. Ning Shuama was eager to go back. Although there was no hourglass here, Ning Shuama had her own way of counting the time. Until now, she had been out for 2 days. She promised little Nianma that she would stay for 3 days. She had to go back on time to prevent the child from worrying. Shuailan, I'll take the front this time. You cover the rear, Ning Shuama instructed. Okay. This time, Shui Yilan agreed very quickly. It was rare that he didn't argue with her. He stood up, probably because he had been sitting for too long. The moment he stood up, he staggered and fell onto Ning Xiuma. He was still holding a sword in his hand. Coincidentally, the tip of the sword had cut Ning Xiuma's arm. The cut was not light. Fresh blood flowed out and fell to the ground. Ning Xiuma wasn't on guard against him at the moment, and her mind was completely focused on the sea of bones in front of her. That was why she was cut by him. She couldn't help but push him away and retreat 2 steps like flowing water. What are you doing? What kind of trick did this guy come up with this time? Shui Yilan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and laughed carelessly. It's nothing. I sat for too long and my feet slipped. I didn't hurt you, did I? Ah, you're bleeding so much. He took 2 steps forward and used his foot to wipe the blood away, trying to erase the evidence. Ning Xiuma. She looked at her arm. It was just a small cut. Shui Yilan's sword wasn't poisonous. It seemed that he really had failed. Ning Xiuma casually applied some medicine on her arm. She was a devil master, so her recovery abilities were strong. With the help of the medicine, her wound healed abnormally fast. A moment later, the wound had already healed and nothing could be seen. She felt that Shui Yilan's behavior was a bit strange today. She couldn't help but glance at him. Shui Yilan's complexion was not as pale as before. There was a bit of color in his face. When he saw Ning Xiuma turn around to look at him, he smiled at her flirtatiously. Xiuma, after going through so much, you still think I'm good-looking, don't you? Chapter 1817. When he saw Ning Xiuma looking back at him, he smiled and said, Xiuma, after going through so much, you still think that I'm good-looking, don't you? Ning Xiuma was speechless. She had the urge to kick him. She strode forward and said, Shui Yilan, you can be more narcissistic. Shui Yilan's eyes dimmed, but he quickly caught up with her and said with a smile, I'm just telling the truth. Ning Xiuma ignored him. She held the sky splitter sword in her hand and injected her psychokinesis into it. An arc of fire appeared and slashed towards the black bones. The black bones all fell to the ground. Ning Xiuma's figure leaped up, and she floated away. Shui Yilan followed closely behind her. She was indeed the Devil Lord. Her power was much higher than Shui Yilan's. Wherever her sword went, the black bones, no matter how hard and sharp they were all destroyed. Even the speed of regeneration was not as fast as before. The 2 of them had an easy journey. Shui Yilan was more free this time, so he was in the mood to chat with Ning Xiuma. Xiuma, will Shun Juli come back to life? How did you know that I came here to ask about his resurrection? Ning Xiuma asked. Was there need to ask? He could guess. Other than Shun Juli, who else could make her so desperate? I guessed. Seeing that you look so relaxed, it seems that he will come back. Yes, he will come back. He is a god, so this world must have a master, Ning Xiuma replied. Shui Yilan, who was behind her, paused. Aren't you the master of heaven and earth? Ning Xiuma was stunned. She felt as if she had been hit on the head. What? Only then did Shui Yilan realize his slip of the tongue. He smiled and said, I was just joking. You are the Devil Master. You are only the master of the monster realm and devil realm. You are not the master of the 6 realms. That's right. How could I possibly be the master of heaven and earth? I'm just a devil master. I can't replace him. The Ning Xiuma also chimed in, seemingly trying to convince Shui Yilan as well as himself. I'm different from him. I'm different from him. That's right. Mother Earth said he could be reborn after 100 years. If I can replace him, he won't be able to be reborn after 100 years. This shows that I can't replace him. Fortunately, Shui Yilan understood what she was saying. He didn't say anything behind her back. Hey, Shui Yilan, do you understand? Ning Xiuma was eager to find an agreement. Understood, understood. Then do you agree with what I said? Acknowledged, acknowledged. Xiuma is the smartest. You can even straighten out such a complicated logical relationship. Shui Yilan's voice had a smile in it. Only then did Ning Xiuma let out a sigh of relief. She was in a hurry to get out, so the sword in her hand danced even faster and more urgently. The black bones that filled the sky were swept far away by the blazing sword wind. Wherever the two of them passed by, it was as if a hurricane had blown past. Shui Ilan looked at her from behind, and a hint of pain flashed past his eyes. Shui Ilan, what do you mean by heaven and earth being out of harmony? Heavenly Tao being in chaos. Because Ning Xiuma didn't have memories from a very long time ago, she didn't know much about these kinds of things. Shui Ilan seemed to be slightly unsettled, and he didn't say anything behind her. Shui Ilan finally answered, Here, I'm asking you a question. What do you mean by heaven and earth being out of harmony? Heavenly Tao being in chaos. Shui Ilan replied without thinking. It's when there's an abnormality in heaven and earth, right? And it's an abnormality that can't be changed by human strength. For example, two suns appearing in the sky. As the saying goes, there can't be two suns in the sky. Chapter 1818. Ning Xiuma chuckled and said, Two suns are nothing. There was once an era when there were 9 suns. The earth was in a drought, and the people had no way to make a living. 8 of them were shot down by the descendants, and only 1 was left. It was normal. Speaking of this, her heart seemed to be hit hard by something. A truth seemed to be coming to the surface. Could it be that the coexistence of Shun Jiuli and her was considered as a disharmony between heaven and earth? Chaos in the natural law? That was why the outbreak of Zisha was triggered. She and he couldn't coexist in this world. No way. He was a god, but she was the devil master. At most, the gods and the demons were opposing each other. It couldn't be considered that there were 2 suns in the sky. The outbreak of Zisha this time might be due to other reasons, and not because of the coexistence of Shun Jiuli and her. Besides, 50,000 years ago, she and Shun Jiuli had coexisted for a long time, and it didn't trigger Zisha or anything. Obviously, this was not the reason. However, why did Shun Jiuli have to die? She was temporarily confused, so she was a little slow in making a move. She was almost hit by a black bone that suddenly appeared. Be careful. Shui Ilan pulled out his sword in time from behind and pushed the black bone away for her. Ning Xiuma finally came to her senses and was sweating. It was not the time to be absent-minded. It was not too late for her to go back to the ground and think about it slowly. She focused her mind again and rushed forward with Shui Ilan. With her leading the way, their speed was much faster. Seeing that the other side was in sight, Ning Xiuma breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she rushed for a few more minutes, she could leave this damn place. She didn't know what was going on, but this sea of bones always gave her an ominous illusion. She was eager to leave here, so she ran forward even faster. Finally, Ning Xiuma stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and the unforeseen event happened in an instant. Suddenly, the wind behind her was as fast as lightning. It felt like there was a sudden downpour between heaven and earth. There was no sign in advance. Countless sharp whistle-like noises came from all directions. This voice came too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. From the corner of his eyes, Ning Xiuma saw countless sharp black bones shooting towards him. They were so dense, and they were so close to each other that she didn't even have time to wave her sword to set up a light barrier to defend herself. She could only set up a barrier. Unexpectedly, just as her fingers were forming a seal, her body was violently pushed. Her body flew out and landed on the shore. Almost at the same time, a series of popping sounds came from behind him, shocking him to the core. Ning Xiuma's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and turned around. Her expression changed drastically. In the forest of the Black Bone Sea, a black serpent made of countless black bones drilled out. The spikes on its body were like swords, and Shui Ilan was pierced by these spikes. His entire body was pierced by countless spikes, but not a single drop of blood flowed out from his body. However, his face quickly turned pale. The black snake was dragging him into the depths of the sea of bones. His pair of eyes looked at Ning Xiuma. He opened his mouth and only spat out 2 words, "Take care." Ning Xiuma's mind exploded. Shui Ilan. Almost without thinking, she jumped up and directly flew onto the back of the black serpent. She slashed at the black serpent with her sword. She wanted to kill the black serpent first. The indestructible sky splitter's sword slashed on the black serpent's body, but sparks flew out. Unexpectedly, it only cut off one of the spikes. It didn't cause any other damage to the black serpent. Instead, it retreated even faster into the depths of the sea of bones. Chapter 1819. Go quickly. It's useless. Shui Ilan finally spat out a few words. No, I must save you. Ning Xuemo reached out and grabbed his hand, wanting to pull his body away from the bone spur. However, she didn't expect that Shui Ilan's body had already become one with the bone spur. She tried to pull it out, but it didn't budge. Shui Ilan, bear with it. Ning Xuemo slashed the black bone beneath him with her sword. This time, she used all her strength. With a loud clang, she finally broke one of the bones. Shui Ilan let out a muffled groan. His body trembled as if his bones were the ones being chopped. Half of the bone that was cut was still stuck in his body, and blood was flowing out from the wound. Swoosh. The bone that was cut flew back in the blink of an eye and reconnected with the wound. How could this be? Ning Xuemo was stunned. Xuemo, don't waste your energy. Shui Ilan spoke again. Go quickly. No. Ning Xuemo held his hand and didn't let go. She was thinking of all kinds of ways to save him while comforting him. Shui Ilan, hold on, I will think of a way. Think about the Ice Jade Fairy who is still waiting for you to get married. You can't disappoint her, right? Shui Ilan's face was already very pale, but when he heard the words Ice Jade Fairy, his lips curved up slightly. Ice Jade Fairy was very good, but he only had one woman in his heart. There was no room for a second woman. When he brought Ice Jade Fairy here, it was only to remove Ning Xuemo's guard and allow him to stay by her side. He looked at her. Xuemo, do you love me? Ning Xuemo froze. Shui Ilan smiled. If you don't love me, then let me go. Let go. How could he release Ning Xuemo? Once she loosened her grip, he would lose his life. She took a deep breath and said, Shui Ilan, listen to me. You're my friend. You always have been. I can't abandon my friends. I can't do that. Shui Ilan's gaze landed behind her. She was standing in front of the black bone snake and had once again stepped into the black bone sea. Behind her, a giant hand made of black bones was slowly taking shape. Xuemo, I don't want to be your friend. I only want to be your man. It's been like this for 3 lifetimes. So, if you don't love me, then let me go. Give me a release. Shui Ilan's sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a swoosh, the tip of the sword swept past his wrist. Ning Xuemo was fully focused on dealing with the black bones. She didn't expect that he would break his own wrist. When she reacted, only his broken hand was left in her hand. Shui Ilan. Ning Xuemo's voice changed. She watched as the black bone snake dragged him into the depths of the abyssal bone forest. Momo, I hope that I won't meet you again in my next life. Shui Ilan's voice sounded. It was weak, but clear. Ning Xuemo's eyes turned red. She chased after him without caring about anything. But this time, the abyssal bone forest only gave way to the black bone snake. When the black bone snake passed by, the surrounding black bones immediately rushed over and blocked Ning Xuemo's path. If Ning Xuemo wanted to chase after him, she could only chop these black bones. But no matter how fast she chopped, she couldn't compare to the speed of the black snake retreating. She could only watch as Shui Ilan's red figure went further and further away. The sun rises from the east, red glows like fire. The spring flowers are gorgeous. The night is waning. Holding the beauty in my arms, my heart wavers. The past is hard to recall. The zither and zither are hard to reconcile. A sorrowful song came from the black bone sea. Chapter 1820. What he was singing was the song that Ning Xuemo had heard before. Tears streamed down Ning Xuemo's face, and she slashed at the black bones around her with all her might. Just as the song stopped, Shui Ilan gave a long laugh. If you want to eat this sacrifice, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Before the laughter ended, a loud bang was heard. The place where Shui Ilan was had exploded, and a red fog rose up. That red fog flew in all directions, and wherever it went, those black bones seemed to be corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid, vanishing one after another. Ning Xuan only felt a wave of air rushing towards her, and it swept her to the shore like a whirlwind Mother Earth of Mythical Fire Palace had her eyes lowered, and she seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, her body trembled, and she trembled a few times. She quickly pulled back a tree root that was stretched into the ground as if she was scalded by fire. The tip of the snake-like tree root was now in a mess, and fresh blood was flowing out. Damn it! She had fallen for that little demon's trick. She wanted to catch that devil master with a bit of God's bloodline, and not that little demon. That little demon seemed to know everything, and she actually smeared the devil master's blood on her feet, causing her black snake to grab the wrong person. Since one of them was willing to sacrifice in place of another, she could not go and capture the demon lord anymore. What a pity. She had never truly tasted the flesh of a devil master, and it would definitely taste better than ordinary demons. She didn't expect to miss the opportunity just like that. Her blood-sucking black snake-like tree root was still bleeding, and she trembled in pain. That little demon had actually used her soul as a sacrifice to use such a killer move at the moment of her death. She had actually been injured as well. When the dust settled, a low growl came from the depths of the sea of black bones, and it gradually disappeared. The sea of black bones was slightly messy, and those black bones recovered slowly after being watered by the blood fog. They looked like they were in a mess. Meanwhile, that big red figure that had once followed beside her had disappeared, and he would never appear again. Shwet Elon. She had only saved him once, and he had followed her for 3 lifetimes. He had missed her, wronged her, imprisoned her, but he had also protected her many times and saved her from danger many times. Even if he owed her, he had already paid her back. He loved her so much that it was like a moth flying into a flame. He loved her so much that he didn't care about anything else. She could treat him as her best friend, but she was unable to truly fall in love with him. In order to make him give up, she deliberately ignored him and provoked him. However, he had followed her without any complaints, and even died for her in the end. Shuilan, I will avenge you. I won't let you die in vain. Ning Shuima stood on the shore and looked at the sea of black bones. Her face was pale, and her originally black eyes gradually turned red. In the end, they were as red as the morning sun. She had come this time to ask for help, so she did everything according to Mother Earth's rules. He cleared the level normally, asked questions normally, and returned normally. He didn't even use much mana. Little Nianma was still waiting for her at home. If it was not necessary, she did not want to cause any trouble. She only wanted to get the information that she wanted. However, she did not expect that she would lose her friend when she took the normal path. She was already lonely in this world, and she did not expect that she would lose her only friend today. Did she eat her friend? Then, she would let the other party get the retribution. For this, she would do whatever it took. She raised her head and let out a long howl. Her howl shook the surroundings, and even the black bones that were as dense as a forest of swords trembled.